in and out.
The performance was fucking, spot on. It was
And
fucking
the
perfect.
climax, the ending, like
Oh,
shit.
fuck yes.
he might honestly have one of the most memorable deaths of all time. Like I would go that far. Of like you're never gonna forget that. The scream, yeah, the scream he committed to, I really appreciate because it just added an element of like shock. Holy fuck!
It's gory as fuck.
I thought that scene was very homophobic. They were erasing the bisexual, by puncturing out his eyes with someone's bare hands.
Oh my god! I've managed being able to make that fight like actually come off believable. I think it was an achievement. Like I don't think they they did a pretty decent job, but. Anyways,
yeah, he was too confident in his poison. Like he was like, "Oh, I got him a few times. That poison's working its way through. He's done."
That was
like,
the last good season of Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
We are live.
You know what show I hope ends a lot better?
Interwebs. Isn't that crazy?
Live. What's everybody doing?
We are live.
We'll pull it up.
Hello.
No one gave me an answer earlier. Should I come a little closer, or am I good?
No, you're fine.
I think
you're fine.
Yeah, it's not okay.
Unless someone complains in chat that someone is too loud or too low, I think we should be good because everything sounds fine to me, and that's all that matters.
Sure.
Here we go.
But yes. Hello. I will have to watch later.
Yes.
Good luck, Goger. Only to you, Goger. Everyone else can fuck off.
Thank you, James.
Joe Danger's got it too. We're beating EFAP to the punch on this one through the miracle of time management.
Yeah, for once it's working to our advantage.
Oh,
so,
that's true.
Although, I mean, to be fair, the episodes were out right when I woke up, so they probably could have done it for EFAP if they scheduled it like that. But I don't think they knew that it would.
Well, nobody wants to cram those three. You want to be able to have to digest them a little bit, maybe a little bit of discussion.
It's funny because I came back home last night at 1 a.m. I was like, oh, let me watch at least one, so I get a little bit of a head start. I was like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna watch all of it. Fuck it.
And then there's madmen like Metal who do it that way. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things though that I honestly think if there was a way to just play them with skipping the like intro and credits, then like you could just watch these as a movie.
Yeah,
and it's the same with all the like acts of Arcane, and I only really know that they're referred to as acts because of the Blu-ray set that luckily arrived before season 2, and it's one disc per 3 episodes, and the discs say Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, and yeah, you know.
It's funny that you say that. I did the same thing with the female Titan arc in Attack on Titan. I edited the entire thing up to be like a movie to skip out anything, so it just flowed as good as possible. And I'm probably gonna do the same thing with Arcane eventually. There's certain things that on a rewatch, like for the sake of pacing and immersion, it's worth it. Like a proper edited Arcane, I would watch that. And for this, I rewatched the last 3 episodes of season 1, and then I binged all 3 in a row.
Yeah, I did a full marathon of the season last week, and oh wait, did you guys hear that coming through my thing? Sorry, I just
barely heard something.
I had to hit play on the stream so that I'd still see the chat going by. Got it like full screen in my thing. But anyways, because those Blu-ray sets showed up, and I crushed them all last Saturday. So a marathon the entire season 1 and caught myself up. Gotta say, on rewatch, the season 1 really holds up very well.
Yeah, I've seen season 1 I think 4 times now. I did rewatch the last 6 episodes because I have rewatched the first 3 like very recently. So I just picked up the last 6 as well just before season 2 dropped.
Well, I had no time to rewatch it, so that was a bit sad.
Episode
first
3
but I've seen it twice already, so I think I was fine.
The first 3 episodes are so like ingrained into my like soul. Like I don't even need to rewatch it to that degree. I can like everything is fresh.
Episode 3 of season 1 like actually made me tear up towards the end when Violet's yelling at Powder.
It's one of the best payoffs.
She's begging her not to leave her, and then she leaves her, and Vi's like, she regrets it like 30 seconds later, but that's like it's the worst timing in the world.
It's the type of scene
one
where
of my
like
favorite episodes out of like any series ever.
Yeah, it's one of the best payoffs I've ever seen, and it's a moment of like, I can't believe this show of all shows is paying off this type of payoff and hitting me so hard. Where it's the type of scene where like, even if you're not really on board with the show, you're not feeling it, whatever. If you can't understand why other people think this is a powerful scene, you're a fucking zombie. Like you have no pulse.
Yeah.
It's just one of those. No matter who you relate to the most, whether it's Vi, Jinx, Vander, like Clagger. It could be even her buddies, like Echo in that scenario. There's so many people that you could have fit that role as a kid. Whoever you relate to the most, it doesn't even matter. The entire thing as a package is just incredible. And
Well, and also a lot of the criticisms of that scene, when you pick at them, they kind of fall apart too. Because like the one thing I've heard is that, oh my God, like Vi must have known that was an accident, that she didn't mean to do that, and look at her, she's crying and she's begging her not to leave her, and she walks away anyways. It's like, yeah, but Powder did just blow up her friend.
Yeah.
You can't. Don't even reference those, because those are for people who are like, you're not thinking straight. That's just a stupid response. But she just blew up her whole family. Like you're saying Vi has no. It's okay, Jinx. It's okay, Powder. Like it doesn't work that way. Like she's still a human, and there's a reason why it was such an effective.
And Vi's a kid at that point too. Like she doesn't
told
have
her
the
not to
emotional
come.
maturity to like just say, just let's get out of here. We'll talk about it later. She just had to kind of react the way she was reacting, and didn't realize they were still kind of in the middle of a situation.
Vi is fantastically consistent, and that's exactly how I would expect a person like Vi to react when she fucking told her to stay back. I told you. Like if anything, Vi did her a solid by not strangling her to death right there. You know what I mean? Like people don't understand. She did the best thing she could possibly do in that moment. She needed to take a breather, and she would have walked back over, gave her a hug, and they would have figured it out as sisters. But she never got that.
I wouldn't go far as
the whole point.
The best thing she could have done is like say, like we'll talk about it later, but for now we need
no,
to get
I mean
out
by
of here. But,
I mean by taking a second to cool off so she didn't kill her in that moment. That's what I meant. I mean,
she did snap, but it's perfectly understandable that the way she does, and then she never gets a chance to rectify it because she gets knocked out and dragged away.
And I mean, what kills me is the thing that makes her snap out of it is realizing, oh shit, we're still in danger, and I promised Mander I'd protect her. And oh my God, she's over there, Soko's over there, and then Marcus grabs her and is like, no, he'll kill you. And Marcus is right too. He's like, no, if you go over there, you're going to die.
Yeah.
And
it's all set up. It's all in line with their characters, and it's like the exact reaction you would expect from everyone in that scenario, from Powder to Marcus to Vi to Silco. Everyone did exactly what they should do.
Everyone is remarkably consistent, because Marcus definitely isn't the type of character that would have been, okay, I'm going to start shooting at them, you run and grab your sis. It's like, no. Marcus is a dirty cop. He is not the type of person that is going to do that. He is looking to make deals with Silco. He just doesn't want Vi to get murdered.
Right? He's a dirty cop, but he doesn't really like being a dirty cop, so he will do what he can, like, to the side to actually help people.
And a movie says only on Netflix and Pirate Bay. I was just saying, my 4K Blu-ray set of Arcane did arrive. It's from a company called G Kids.
Okay. And how amazing is it that Powder ends up killing both of them in that scene, Silco and Marco. Marcus. Yeah, ends up getting both of them. Be interesting to keep a track on Jinx's kill count. Like that bitch is just going off.
Yeah, baby.
But,
she does say it's always me.
Where do you want to start us off, Metal Man?
I shall do so. But yeah, some people in general is like, Arcane season 2 is out. It's like, yeah, it released yesterday. The first 3 episodes. The first act, if you will, happened.
First movie, you could even see it as.
Yeah, I think you said it just earlier. If you take away like the intro and the outro, I think you had like 37-ish minutes, I would say, something like that. Per episode.
Flew by.
Something like that.
Stack them up. It's almost 2 hours dead on, and like.
Yeah. So.
I mean, and each of them do function quite well with their own kind of beginning, middle, and end. And season 2 seems to be doing the same thing, and I think it's a very good format.
But yeah, that's what we're doing today. Nice and early. Watched it last night. I did. As I said earlier. I came back home at 1 a.m. I was like, let's watch one episode to get myself a little head start. And yeah, no, I watched all 3 episodes. And it's actually nice. I did watch that. And that's what I did. I'm just trying to not to be too spoilery from the get-go. So that's why I'm talking absolute nonsense right now. I'm trying to think of anything to preamble this, but we got 3 episodes to get into.
Do you want to give like overall thoughts?
Yeah, we could just
that's what I was leading into
not
exactly.
Directly said whether or not season 2 is good.
We're doing the, as usual, little blurbenheimers of the peopleheimers that are here, which is us 4. Crazy. I don't know. Let's just go from my left to right, and I'll just go last as always. The classics. So Brooks, lead us on.
God damn you!
Go ahead.
I actually really wanted to go last, but it's I
Yeah.
really want to set it off.
Should we do
Interesting way.
a guest? What would be the word for it? Courtesy? Allow his.
No,
his
if he wants to go
request?
last. No,
Well,
man, if you wanted
we,
it, it's
we
fine.
normally do guests and then me and Metal, but it's okay. We can swap it around if you want.
Yeah, send in the canon for the first, and then you can give your own,
I mean, I could go first. I don't
dude.
care.
Yeah, we'll go Metal first. Metal, what do you think?
Guess I'll go first. Well, I really enjoyed it. I think it's I'm overall positive on it. I don't think it's as strong as season 1. I think there's a lot of contrivances that's been happening. I think there's a bunch of characters that go a bit too hard, too fast in certain circumstances. That's the end of that word. Animation still amazing, looks really fucking good. Really, really great. I just had a thought and it just slipped my mind. I said, yeah, contrivances, characters are a bit weird in some instances. We go a bit hard. There's a bunch of editing things that happen. There's one particular scene that I point out when it gets there that's really odd, and I don't know why they did this, because they're not as delicate with their storytelling this time around, at least not in the first 3 episodes so far. They can be a bit on the nose here and there. But yeah, those are like all things we should probably go into when we get there. But that's just my quick and dirty version of it, I guess. I mean, I still think it's worth a watch. I really enjoyed it still overall. We'll see how that comes up on rewatches. Obviously, I only had time to do one proper watch and do some cliff notes here and there. But yeah, it's definitely not as strong as season 1. But I still quite enjoyed it. There you go. That's me.
All right, I guess I'm next. I have, I guess, similar thoughts to Metal in that I think a few things were on the contrived side, particularly the way the first scene goes as far as like who's totally wants the game. Okay, that's gonna be one of the points. But yeah, like well, we know what happens at the end of season 1, right? Where it ends with something of a terrorist attack, and yeah, quite a few people are just totally fine and not really injured at all after it, and that was a little lame, I guess. But some people
Now I
do
regret
die.
now I regret going last, like a cage.
Well, okay.
Go ahead.
I guess
No,
here,
sorry, go ahead.
I'll
I don't
push
wanna
beyond that because that
Brooks
was
thought he
kind
had
of
like
my...
a big fat hot take in this call, I guess.
No. I didn't. I'm glad we're roughly on the same page, but at the same time, I feel like we all have our different issues with it. But like,
Right.
Yeah.
I think it would have given more space for both Jace and Mel's mom if Mel died. As much as I like Mel as a character, I sort of thought that she was definitely one of the people that was going to bite it. I don't know, like, is she a hero
That
or
was my
something? I
main
don't really play
prediction.
League, so...
No,
if she
she's
ends
not.
up-
Mel's
Okay,
not in
yeah.
the game, but they recently added her mom because she's badass.
Yeah.
And my prediction sorry to interrupt. I'm just gonna add this quick. I thought Mel was definitely gonna die to strengthen Jace's resolve for the entire situation.
Well, and the mom, right? Like, it would mean the Warhawk
the
mom
mom.
would have...
I didn't think I thought Mel was gonna die, and that was gonna make the mom and
No.
Jace have to work together.
Well, yeah, but I think that the mom's already kind of a firebrand, so like that would have made her even more insane. I think if her daughter had been killed in that attack, and
Yeah,
she
there's
would.
more.
It would also make it so that Mel's mom in particular would be like, yeah, no, she's not gonna be happy unless unless Jinx is dead, like for sure. But anyways, my other thoughts on it. I think most of the character writing in this is still like incredibly strong, and I think that a lot of the things that happen, even like the one moment that I had that was similar kind of to the end of episode 3, where by being a hothead kind of wanders off, happens when her and Caitlyn kind of have a meeting in a hallway, and it's a very sort of sensitive situation, especially for Caitlyn, and Vi's just kind of like, yeah, no, you don't think about me at all, that's it, and just kind of wanders off. And I was like, oh, that seems like a bit much, but then it kind of resolves almost immediately when she ends up just getting shit-faced with one of the enforcers, not knowing that he's an enforcer, and then that kind of kicks off Vi's sort of hero arc. I think there's a lot of good stuff that is still happening here. I think the animation is arguably better than last season, even though last season has some of the best animation ever, like in anything, I think. But yeah, I'm overall still very positive on it and very much looking forward to the next 6.
All right. So I'm basically, I wouldn't say the opposite, but I'm more negative towards this at least the first 3 episodes of this season. I feel like at least one character maybe didn't get assassinated, but it certainly like changed a fuck ton between the first season and the second season, and I don't really buy it. There's a bunch of contrivances, as previously mentioned. The animation is still super fucking awesome, and there's a bunch of good stuff in there still with most of the characters. I fucking hate the music. I did in season 1 as well, but that's more of a personal thing, and they do fit the scenes quite well.
Fucking Imagine Dragons song is back,
Yes.
and I'm just like, look, it's a good song. I really don't
No,
like
it isn't.
Imagine Dragons though. I would have killed for them to just have maybe a female singer like cover it and have that be the season 2 one. I honestly think that song would sound better if it was a girl song.
I think Imagine Dragons are shit and cringe, and I fucking hate them. But that's mainly personal.
I agree. No, I do agree with that.
Okay. But yeah, I like the music does actually fit into the scenes, and they're like, you know, they cut to fit the music, so I at least appreciate that about it. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Trying to think of something else. Yeah, I think I'm good there.
All right.
Oh wow.
So, visually gorgeous. They haven't they haven't skipped a beat when it comes to the visual presentation. That scene with the funeral, unbelievable. I think it confirmed purple is one of my favorite colors. The way they use those leaves dropping down in that scene is fucking like fantastic. My only issue, or my biggest issue, is I hope that they didn't have their biggest takeaway from season 1 being that people love the animation, and their focus seems to be more on that than keeping the writing and the pacing as tight as season 1. And for someone who just watched 3 episodes of season 1 directly before this, it's clearly not as sharp and as tight as season 1 in terms of the writing. There's still really good character work that they're doing, and I'm thinking character is what we're going to need to tie all this together. But as a whole, I feel like they're focusing more on like the beautiful presentation and forgetting that what made Arcane work is the writing. The writing is what made us care about the fucking visuals. It wasn't the other way around. And one of the things that's really driving me nuts is how rushed it feels. We're going rapid fire.
Yeah.
The idea of, I don't want to get too far ahead, but a particular confrontation happening this early is insane. And the beginning, I started this episode talking to my friend, reminding him about the Rings of Power when Galadriel was in front of the exploding mountain, and we're both like, so how's she gonna get out of this? I don't know, elf magic, or yeah, it's got to be like some elf magic or something, some type of crazy cheat code, whatever. And then we cut forward the next episode, and it's nothing. Galadriel just face tanks a mountain somehow, and they just say "fuck you," you know. So we're like, you know what? That's a shit show. At least in a good show like this, we can discuss the possibilities of what's gonna happen to stop Jinx's rocket. And then it was nothing, and I'm like, oh fuck! Like you didn't like they didn't explain anything. I was really hoping there would be a reveal or some type of breakdown of what happened in the scenario in that situation. Instead, they killed most of all the people with the important people lived. There was barely a scratch on them, and all the people we didn't care about just get murked. It was probably the weakest possible payoff for a scene I thought they were gonna nail. And there's aspects that they've really tonally got down, like seeing Victor. He looks fantastic, and like I said, I think character is gonna bring everything together. But overall, it just feels clearly not as strong as season 1 in all aspects of the writing. And that's what's kind of worried me going forward. But so I enjoyed the hell out of it. It was really fun, but I'm nervous. I'll say that. Definitely nervous.
I don't know, I'm still pretty positive on a lot of the character stuff. I'm sure we'll get to it as we move through it, though.
But that was what I'm saying. I'm positive on the character stuff too.
Yeah.
I think that's what's going to carry us through more than anything. But it wasn't just character; it was the entire combination, the world building, the plot, the themes. Everything was flowing like magic in season 1. Our season 2 has been good so far, and I was hoping for great. Is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah. Also, season 2, like I guess this is more of a general structural thing, has had a big action scene every episode so far, which was not really the case with season 1. Like the first 2 episodes of season 1, you could make the argument that kind of nothing happens as far as big action set pieces go. Like the biggest one in the first episode is probably like the street fight.
Yeah, and I think you're making my point for me in like the most perfect way. When I started that first episode of Arcane, the tone blew me away. First off, I'm like, okay, great, they're taking it seriously. But then we got the introduction to the kids, and it was the choreography of that street fight that really sold me because we got so much character out of it. They fleshed out all 4 characters. Too. Yeah, the way they shot it. And basically fleshed out all 4 characters in like a matter of like 30 seconds, having a clear understanding of like who they are as people. And we're not doing that in this one. It's just Flash. I feel like it's the mix of Flash and injecting character in the scenes that made it work. And I don't feel like they're doing the same thing. They set Mobsy just nailed it in the chat. They set the bar so fucking high. The season 1, I don't know if it's even possible.
I actually want to latch on what you said, taking away the wrong, maybe not the wrong lessons, but maybe like too much of the animation things. Because after I watched it, like today, I was kind of scouring a little bit the internet. I was scouting the Mauler Discord chat, what's going on there. They're a little talking in there. Obviously, that was in the Mauler Discord. They were more talking about the storytelling. But if I was looking like on Twitter, X, whatever you like to call it, most things I've seen being praised is like, oh, look, this animation is so good. This fighting is so great. I've barely saw anyone talk about the writing. I was like, oh, that's a bit worrying, I think.
That's my early prediction. That was their biggest takeaway.
There weren't really
from
that many super solid like moments in these 3 first episodes. Like it's definitely a downgrade from season 1.
Yeah, because I didn't do the same for season 1 back then. Like I didn't scour the internet or whatever to see what's going on. But most things I've seen from like a general audience is probably like, look how cool these fights are and how cool the team up between Jinx and Civica. Was that the name?
Civica, yeah.
Civica, yeah. I kind of scramble up the letters, so I'm never sure which way it is. And it does look good, and it's all really fun, but I don't know why people are not really talking that much about this story, because this is not like, I don't think it's awful. I want to point that out.
No.
Like it's definitely the pacing and everything. It's already been pointed out. It's definitely it goes
there's
really
just not
fast.
a lot of focus on like characters having in-depth conversations and shit. It's a bit rushed whenever we do get character stuff.
I've never mentioned the visuals once to anyone I've recommended Arcane to, season 1. I don't even think I'll maybe mention that it's animated. Yeah, I don't even mention it. It shouldn't be the selling point. If the story hits you, then you'll begin to appreciate it even more. Like, holy fuck, this is gorgeous as well.
The way I usually describe Arcane's animation is like, it's like Spider-Verse if it was running better.
If it worked. I'll say this, like, it's not the worst thing to put all your cards towards. Like, the animation is fucking gorgeous. Like that entrance in season 2, the creepy one. You know which one I'm talking about. I didn't know what the fuck was going on for a second. It was so beautiful. The way they split from the eyes. We'll get to it, but it's fucking gorgeous. Just don't forget to write it properly.
Yeah,
too. Don't
exactly.
rush all these things. Because I'm gonna be looking at Mel all season. Like, why are you alive? How? Like, you were the closest to the rocket.
Does episode 3 start with like a music video?
I think
every
episode has like a weird music video in it, and I was really confused as a choice.
2. Well, okay, for that one, for example, we got instead of showing like the first half of their mission, we got it through the music video, all the tunnels and all the different things they went through. Yeah. That's pretty clever. I don't think all the other ones utilize it to that extent. Some of them I'm just like, okay, I feel like you're just showing off. You need to use these things. Don't get lost in it. Like the Echo Jinx one, nobody accused that of being a music video. It's fucking pure genius.
Oh, you know, definitely people did. You'd be amazed how often I have to defend that scene to people. There's like, oh, it just turns into a shitty music video. I'm like, no,
those
it's
people
like
are stupid.
It's a fight that is like 2 moves and then it's over.
Does
I
anyone
hate the music there, but it's a very good scene still.
I have to pause. Does anyone play the game? At least familiar with Echo and Jinx in the game?
Yes, I actually played it.
As both Echo and Jinx.
Well, I've been playing it more recently because I've been playing with friendos like almost every Friday.
Is
Alright, I'm
anyone
reinstalling.
familiar? Has anyone been cucked by Echo's ult like a million times?
Oh,
Does anyone
probably.
hate Echo?
Not recently, but I
despise
know
that
it. Oh,
fucker.
it's so
Like,
annoying.
It's one of the most annoying alts in all video games. I swear to God. Oh, I got you. Fuck you. You did it.
Nope.
He just rewinds time. It's fucking bullshit.
He just stole
But
from
to be able to
Zillion, that
portray
piece of
that-
shit. He just stole from
No,
Zillion.
it's an athletic version of Zillion's
Yeah.
thing. Like Zillion's is an old man one where I'm like, I can still get this motherfucker. He's slow.
Yeah.
But Echo just cheats. It's bullshit. But to be able to portray that accurately in a show without actually spoiling it completely is
Mhm.
brilliant. And they need to get back to that. If focus, that's Arcane to me. Like that scene and the episode 3 and like they need to remember what made it work. Just not get lost. Because I just feel from these 3 episodes we're gonna end up with a really good show, but almost no chance of getting a great one again. Like and that's scaring me because you're gonna
Yeah.
get one last chance with these characters, right?
Well, let's jump right into episode 1. I'm just gonna click through here through the Netflix. Obviously, chat can't see that. You have trailer visuals to look at, because obviously we're gonna get in trouble if we show the episode. But as you would expect, we start right where the explosion happened at the end of season 1. And it's all rubbled up. Everything is like kind of bad. We get like kind of a point of view of Jace, but kind of not. Like we get like the dizziness visuals for him, but we're not like really like in his POV, if that makes any sense. He's just looking around. It's like, oh, Mel, she's fine, and he's fine too. It's like, oh, that's
Yeah.
okay.
Immediately.
Like they're not even like they're not injured or anything, and it's really weird. So the thing is, I'm gonna go like a little bit into the future because later on they point out specifically, it's like, man, Victor was right next to me and he's hurt pretty badly, but we're fine. That's not fair. How is that? What's up with that? So there's 2 ways this can go. One, they did an incredible cringe lampshading scene, or something happened that saved them, maybe, possibly, that we explore later on. I don't know that.
We're not shown what it is.
I think
It's
the best
just-
save. Oh, sorry. I think the best save in terms of salvaging all the characters was Victor did something, sacrificed himself, and that's why Jason and Mel were fine. And as part
We
of the
do
reason-
have
That's what
that
I was
scene
thinking,
at the end of the last season where you get that shot of something glimmering under Mel's robe or whatever. So that could have been like some shield thing for her, but that doesn't explain why Jace is fine.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
so
why
we-
my biggest thing is Mel. Like she was closest to the rocket. It was all
They
on
stood
her.
behind Galadriel.
It's true, she's invulnerable.
I mean, I honestly thought Jace was gonna have like some hex tech that would have created a bubble that would save him because his hammer can do that. But
Well, he doesn't have the hammer
I
in this
think they-
scene, right? So
well, no, but like that doesn't mean that he didn't figure out a way to like change the shield tech to be something he could just.
He could have
activate,
had
right?
some
Like
little
that-
like disc
that-
device
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something to activate you.
Yeah, if he had that, even if it wasn't established before, I'd buy it because it's like, well, once he had that bubble shield thing that is also on Vi's gauntlets, and seeing how effective it is, I could see him trying to replicate that and make it something he could just have on him at all
if
times.
Jace literally pulled that out from like a watch, I'd be like, all right, I can see Jace doing
Yeah,
that.
like
it's
it's
we-
like,
we
well,
still
yeah,
need
I
to
mean,
see it,
that's
though.
kind of his thing, right? Is tinkering and making
But
like
that's what I'm
hex
saying.
tech
You're
that would ideally be able to be used to help people and not hurt them.
we
Goger's
still
right,
need
though.
to
We
see
need
it
to-
actually happening though.
we need to see it, and that's
Yeah.
why my point is like literally Jace is the type of character you could have just showed me a watch because I trust that he could have figured that out, but they didn't show us anything. He's just like I'm fine. What do
Yeah.
you mean
If he
you're
wants to
fine?
fight
Come
Echo
on.
style, I guess.
Yeah, just to watch with some hex tech shit on it, you know. It's,
yeah, or maybe you can see when they give us like a wide shot of the I don't know, council room, whatever it was. And it's like, oh, there's like a little crater that looks like a shield thing that happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then
or
later on,
just
it's like,
some
wait,
sparkling
how did
shit
that
around him,
happen?
like, you know, something.
And
I
then
would like to see this. Sorry, go ahead.
and then later on we can see like, oh, Victor did like a thing, and that's why he was like hurt, and the other ones didn't because he wasn't aware he has like some shield tech in him already with the hex tech stuff or whatever, like something like that. But we did get like some kind of glimmer, as you guys already mentioned at the end. So I wonder what that's about. If that's even gonna be mentioned.
That's part of the reason I think there might be something, because
Yeah.
Mel specifically said, "I'm fine." Like, she didn't even question whether or not she had an injury. So it makes me think she did. I'm hoping to get a flashback to the scene to see what actually took place. I'm trying. I will really be disappointed if they just do this. This show's better than this.
Yeah, that would
I
be
don't
very
think we will,
disappointing.
honestly, but I do hope we do.
Because it's too clean. It's like, you guys are dead, fuck you, and everyone we need is perfectly fine. It's just too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
because
this
I
guy-
remember when we talked over on EFAB about the show at the end of the episode. The last one was like, okay, who do you guys think is dead? And I think all of us said at least one of the important characters. We're like, yeah, they're super dead. I think everyone agreed. It's like, oh, Mel is like super dead. Like, no chance he's
Yeah,
gonna survive this.
Mel would have been the one to
I
kill.
couldn't believe they killed her. Like, they basically did. Like, Caitlyn's mom made
Can't believe
sense.
they didn't kill her.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what I was gonna say. I can't believe they didn't kill Mel, because that was like, what? You're not gonna explain how she survived, and you're not gonna. It would have. All they had to do was she died saving Jace and Victor. That's it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's it. And then that brings her makes her mom go nuts, and Jace would be in a way more interesting position after that. Mel being alive doesn't really add anything for me, other than she's fucking sexy as hell. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just being on screen.
She's an attractive
Fucking
character model.
bang it.
definitely.
But yeah, not everyone survived. We have some council members that died. The one with the mask or something. I don't know if we ever. I forgot their names, but it's the ones that like. They were in the council. They were all about
They
to
were
agree
there.
to have peace. So they died. But also, Caitlyn's mom, she died. So she's probably the only really important character we know about
She's the important
Yeah.
character who died.
Yeah.
that died.
I mean, evidenced by the fact that the the music video that kicks off the actual post opening scene is like the not Mel's mom,
Caitlyn's
Caitlyn's
mom.
mom's funeral.
And
Gorgeous-
of course,
gorgeous
Victor
funeral.
Yeah,
got
that I think was the strongest music video. Yeah, and Victor got really fucked
Victor
up.
got flumed
He's-
up. Okay, what do
He's
we?
been on a bit of a ride though, as far as his health. is
Another council
concerned.
member got wheelchaired as well.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
the other one got her
Yeah,
face
yeah.
like torn off too.
Okay. What?
I think Mel should have lost something. You can't get back from an explosion like that, be perfectly fine, still sexy. Everyone else is dead or crippled. Like, what the hell?
I mean,
Like,
yeah, at least without explaining it. Like she was
Seriously.
closest one to the rocket.
seriously. You know what? Can we all establish as before, like, they need to answer Mel in the next 6 episodes? They need
Yes.
to address
Yes.
that. They have
Justice
to.
for
They
Mel.
can't just... yeah, because I like her character. This kind of ruins her, or doesn't ruin her, but just makes it just lame. Like, come
I
on.
mean,
It's just,
I feel like I don't want to put that much pressure on it because I really don't think they're going to. I like.
Yeah, I don't
think
think
it is-
so either.
I think it deserves that pressure. I'm putting it on. I'm doubling down. Explain what
It's
the
a
fuck
point
happened.
of the show if they don't explain it. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
So, what do we think about Jace instead of trying some normal medical things? Just straight up yeeting him into the core, basically.
If our theory on Victor doing something is true, then I have him taking any means to save him, I'm down with. If he didn't, and Victor then I'm not sure.
No, what I'm asking is why is Jace immediately going for the Hextech core and not just for some standard medical
doctor.
attention first?
I imagine they would have some like staff doctor on the High Council. It's kind of important in case
But
they
I mean,
have a
also
heart
like,
attack or something.
Victor
That's what
already
I'm-
has the like Hextech legs at this point, though, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
I think that Jace might have actually thought, okay, I don't think a doctor is going to even be able to figure out what
Yeah,
they're
they're
doing
way
on this
past the point
body.
of that.
So my only hope is to hope that the Hextech core has some way of saving him because it clearly is fixing his legs.
I
already.
could absolutely accept that. Yeah.
That's why I was adding, if we get a flashback and we find out that Victor was a part of it. Like, if we know Victor did something, like let's say Victor just saved his life in that moment or something, then I have no problem with Jace.
I don't think that matters
I
for
mean,
what I was asking, though.
The idea of
What Victor
actually, you know
does or
what?
doesn't do doesn't matter for Jace's actions.
Yeah,
No, but
well,
like we don't know
because-
what he could have told him. Like he could have let him
Well,
know.
the last thing he tells him is to destroy the hex core because he can't bring himself to do it. But
And
the
So Mark, you
what
need
I was
to
saying,
turn
though-
down your mic a little bit. If you get a little louder, it still does the
okay.
rattly thing a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll see if that's a Discord. Then maybe I'll throw it down on Discord a bit.
Yeah, I think
sorry
to answer your question, Metal, I think he was way past like normal medical procedures at that point. I think Jason knows the situation he was in, and if there was a scene that we missed, who knows what type of information he could have gotten or what he could have seen by Victor's action that could have motivated his choice. So I think there's kind of a gap there that we can kind
maybe
of play with. Yeah.
But what I was gonna say is I think the idea of I don't hate the idea of Jace being right beside Victor and Jace being okay, but Victor getting fucked up. Because actually, it's funny to have a reference for it. But you guys remember the thing that happened a couple weeks ago with like Frogan saying that soldiers deserve PTSD?
Oh God.
I have seen that. Yes.
Put a pin in that, but just a response to that was made by a streamer who I think his name's Tectone. And I think his father served and lost like both of his legs in an explosion that killed his friend that was like right beside him too. So like, I mean, granted he got more hurt, but just there is situations with explosions where you can be seeing the guy next to you get absolutely vaporized, but just because of the way debris forms and maybe knocks you in a way that like injures you but doesn't critically injure you, and you end up being somewhat okay even though everyone else in the situation has been like blown to bits. So like
Yeah,
I
it's
think
very
they were
random.
trying to,
Yeah.
and they do have Jace kind of directly say that like he was right beside me and I'm totally fine but he's gone kind of deal, which
I mean,
you know,
that's
that is a thing that you will hear from people who have survived explosions is all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, sure. But the problem here is more like, why didn't Jace take him to a doctor immediately rather than like just throw him into the core? Is more the Metal's question.
Yeah, I think it's simple. If Jace understands the situation they're in, like he's way past that point. Like, he's already
Yeah,
aware.
like
I can accept that. It would be nice to have like some you know,
Like,
just a line
clear.
explaining it.
You want to see Jace hit him with the defibrillator first before he runs to the
No.
next one?
I think it would be at least funny. Clear.
Could just be like Mel says
Coughs
you need
up
to
blood.
take him to, you need to get a doctor, and he says like, I don't think a doctor's gonna cut it or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't even think we need that line. I think Jace's face does everything we need. Of just
Sure.
like, that's a man who knows that we have one option. Get him to the fucking hex core. Like, he's not going to.
We'll just make it a bit more clear like what he's thinking.
Yeah.
But,
what's
because
I'm
Victor's
fine with it.
hero name again? Doesn't Victor end up getting one at least for the game?
What?
Isn't like machines?
Wait, say again. Say again.
Oh, he's just called
It-
Victor in the game.
No,
he
repeat
is?
your question.
Yeah.
I play Victor,
like-
so I'm trying to answer. What's the?
Oh, I could like because my friend KJ played Victor too, so I think I remember him saying it was like machine something and.
No, I
the
literally
Machine
didn't hear the
Herald.
question,
Yeah,
that's
that
what I
was
was
it.
saying.
Yeah, God
Yeah.
Heartless said it in chat there. The machine. Herald.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
Oh,
so
that's
like,
what you
I
mean,
think
okay.
him already having the machine legs is probably the thing that would like Jace knowing what that tech is and knowing what it's doing with Victor. I think he can deduce, okay, this is probably what I need to do to save Victor because he's gonna die like immediately.
yeah.
Well, I just want to make a comment for the game players, if anyone's in the chat, of this was interesting for me, especially because if you start this show, seeing Vi, like I guess we can kind of spoil it now since we have the
Yeah. Full spoilers,
maybe-
obviously.
yeah. If you play the game, Victor is fucking like Doctor Doom.
Pretty
And
much, yeah.
If you play the game, Vi is a Piltover enforcer, like one of the best.
Yeah, I knew
Pilty's
that.
finest, she says it. So to see them there and then to start Arcane, it's like, what the fuck? Like the guy saying you're gonna get their origin stories, and to see them both like done like pretty much in the same episode, I think they did a pretty good job of like convincing me all the
Yeah,
components
I
that would
like-
need to be there to make Vi make that transition to like genuinely believe this is the best option for her. And Victor, man, cool as hell. Take it slow. I'm glad they're not rushing like components to it. But where the fuck is Caitlyn's hat? Where's Caitlyn's hat and where's Jason's coat? Where's Jason's coat? I will not rest until I see Jason's fucking sick coat.
He'll get a coat.
And I'm
Gets
hoping that
chilly.
injury is gonna lead into it somehow. So like, we'll
Right.
just see. There's from all my criticism, there's still so much fun to be had with this show.
Absolutely. Oh,
Yep.
my chat just died. Cool.
Yeah, when we get to more stuff with Vi, I think I'm going to be pretty happy talking about that. There's a lot I really like about the Vi origin story stuff in this.
Yeah, Vi is.
I may be
fantastic.
alone, but hey.
Who's everyone's least favorite character? Just a real quick touch, because
Mm.
Fucking
Just
kid.
curious.
Fuck that kid.
Yeah.
I don't care about that kid.
Well, not the kid. The,
Oh, he doesn't-
the,
he doesn't
the
even
new
count.
the new
He
Irish lady
doesn't-
is my
It
least
doesn't
favorite
count.
character.
I'm not even counting the new characters. I just made like the main cast, like
The main cast.
like important, like main people who were in season 1, coming into season 2.
In season 2, it's probably Jinx.
Yeah,
Oh, really? Hmm.
Yeah.
I'm actually not
think
entirely
they
sure what.
fucked up her character.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll get to it.
I just kind of feel a particular character has been pushed to the side. Not sure we're gonna get great payoffs for Heimerdinger, and I'm getting a sense he's kind of like comic relief. That's not what I want.
That is, I was sad about that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like. We got 6 episodes for a payoff for this guy. Let's get moving. But, yeah.
But yeah, Jace takes the Hextech core with like a big old thingy and holds it at him, and then it kind of merges with him, and then we will visit them later because things happen to Victor. Then we get the intro, which has the same music as has been mentioned before, the same intro theme, which I was actually quite surprised by. The same one. I mean, I like the song, but I would have liked the new one.
Yeah. I just want to mention, by the way, the big explosion that happens when the core gets to him. You guys remember what happened last time? Something similar to this happened?
I don't actually.
A person got vaporized.
Yeah, the girl.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which did you mention later
right,
as well?
right.
Oh,
You see, Jace is holding the thing, so he's not actually attached to it. I can't.
I mean, neither was she.
No. She directly touched Victor. That's why she died. Jace was actually holding something to separate him. He was holding like why the hell?
They get
was
like
it?
big tongues or something, right?
Yeah, tongs.
Yeah.
Tongs.
He was.
There we go.
But you
Not
know,
tongues,
the
tongs.
explosion still, covers him. I guess you could explain it that way, but I feel it was a bit weird.
shit, what's her name?
Sky, I think.
Sky.
Guy, that's it, yeah. It's like, I know her name. She's
Oh.
actually pretty important to Victor's story, so... like,
I'm watching it right
Yeah,
now.
that's
He's
not
holding it
really
in
nice.
tongs, and it also gets sucked out, kind of like a magnet. So Jace has a good bit of feet away from it,
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, he doesn't touch the core directly, or
compared to the girl who just gets melted. Like she's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be you have to.
She holds Victor, who is touching the core. Sure.
I guess you have to do
But,
like a little touchy touch, and then it works. That's the best I can come up with as well. So I don't know. And then we get the first music video after the thing, which is basically the burial ceremony for Caitlin's mum. And
So we're just committed. We're just
Yes.
committed to calling these music videos at this point, eh?
I mean,
mean,
I guess
they-
that. I mean, I guess that's what
To
they
be
are.
fair, well,
We can-
and I mean,
no
it
choice.
makes a lot of sense because Fortitia's first projects for Riot were like the KDA music videos.
And they
So,
were
like,
awesome.
Right.
So.
They are a music video company who they're like, hey, can you make a feature-length show? like, and yeah, they did.
But
a
yeah,
pretty
the
good
way
job.
these are animated, so you have the main characters and some specific accents like highlighted, like everyone else is like in black and white or gray and white in the background. There's like some
Beautiful.
flowers highlighted, purple, which Brooks likes so much, or pink.
Ooh, the show
purple,
knows how to
pinkish.
use purple, man. They know how to use purple. It's crazy. And that funeral, that coffin's one of the most like gorgeous coffins I've ever seen.
Yeah, because they have like
Yeah,
a
those
Jinx
songs
song.
has a
really good
music
listen.
video too. I didn't realize Jinx was also a singer in the League of Legends universe. But sorry, I'm just responding to something in chat there. I've seen the KDA ones.
You've
My
seen the
wife
Get
likes
Jinxed
K-pop.
one. Arcane's interpretation of Jinx is much better than the games. She's much more wacky and like, she's more realistically psychotic in the show.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like she's the Harley Quinn archetype in the game, much more so than she is in the show.
Yeah,
the show,
way more
she's like,
wacky.
yeah, probably she's that archetype done well in the show.
Yeah, and during this whole scene, you can see Caitlyn just barely keeping her composure and not just starting to cry insanely right now. Like you can tell by the animation in her eyes, in the face. It's yeah, she's trying to keep her composure as well as possible. But yeah, it's,
You see the shot of the chair and the council explosion directly after that? Is there anything we can read from that?
Well,
I mean, I
like-
guess because she's has to take over for her, right?
No,
I
no,
think
no,
that
no.
was
I
her
don't
seat.
mean. I don't mean thematically from Caitlyn. I can get that for sure. I'm talking about in terms of what happened there, like logistically.
Oh, hang on, let me get it. I think it's only focused on a chair. We don't really see a lot of the room specifically. You can see like a little bit open on the right.
Yeah.
But you can basically only see that one seat, and then they
And it
cut
cuts
away.
back to Caitlyn. Yeah, it's more so for the Caitlyn thing. Just that little moment for her realizing. Yeah.
Let me see. There's another shot after that's a bit wider. Maybe you can see some stuff here.
The shot of Mel and Caitlyn looking through the chair, and it's showing them both.
Yeah.
Through the wreckage.
So man, that building is fucked though. Like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it looks like fucking.
like they
I
should
do
be
think it's kind
like
of cool that they keep doing the council meetings in there, despite the fact that there's like no roof.
yeah. They should be injured at least. Like they're like completely.
It feels like it's
unscathed.
something that would be hard to survive.
I mean, the fucking whole roof is gone. I wish I could show it. I think, but I think the Netflix website won't allow me to do like screenshots or anything.
You can get like an extension or something that lets you do that, but I never got it to work.
Wait, the screenshots seems to work. Hang on, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can.
I
get
think you
this
can like
one.
finagle it to get it to work as well. Yeah.
I mean, just use screenshot. Apparently, light shot. That seems to have worked here.
Didn't
think-
work for me earlier, but yeah.
I mean, I tried it before
Oh,
and just blacked it out. I guess it
Yeah.
just worked out. No, it's
Mel
fine
and
here.
Jace just correctly did the QuickTime event during the explosion. That's
Probably, yeah. Let me see. Image. Oh my god, there's still. I used the image plugin on here so little. The last image I showed for this was from Furiosa.
I didn't hate Furiosa. It wasn't awesome.
I hated it.
Yeah.
Fucking shit. I just like it's too many ages for me, but it was cool to see
Let's see.
Hemsworth get to have some fun.
Yeah, I think he kind of carried it. I liked
Okay,
the
here it
non-Mad
is.
Max guy too.
Look at this Chatteroony. So this is how this room looks at the moment.
Aaron Hall, man.
There's like no. The roof
Yeah,
is
no,
basically gone. I actually don't know where all the rubble went. There should be more rubble here, actually.
I mean,
now that I
they-
think
they-
about
I
it.
mean, they
guessing.
probably cleaned it up.
Yeah, they
like-
probably cleared it up. If they're still gonna
cleaned it.
use it.
Oh yeah, that's after.
They
Okay,
probably cleared it
yeah.
up immediately.
Yeah,
Cleaning-
this
cleaning
like
an
the day
area
after.
is much easier than rebuilding the walls and roof. it's quicker to just move the rubble.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, they
you know,
cleared
it's
it
a
out.
process. First, you have to move the shit out, and then you can start rebuilding.
But yeah, I'm saying they should be like Mel just standing there is like fine, not even a scratch. Is like that. Like something
It's
must
just-
have happened. We need something here. We can't
You're
just
ta- you're-
pretend
you're-
like they're fine.
I didn't want to keep harping on it, but I'm about to say the same thing of just like, she's just fine. Not even
Yeah.
a band-aid. Like, this guy's crippled for life and you're just crisp. It's just, they need to explain that 1,000%, or it's this distracting thing. I shouldn't still be thinking about Mel this deep into the episode, you know?
Yeah. You say
It's,
deep. We're like 5 minutes in.
Honestly, compare this to the Rings of Power in terms of things that have already progressed. You
Oh,
know what I
yeah.
mean?
We've
How much
already
we've
done
already
way more.
saved.
That's something I actually was thinking about, like coming straight from Rings of Power. It's like, oh, you can actually fit like a lot of things in less episode. Rings of Power episodes were
Yeah,
so
if you're not
long.
completely
So
incompetent. yeah.
boring. So boring. Just digging my nails into my chair half the season trying to get through it. It was so
Yeah.
boring.
Yeah.
Acolyte, me and Mark, we watched like half that. I don't remember us
Oh,
being
God.
that bored. It was
We watched
ridiculous.
pretty much every episode.
Yeah,
like,
we
or
were
at least
bored.
Talked about it afterwards.
And we lost our fucking minds during like that whole thing. Like Mark pretty much saw me write my video on the spot, like yelling at him into the mic. Just couldn't
Well, I
believe
mean,
they did
honestly, I think it was an interesting exercise for us because like we got to see each other's like analytical processes in real time.
Yeah. And you saw me
Yeah,
lose
that
my
was cool.
fucking mind completely, pretty much. But compare that to Rings of Power, you're just bored out of your freaking mind. It's nuts. So it's just nice to get back to a show that's fun, man. Just
Yeah.
every little detail.
And then we get the one guy who was trapped under some rubble. He's just crippled for life now. Apparently, I think they put some
yeah,
shit on,
real-
on his legs later on. I don't know. I think it's the purple
Shimmer, yeah.
Shemtech,
I
shimmer.
noticed
Yeah,
that
maybe
they're using
to
that.
maybe revitalize it or something. I don't know. They just show it.
Yeah, just seems to be him doing drugs. Is what I'm getting.
Oh, it's
from
just
that
drugs.
biggest
Okay.
thing.
Well, I was just getting high then.
Yeah, they
That's
kind of
fine.
talk about it that way later, like the cat lady. She says
But
it's
I
old
mean,
rage.
That's
right
true.
Now.
Yeah.
a lot of the people like in the lanes do use shimmer like as a drug.
Mhm,
I mean,
yeah.
like, evidenced by the fact that they have actual
Yeah,
shimmer crackheads.
There's a bunch of
I-
different variations of it. Is what we.
I just want to say I loved the cat lady. I thought she looked so cool. I don't know.
Yeah, it was a
what
Wow,
cool,
I still
it was a
remember.
cool design. I
just-
liked it.
The
Yeah,
design
I'm-
and everything about it. It just you just
Yeah,
look
yeah.
at her and she writes
I
herself.
think the
like,
internet is going to be
I-
very normal about this character.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
so cool, man.
I
She's so
by
cool.
saying I'm not a furry, but I am a fan of Ari in the games. And
I was
so.
short
I like
story.
Fox.
Ari, I was addicted to fucking Ari at one point. When I was little. Like I was like all my thought it was I'd eat, sleep, go to work, and think about how to land Ari charms. I need to land Ari.
I need to land those
I cannot
charms.
miss.
I
Ari,
mean,
yeah, Ari.
it's
is
a deadly combo.
Yep. Really good champion.
And then we get conversation in my media grows different
No.
different thinkings and opinions that clash and they discuss. That's disgusting. Get this out. Give me proxy characters that just do what this one character does. Rings of Power. Anyway,
Terrible.
Oh god.
anyway, let's not talk about Rings of Power. So what happens here now? The one guy comes in on the wheelchair. Is like, hey, you know, this we were about to actually give them peace, and they blow us up. And he goes straight back to like those fucking animals. Like he's like fully angry now. And we learn later he's kind of in the Ambassa. I always mix up the thingy. Ambassa, right? I have the name here somewhere. No one correct me. That's fine. I'll just move on. Anyway,
I don't know what you're saying.
the character, the Mel's
Mommy?
mom,
Oh, I just call her Mel's mom or the giant
Yeah.
black
Oh,
lady. Like, I don't remember
Ambassa.
her
Okay,
name
so I
right
had it right. Thanks, Chad. We learn a little later they're like in cahoots as well now. So we don't actually know for how long already. I don't know if this happens later for the first part.
She pushes him in on the wheelchair.
Yeah, because
so
she pushes
we
him
can
in.
deduce that they had some conversation.
They
behind,
exactly, yeah.
for instance.
He's basically like, yo, we need hex tech, get this shit done. We're gonna go down and just basically get everyone who we deem guilty out of there and punish them accordingly for what they've done, because we need to get order back in here. Then we have one other council lady. I actually don't know if we ever get her name, but she's like, oh, I don't know if that's gonna be the best cause of action. Like, shouldn't we do like something else? But he's basically like, no, we need to flood the Undercity with enforcers and hextech because
Apparently
we are under
Sheila.
siege and we need to get on top of that.
Yeah, so like I think the two council members that are pushing for war most are like Ambessa and wait, what's the dude again? The cripple guy? Cripples don't matter. It's fine. But yeah,
I think it's
with Shula-
Sola or something.
Oh, is Shula or Shola not the
Salo.
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 Yeah. So Shula's the one with the half her face torn off.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
So she's the one
Okay.
that's kind of on the fence, it seems like, but the other two are kind of like, yeah, no, let's just go into the lanes and with a bunch of enforcers just kicking ass and taking names to just show more as a show of force than actually trying to solve anything really. Whereas there's other people that are like, no, like Jinx is the terrorist. We gotta just get her and that's it, and not kill a whole bunch of
Yeah,
other
well,
people.
it's Mel who gives the other plan that we need to get in
Mm-hmm.
and just get Jinx out of there, or like offer a reward for Jinx to make them hand over her themselves.
Well, it's funny though, that kind of echoes what happens in the first episode. Might be the first episode of season 1 with Shohreh
Second, I think.
Ashtaglu's character sort of saying to oh my god, how am I forgetting this? Vander. Saying to him, yeah, like, look, we need someone in handcuffs tonight. Otherwise, like, this is gonna get bad because there's gonna be a shitload of enforcers down here, hurting a lot of people, and
Yeah.
that's kind of why he ends up deciding to turn himself in. That also does not go well.
But yeah, Mel basically like, okay, I agree, we should probably do something, but we should not use hextech. That should be our last resort because that shit is too dangerous to actually get down there and the other lady disagrees as well. So she turns it right back on him with the 2-1. And they agree to do that for now. My question is, why are we ignoring Jace's input on this completely?
Yes, that was also my question. Like, Mel should probably like emphasize that we need to wait for Jace's voice because she knows that he would probably agree with her.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
and
he's
when
like,
it
he's
is
I
not.
didn't even think about that.
He's not mentioned. Like, he's not even mentioned. Like, no one is
Yeah.
like, hey, we should probably Jace, who is currently the de facto leader of this council, isn't he?
Is
I
there? Hold on
mean-
a second. Is there a reason why they would exclude him that we're missing? Because this almost
No,
seems
it's
bizarre.
it's just that it's not there. So
Yeah,
they
because he's
don't talk
taking
about it.
care of
That's what I'm saying.
he's taking care of Victor, which is fine. But
Yeah.
they should still consult him. He should still
Yeah,
get
exactly.
be here or something.
Mel
Would that
should just
be-
say we wait for Jace and then we make a decision.
No, but I'm saying, is that something that we can use? Like, would they say because he's taking care of Victor, like we can't even include him at this point, or is there a reason why they would ignore him like that? Because it does seem strange not to wait for Jace.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there is a reason they just even consider him for so. He says later that he wants to resign from the council, but he hasn't
Yeah.
yet,
Yeah.
And they don't know that.
and they don't
Yeah,
know
at
that
this
exactly. Like at least like Mel should be like, hey, Jace, like I talk with Jace what the plan that I had is or something. I don't know, like something like that. It's like he's agreeing with me, but then the others should be like, okay, I guess we have to take you at face value on that, but we should still probably, I don't know, send for him and ask him for.
They could have used a
Yeah, I guess
line.
that is a problem because there is a big thing about the 2-1 vote being
Yes.
the deciding factor.
Yeah, yeah.
The scene could have used a line of them mentioning he's too preoccupied with Victor. He's the only
Yeah,
one.
like
something,
it should be a
something.
conversation between like, you know, because Mel definitely would want him there and the others wouldn't because, you know, they all know where he would cast the vote, like where.
Yes.
he
No,
would
I mean,
place it.
I guess it might also be a rule that like if you're not in attendance, your vote just gets abstained, right? Like it's just like
Could be.
you have no vote in this matter if you're not there to decide on it. Like that. I
Okay,
could see
there's
that being
things
a
to work
rule.
with there, I guess. Yeah, you could do it.
Yeah.
Yes. I thought Gogo
No,
wanted to
no,
say something,
it's-
but I think that was just.
No,
a
no, I'm
noise.
good. I'm good.
Yeah. There's enough to work with within the scene, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, because Mel's is like, oh, this was like the thing of one deranged individual. We need to get her out, and they go through like some options, like, oh, we need to put a bounty. Like, no, we can't do anything by chance. We need to go down there ourselves. Something like that.
Jinx's bounty picture is perfect. They just picked the most miserable, angry pictures ever. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Are those to be drawn or is that a photograph? Like it's like in animation, it's kind of hard to
Would
tell.
take a long time to draw all of them.
Oh, no, not
They
each
do look
one
drawn.
individually. I just meant like, is it?
I
is
guess
it an
I guess
artist's
I guess it is
conception?
a printing press thing. So they like drew
Yeah, I
one and
assume
then
they
just
have a
printed.
printing press. I just meant is that a photograph they printed or like a sketch? You know?
Yeah, I imagine it's drawn, right? It looks drawn, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, drawn and then printed as well. That's
Yeah.
Copied.
that's probably it. It would be funny if there's like one goober that just has to draw like
Draw all
thousands
of
of
them.
these things. Like, fuck this shit, dude.
Very efficient.
Picturing a bunch of like Heimerdinger species, just like in a little room, just those cute little creatures drawing pictures
Yeah.
of Jinx.
But yeah, after that scene, we go to Caitlyn's home, and she got a whole bunch of letters, probably like, sorry that your mom's dead, that sucks, yeah. And she just kind of goes through them, doesn't really seem to care that much. She doesn't. But she gets to one letter, which has a specific insignia, and I actually don't remember which one that was. So maybe someone remind me if they know, or this is still supposed to be a mystery.
I mean,
I'm not sure.
Is it not just the enforcers that sent the badge?
Is that an enforcer symbol? I just don't know. I don't know
I
these the insignias by heart.
Noxious?
It's
Is
either
that
the
Noxious?
enforcers or like the seal of the city or something, you know.
Okay. Chance
Yeah, I
says
mean,
it was
I
the
didn't
enforcer's
recognize it.
badge.
Once
Okay.
she opened it up, I assumed it was the enforcers that sent it.
The invite for the memorial, was it that? Oh yeah, because I think that because this is the badge that a lot of people had on, right? During the
Yes.
memorial. So I
I
guess
think
that's
it's the same symbol that's on the badge that she gives to Violator.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Maybe
Oh,
it's
and
just
the
a holdover sign, or like it's just like, hey, here's our flag of the city.
The
Yeah.
shot of her.
They roll with like city states here, right? There's not like countries.
Pretty sure. I know Ionia, Noxious. I'm trying to think from the game, but it's hard to like imagine the symbols at the time.
They mentioned that the city is the capital, but I
Right.
don't know what that means exactly. Like if it's
Ionia is
just
where
a
ours
little
is.
area around it, or if it's
Oh,
actually
wait, no,
multiple
is that
cities.
just Yasuo? I know I did play that RPG that they have, and I think Ionia was one of the places they at least say people are from. It's like the samurai place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so
then Caitlyn's dad comes up and he looks absolutely miserable,
yeah.
and I
I was gonna
understand.
say,
Oh yeah.
yeah, that was what I was gonna say. The shot of him is just, oof. They definitely nailed it. He doesn't need to say a lot. He doesn't need to express
Yeah.
a lot, but like, man just lost his wife. His whole family is like fucked, and he's just, oh man, just a face
Yeah,
of
it's very,
misery.
very clear.
Yeah.
And it's contrasted by like, look at his outfit. Like he's just decked out. But none of that matters with the pain that's going on inside him
Yeah.
right now. Like it's just such a potent shot.
But the internet told me
Mhm.
rich people can't feel pain or sadness because they're rich.
That's fucking stupid. This is one of the best shots to explain. Like a rich person in pain. He's decked out in gold.
Yeah.
Like, they're broken. Like
Yeah.
perfect.
I don't know, when I see things like this, I just remember like a few years back when people were like, "Ugh, who cares if PewDiePie got robbed in his own home? He's rich."
Oh, God.
I was like,
That's
what?
been-
What?
Yeah, it's
And
crazy.
that's been
People are
happening
insane, dude.
for the for most of the 90s. It was like, yeah, no, there were starving children in Africa, right? That was the line, and it's like,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
it doesn't mean I'm not sad about the thing that's happening in my life.
Yeah.
What the fuck does that have to do with my problems? Like, yeah, plenty of people have problems. I hate when
Remember
people use
that
those
other
judging
people have
things.
it worse, so be happy. you
Yeah.
fuck.
My God. Doesn't matter what happened to you because someone else is getting screwed over too by life. Like it's just
Yeah.
such a shitty argument. to use.
Batman's
There's always
barely an
gonna be
orphan.
one person
Concept
have it worse
matters.
than you, like
Batman's barely an orphan. Boo! He's rich. Yeah, shit like that.
Life
It's
is
just
rough.
Jesus
What's your
Christ.
point? It's-
he's barely an orphan.
The grief Olympics. Yeah.
Barely an orphan. He probably had nannies that just like came in and became his mom. It was fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just anyone could just replace your mom like that. That's how it works. It's so empty. So you can't even really take those people seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I actually recently played through a JRPG called Metaphor that I strongly recommend, but it revolves around like an election for the king, and you encounter like different candidates. There is one Eat the Rich candidate, and her arc is that like the people around her are like, yeah, cool, we just like blew this thing up too. It's like, but those people were like innocent. It's like, yeah, well, whatever, they're rich, and she kind of has this like come to Jesus moment where she's like, oh my God. They just like got the Jordan Peterson like they don't love the poor, they just hate the rich.
Wow.
Are you able to pull up this clip, Metal? Because I think this image I just sent in Discord like fits exactly what we're talking about. Of like, you still feel pain
Right,
just because you're fucking rich doesn't mean you don't fucking feel pain or feel loss. It's just
hang on.
it's the epitome of what we're discussing right here. Like the pain in this. man's
It's
eyes.
very clear without a word needing to be said.
Yes, that's why I think this shot really works.
There it is.
What do we got here? That's the one.
Yeah.
Look at the pain in this man's eyes, and
Yeah.
look how fucking sick that robe looks.
He's
Decked out that
swagged
couch
out,
is.
but man,
Yeah,
is he sad.
Yeah, that's it right there. When anyone tries to pull that shit on you, just show them this image of a broken family,
Yeah.
Very
glittering in
Yeah,
gold,
it's
man.
pretty good. It's all you need.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of wish he would say, "Man, I'm really sad. My dad wife. My dad wifed. What the fuck was that in my brain just now? My wife died. My dad
Well,
wifed. What
my
the
dad
fuck?
I'm
didn't
pretty
wife-
sad. My died wife. That's a new one.
I'm pretty happy my dad wiped my mom, otherwise I may not exist.
Oh shit. We know exactly what you're saying. Don't worry. Carry on.
It actually
Your
took
dad
my
turned trans
it
and
took
then you
me
married him.
it took me a second myself like to realize what did I even say just now? What was that? My dad
It's stream
wife.
brain, man.
Oh,
jeez.
But yeah, I just clicked on the picture to make the movie go.
Fuck you.
But he just grabs into his robe and gives Caitlyn things like, "Your mom left this." It's like, and she's like, "No, I don't deserve these this thing." And it's basically like a key that like the leader of the house gets, from what I understand.
Yeah.
And she's like, "I don't deserve it because I had the fucking shot on Jinx and I couldn't take it."
Mhm. She blames herself for
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Survivor's guilt, like crazy, especially if it's like, yeah, I could have just pulled the trigger on that minigun and it would have been over.
Yep.
Yep.
And then Vi is still in the background, and the dad is like, "The fuck is she still doing here?"
I know, his reaction's perfect. The fuck?
Yeah.
Because like he never was like that before. He was a civil one, but with his wife gone, there's no filter. It's just
Yeah.
I think it was
And
really good scene.
I think Caitlyn also like is open enough that he definitely knows that Vi is Jinx's sister. So like, it should be like, yeah, thanks for bringing her here. Awesome.
Yeah. His face changes.
This is what I
and
needed to see right now. He's
Oh
got, like,
fuck!
full blown like white mutton chops with the black beard in the middle.
And
Really-
Vi, her
really let
face
himself
too.
go.
She understands this delicate situation of like she really has strong feelings for Caitlyn at this point, but understand like her sister just killed this man's wife and destroyed their family. Like it's so awkward for her, and she's just kind of playing the situation really well. I think I do like Vi in this episode.
Well, yeah, and I think a defrosted robot there says of Vi just standing there. I think like Vi being in the doorway and not knowing whether or not it's cool that she come in and try to support them, or like it's like should I be
Should I
here at
go?
all?
Should
And then like the father gave her her answer, right? And it's just like no, like he doesn't want anything to do with you.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing. Like basically showing she wants to, pay her respects if she can, but also doesn't want to cross any lines, and just seeing what she can do here. That's all you can really do. Stand in the doorway and you get an idea. Because there's a lot of people that would have.
Situation.
There's a. Fuck, I don't want to give spoilers, but there's Mark, you'll know what I'm talking about. There's a scene in Attack on Titan where parents are forced to confront the person who killed their daughter, and the way it's handled is fucking genius, and it's through these scenarios of people trying to test the boundaries of what they can do. You know what I'm talking about,
Pretty
right?
wonderful. Yeah,
holy
it's
shit.
it's why all
Glorious.
the fuck Gabby stuff in season 4 I disagree with, because I'm like
Gabby's
character is really good actually.
in terms of introducing a new character into a stacked show and making it meaningful, Gabby's one of the best examples. They can all
and being sort of a reflection of the, I guess, villain at that point in the story.
Yes.
But
what they wanted to pull off with Gabby, I think, was nailed almost like perfectly. So that's
the
one.
Braun
But not to get off
family
topic,
is the key,
you can do these scenes and really make them potent. But I think this is the opposite of this is what happens when they're not willing to like be civil. Of like, I liked it. I really liked. We didn't get much from this guy, Caitlyn's dad, but his scenes are always good.
Yeah. And I can just
Titan Forge Arc 1.
Ken just puts her hand on his shoulders like I'm gonna go talk to her or whatever. I'm just it's chill. She's cool, basically. Is what she's trying to say. And then they go into I don't know, like a big hallway of theirs with like big windows, because they have that because they're rich.
Oh yeah, they live in a mansion basically.
Yeah. And Kelly immediately goes like for the big hug. It's like she's like feels like the only one she can be like truthful with her feelings currently, because obviously she's Caitlyn is trying to put on a strong face towards everyone, because she's gotta fill the hole basically, which is gonna be a big a theme in episode 3, 2, both. We'll get there.
Yeah, just life in general, man.
Yeah.
She needs to take on a leadership role at this point to get shit done basically.
Yeah, man. The idea of the hole getting smaller but never going away is sort of true as well.
That's a really, really good way to put it. You just learn to carry it with you. It doesn't fully ever heal, those type of things. There's many different ways to describe that, but yeah, I like that.
And Vi goes there, it's like, you're right. Powder's gone. There's only Jinx. So we just need Jace to go get those gauntlets back on track, and I'll go fix it myself. There needs no one else to be involved in this. I'm just gonna do this. And she's like, nope, no more rogue missions. We gotta do this properly this time. And they're sending all the enforcers to get Jinx, basically, and Caitlyn is going with them. And Vi obviously wants to help, and Kate's like, oh, you can. Here, just become a cop. And Vi is not really on board with this, because
super not on board.
The whole thing in season 1 was she saw them kill her family.
And then the the best line is like, "They killed my family. Do you have any idea what that feels like?" Yes.
Yes,
Yes!
yes, she does.
Yeah, she does. She does right now. And like
Exactly.
that's kind of why
It's so
Vi
good.
like pissed me off in this scene. I was like, oh come on, Vi. Like
She's like-
I know your backstory, but also this
She fucked up.
situation
She
is
fucked.
kind
She
of-
forgot.
Yeah.
Like, give her a break. She forgot. She's like, "Oh shit." I'm sure
Yeah,
Vi
she
cringed
is,
in that moment. She
You know,
totally.
she's
just
very
like, "Oh,
shocked by the
shit."
situation in general, and yeah, and then she fucked up.
Yeah.
Like,
Totally fucked up. That's such a
Well,
human moment.
It was
Yeah.
the emotional reaction to the like join the force that killed your family, that you witnessed kill your family. Like it would be rough. Like if you saw American Marines storm into a town and shoot your parents, it would be very difficult for someone to be like, "Hey, you want to join the Marines?"
Yeah.
For you to
Bro.
react well to it. Right?
yeah.
There's no way for her to react well to that. They needed to do it the way they did it. Take it slow.
Mhm.
The little the Scottish lass, she nailed it. Like, basically describing everything. Like, that seemed.
Yep. And we will talk about her.
But yeah, Vi goes away and just tries to, calm down basically. Obviously refuses to join the coppers at this time. And then she sits down, throws a bottle, and hits it on like a random. I thought it was a hobo, but turns out he's some enforcer.
Well, I
Who
saw
the
the
fuck
code.
is
and I
this guy? Was he in season 1?
Is he an enforcer?
He's a
I mean,
tank
he is
class
one
character.
later at least.
He is one later. I thought he just got recruited after the thing because
Oh,
he's
really?
a fucking
No,
tank.
Like,
So
I thought he was
he's-
just wearing an enforcer uniform. It was just like disheveled and open.
So this guy wasn't in
he
season
not?
1 or anything. He just popped up out of nowhere and he's an enforcer?
I mean,
like,
he's
is-
wearing
like,
he's
am I
wearing
doing-
the
is he-
blue outfit.
Yeah, he's wearing
so
a uniform.
I
It's
assume
not
he
like-
is
one.
No,
he's
but was
not
he
what-
sa-
his deportment is bad.
Oh no, he's a new
Was he-
character. He's a new character. I'm pretty
Okay,
sure.
so they're brand new. That's why I'm
yeah.
asking.
Yeah.
I actually don't know
I
his
didn't
name.
even-
I don't think they never say his name, right?
I didn't even take in this scene
I don't
that
think so,
he
no.
was an enforcer. I just thought he was a drunk guy who's suddenly rolling with them. Like, I was just like, I
I-
needed to. What? Am I getting too
like-
tired here?
Can someone bring it up though? Like, am I crazy in thinking he was wearing the uniform in that scene?
No, he's wearing a blue coat.
I'm
Yeah.
watching it right now. He's sitting down. Yeah. Okay, I just didn't take it in. Okay, yeah. It's those details.
I mean,
He just
I
looked like a
sort of
hobo to
figured
me.
like if that honestly, because it was when she sat down and when she threw the bottle at that guy that I figured like, okay, they're actually gonna recover Vi's like massive shitty moment a minute ago pretty quick, because I was like, she's probably just gonna get shit faced with this dude and realize that they're not all terrible people, which more or less is what happens. I mean,
I can't call
She
it
never
a massive
acknowledges
shitty
that he's
moment,
a
though.
cop there.
Yeah.
No, but,
I can't-
but like when the other two kind of come that she's thinking they're going to just get arrested or something like that, then it gets kind of clarified. That's like, oh no, like we're like kind of we're sort of excited to see you here because you're sort of a legend of the station kind of deal.
It starts more somber than that. If they don't even really have any exchange of dialogue, Vi just takes the booze and she's like, fuck it, I'll drink with this guy. She doesn't even really say anything. He gets the vibe she's in right now, and she
Yeah,
appreciates
It's
that.
like,
It's just
this
one of
girl
those.
could use a
Mhm.
flask.
Yeah, sometimes some people just know there's not much to talk about right now. I just need a little company, a little booze. Just shut up. We'll be best friends by the morning. As one of
But
those
so
scenes.
this guy is just a drunkard cop who's
Mhm.
derelicting his duty, I guess. With
But is our question basically, did she know he was an enforcer, or did she think she was just a guy? Like, does Vi it would be strange for Vi to say fuck the enforcers and then to go to drink with
Yeah.
them. So
I
does
mean, I
she
could
know in
believe
that moment?
either. I could believe either one, but she never acknowledges that. She knows that. But
Maybe that's why she begrudgingly takes the liquor. I don't know. There's different interpretations you can have for it, I guess.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't think she noticed. I noticed though right away that it seemed like he was wearing an enforcer uniform that was just opened up and like his like.
Guess he
his
could have
shirt's
stolen it,
untucked.
but-
He's just like
I-
he looks like a guy who got to the end of a really rough
That's
shift,
true.
Found it
started
in the
drinking on a
trash.
park bench and just didn't make it home.
I found it in the trash and you just started paying me. It was weird.
yeah. He just sits here all day drinking, and he gets paid.
My SIM card and everything.
Oh.
I was too distracted by his sick flask, man. It was nice.
Nice looking flask, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, they just get shit faced overnight, basically, or that night. But we move back to the headquarters, whatever. We go to visit Jace, who is caring for Victor, looking after him, doing research on what the fuck he just did.
Long
Yeah.
division.
So basically,
Yeah, he's
Victor
a
is now in the
camping-
big Hextech sarcophagus
Goo.
/ cocoon thingy. That's
He's in
He's
the
in a-
Hextech goo.
he's in
Yeah,
Hextech
Hextech
goo,
goo
basically.
portal
Yeah.
thing.
What Jace is doing too is he's trying to research in real time what's
Yeah.
happening, but it's
Yeah.
changing so fast that he's like, look, I'll do 2 hours of research and then find that I'm 4 hours behind where they are now. So like,
No.
what can I even do here? I can't figure out what this thing's doing because it's evolving.
Yeah, with his body.
Oh, someone chat just
All he
asked.
knows
I will.
that it's keeping him alive, and that's
Yeah.
basically all he knows. for
Someone
sure.
should just ask. I am gonna be on the EFAPs on these too, so I'm double dipping on this topic. But we're gonna be ahead.
Be all over.
But yeah, I'm gonna be on the FFs as well. But yeah, Victor is in this cocoon, and yeah, as Mark already pointed out, Jace is trying to figure out these runes that keep popping up, but they're way too quick to even keep track on them of them. And it seems like this cocoon is like kind of protecting him as well, because when Mel just kind of goes at
Yeah,
it just spikes out some stuff. So there's something going on. And when she asks what it's doing to him, he's like, I don't know, it's been evolving, keeps him alive, he's breathing, stable, but I have no idea if he's even in there anymore.
Why would Mel touch it? I would be like, Jace, what the fuck?
Yeah, like I mean, you think
Why
Jace
would
would
you-
like
why would you let
do
her touch
not
it?
go anywhere near that thing.
Yep.
Yeah,
But at this
I'm
point- to be fair though, at this point, Jace does not know that it killed Sky.
yeah, and Jace is incredibly tired. He's not even looking up right now, so I'll give him a pass. But like, just don't touch that shit. Like, what are you doing, Mel?
Yeah, and
She doesn't know anything about it either, so she, probably not mess with the thing.
yeah, and now we get this get the line, which is either gonna be foreshadowing that there's gonna be something, or it's a big lampshade, because Jay says, I don't understand, he was right next to me, how does the explosion do that to him, and I just walk out without a scratch.
Okay, there it is. They
Yeah.
have to do something.
Like,
We
they have
that
to
line,
mention
and-
Very good
they have to do
question.
something
and-
now.
And we have Mel saying she's the only one who specifically said, "I'm fine." She said it in a way like she knew she was fine. It was too deliberate, and I just really hope they do something with it. I'm watching it.
Mel's
Look this up.
Mel's response is also there's no sense to these things, Jace,
Yeah,
which rubs me the wrong way a lot. It feels like the show telling me don't think about it.
yeah, that's it's like
Yeah.
if they don't do anything with this, I'm gonna be big mad. I'm not gonna lie. I really hope she's totally lying to him.
Like, it's-
Yeah,
it's,
that's
uh,
what I'm
it's
thinking. I
disappointing.
wonder.
So far, at
it's
least.
a yes and no
God
thing. Like, I
damn
mean,
it, Goger, you might be right. I'm looking
Well,
at the
in the
scene. They're
sense-
like, "There's no sense to these things," and then they
Yeah.
immediately change the subject.
Well,
Shit.
Yep.
it's kind of what I was trying to bring up about like real war scenarios where like explosions happen that like that you could say in real life about a thing that happened in real life. There's no sense to these things, and it might not be a terrible line. In the context of a show that is written, it
Yeah.
does feel like a bit of a just don't think about it.
Mhm.
You're in control in this show. Like this is this is
But
something, especially
things like
referencing
a
it now.
terrorist attack, like there's chaos to it. Some people
And they've
make
had
it
a
out,
whole
some people
season.
don't. Like
They've had a whole
is-
season to put this shit together, and
Yeah. And it wasn't that hard to solve, honestly. Like it wouldn't be that hard to put in an explanation there.
Yeah.
I'm trying
we'll
to
just take a
there's
little bit of time.
comparison I can
Yeah,
make with
we
the
gotta-
boys.
We have to wait if anything pops up. I really hope. Otherwise, it's gonna be really shitty.
I was
then-
gonna mention
Oh,
there's
go ahead.
one quick comparison I can make. If you remember, I'm trying to remember the details of this. Season one of the boys ends with
The show still being
how does it
good?
go? Yeah, pretty much. Homelander,
I mean-
no, Butcher blowing up the bomb to try to kill Homelander, even though it's not gonna fucking do anything to him. But they completely ignore that there's a baby in the room. It's like not something that's addressed. So that makes Butcher willing to kill a baby to literally do nothing but like annoy Homelander and sacrifice himself too. It's like retarded.
Would you not
Like,
kill a baby
and,
next to Hitler?
fucking for Homelander. Come on, it's
No, I'm
damning
kidding,
Butcher's
I'm kidding.
character completely. And in season 2, they don't address it whatsoever. They just completely ignore it. It's one of those things that you can kind of just shove under the rug.
Hmm.
And they have Homelander just sweep Butcher away and like drop him off in like a parking lot or something. And they say the baby was like saved as well too. They never addressed the fact that he would have killed the baby. And Homelander had no reason to save the baby. He hated the baby. The fucking just had completely was, if you remember season 1, he couldn't stand that baby. I genuinely think they only made him save it because they fucked up in season 1 and had the baby in the room. So there's sometimes you have to do that, and it's like you completely ignore it. And I'm getting that vibe now. I think Goger just put that in my head, of like they're just gonna completely ignore this when they've had the entire in between 2 seasons to fix it. This is something they should have the scene should have been nailed. I'm disappointed that it's not, that we still are even talking about it.
We'll have to see, but I have that feeling at least that
Mhm.
it's not gonna be explained at all. But we'll see what happens.
We'll see.
I had a lot of faith until you referenced that line right there. Yeah.
I am the taker of dreams.
And then Jace asked how it went with the council, and it's like, hey, you didn't do any votes without me, right? That would be weird, like, because I'm part of the council, right? Right? You didn't do any votes, right? Without me? That would be, I'm pretty important there. Obviously, he doesn't say that, but it's actually like double weird because he knows there was a council meeting, and it just, I don't know, it's weird. I feel like they should have been like, hey, if you do any votes, just run it by me real quick, and then we can decide together or something, you know, because I'm part of the council. But yeah, she mentioned that Ambassa already has his her fangs into Salo, whatever his pronunciation is, and
Windshare man.
yeah, they gonna go down and do stuff and want to use Hextech, and just like, oh, we can't do that. And it's like, don't worry, I'll take care of it. We're not gonna use any Hextech right now. It's yes.
I just had a thought about the explosion again. Is it possible that because the hex core can think, and Victor has like part of it kind of bonding to him already? Is it possible that it protected Jace simply?
That was me and
so
Metal's
it would
theory.
Yeah, that's what we
we
said
did
earlier.
mention
Yeah.
that.
That was the idea we had. Yeah.
And like,
But
I think that's
again,
the
we
very
have
first
to-
thing
we
we
have to see
mentioned,
it.
so that's why you got to miss it,
but,
probably, I guess.
well, I guess I was also like thinking like, did it also kind of make sure that Victor gets fucked up beyond repair, but is still like barely alive, and then needs to be brought to next?
Logically, it would protect him rather than anyone else.
Yeah.
I would say, but
It might be the reason he's still alive.
sure.
I really want to go back and
think very quickly
The-
too.
you know,
so,
Yeah, we don't see what even happens like with the explosion or anything. So there's no real point in discussing it much more. I don't think.
well, Fortiche,
Like,
we
we have to see
animating
it.
stuff. Give us
yeah,
one
it's
more
all theories
flashback.
at this point, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
By the next 3 weeks, finish it and get it in.
Yeah. I
In
sure hope so.
any case,
Post-credit scene where you see the explosion.
Mel tells Jace, hey, you might want to pay Caitlyn a visit. She's trying to hide it, but she's not doing so well, and you guys are homies, so you should probably have a little talksy talk. And we go to where Caitlyn is chilling out. Apparently that's the place she and her mom have been hanging out and just chill out if they needed to get away. You know, just a little place of memory where she would hide out after something like that would happen. Caitlyn is kind of in her head, just walking through the nothingness, basically, and is seeing a Jinx and then aims at her, but then Jace enters the garden or whatever you want to call it. It's like, hey, what's up? How you doing? It's like, well, pretty bad. But yeah, obviously from this little scene before, it's like, yeah, she's blaming herself for not taking the shot. She wishes she would have done that because then her mom would probably still be alive.
Yeah, she's also like hyper focused on it.
Yes,
It's
very
the only
focused
thing
on
she,
getting rid of Jinx.
yeah. To the point where she doesn't notice anything around her. You know, she's just locked in that thought.
Yeah. But then they talk to each other, you know, like humans do, not in like other shows where they read the scripts to each other or something. Because she asks, hey, how's it going? It's like, oh, this is like a place where my mom and I were hanging out if we wanted to get away. And she immediately asks about Victor because they're friends and they care about each other. So they want to know how they
Actually,
do.
remember these things. And just to touch on, this is a scene I was referencing of just like, holy shit, man. Like, purple.
Purple.
It's just like, oh my
Purple.
god. It's so gorgeous the way they use it. It's just the perfect contrast in color for this scene. And
And it's
the show
interesting. It's
plays with
interesting
color
too
in an
that,
amazing way.
well, and also purple is sort of the evil magic color, right? Too. So it's kind of neat that they are confident enough with the images that are happening on screen that they're not worried about what's the word for that, motifs that may clash like that, because it's like you're not at all thinking about shimmer when you're seeing those petals.
Mm-hmm.
No, it all just flows and works.
Yeah, very good artistry.
But yeah, Jay says he doesn't even know if he's in there anymore. But and Caitlyn goes a little on to say, it's like, I see 3 faces currently that spin around.
I like this.
It's one is my mom. Then the other one is mom when they found her, like specifically the image of when they found her dead, which is obviously that will probably spin through your head, obviously. And it's like, yeah, it makes her very sad, basically. Then Jinx, of course, it's like laughing at her for what she's done, basically. It's like, well, I want to tear that laugh from her throat forever, is what she says, which is probably the most aggressive thing she says and since the show began.
Part of the reason it's so interesting as well, too, if you remember, a lot of Jinx's like delusions were of Caitlyn laughing at her. So many times there was like just different interpretations of Caitlyn mocking her when it was never the case. It just like built her up this animosity against her. And now
her hallucinations of Caitlyn are arguably the reason the entire last scene of season 1 goes the way it does. It might have been much easier to just get Jinx back had she not been thinking, oh, it's that enforcer is the evil one. She's trying to poison Vi against me, and Vi's buying it. Now they're both my enemy. And it's like,
but it makes sense. All those voices in her head, like all the components are there for us to believe why Jinx would push it to that point.
Beginning of episode 4.
Not to mention the enforcers killed her parents.
And
she doesn't know
it's very logical progression for a character to be at this point, to make her a bit more ruthless.
The big difference at the moment now is, though, she immediately goes on to say, it's like, oh, because Jay's like, whoa, Kate, just calm down. Like, that's not like you. And she's like, no, I know, but I understand now how easy it is to hate them. It's like, oh, yeah, that's...
Good line.
Yeah. It's like one vicious act and you're just flipping around.
One vicious act.
Yep.
Yeah. It seems like this show, they still know what the fuck they're doing. Like, they understand
that's
the
what
characters
I've
that
been
they're
saying,
working
man.
with.
I think a lot of the character stuff is still really solid. I don't think this is a Boys season 2 scenario.
It's not bad.
I never said that. I never said this is the Boys season 2.
We were talking about the Boys earlier, and that was the first thing in my head that I could think of a strong season 1 with a shit season 2. Okay.
No, this is nowhere near that territory. But
hopefully not Andor. Fingers crossed.
I think character is what's going to pull this show through no matter what happens in terms of entertainment, but there's still things to be worried about, right? Yeah, and it seems like this that really highlight they still know what they're doing for sure.
And then she's like, and then Jinx asked her to become a cop, and obviously she disagreed, and then
Vi,
sorry. I asked Jinx to be a cop. She didn't want to. It's weird.
I don't know why. She totally suited for it.
Yeah, Vi obviously did not agree, and that she thinks all the gauntlets you build are the solution to everything. And Ken says, "Hextech may keep us alive, but they're not gonna save us from this." Because Jace is wondering, hey, what if she's right? Like, because it's interesting because everyone is just kind of trying to get to the right solution to everything. So they're all question their choices up until now, as you would when something devastating like this happens. Yeah. Man, my browser flame is flaming up. Mauler sometimes says that that he needs to reload like the chat and his dashboard. That started to happen to me now. Like
Chrome's been doing weird stuff for me too, like just saying, "Oh, you don't have enough memory to run this browser. You need to close some things and reload." Then I just hit
get more RAM.
It's fine.
Yeah, just to download more RAM.
I have a stupid amount of RAM. I have 128 gigs of DDR5. This is my editing computer. I got like a buttload of RAM when I upgraded the motherboard because I needed new RAM anyways.
Yeah, I got 64 in mine.
Yeah, because I remember Mauler showing me this like ages ago when I was over, and I was like, I have no idea what the cause of this. Never happens to me, and now it happens to me. So hooray!
Maybe you can find out.
Yeah, maybe I'll find a solution to this.
I do primarily use Brave, but for YouTube and stuff, I use Chrome because the Google stuff is easier to use with it.
Yeah.
And YouTube is what we're on right now, everybody, as you know if you're hearing this.
Damn.
And now we go back to Vi and the other guy. If anyone knows his name, please tell me, because I actually have no idea. I don't think we ever get his name.
I don't think it's mentioned.
Big shield bro, like
Big
I don't
shield
even-
bro.
yeah.
It's funny because I was like, is this supposed to be Braum or something? Like, because he has a big
I don't
shield.
even know.
The first time I saw him, I panicked because I thought it was gonna be Vander.
He looked like Vander. I was like, what's going on here? Is he gonna turn into Warwick like on the spot or something? I don't know what was going on. But I think we call him Braun for now. That'll work because at least we know we'll all know who we're talking about.
No.
And for all we know, he is Braun. Like fuck it, or no, Braum. Sorry.
Yeah.
Braum? No, I don't think he is, because at least I just reinstalled the Riot launcher because Metal said he was playing League, so I wanted to reinstall it. But
Bro, shave his head and give him the
looks like-
accent.
no, but it looks like I think they're at least implying that this guy is a hero now that you can.
I don't know.
Get.
No,
Because,
I would have.
I mean, he's
I
in
played
like the big
League.
trailer that's on the Riot launcher homepage. Like, that's
I
all.
still played TFT
Oh,
and ARAM.
apparently it's called
occasionally, and
Loris.
Loris,
I don't
yeah.
see him in
Loris?
there.
Yeah.
Do they
I know
mention it in
Braum
the show,
because-
or do people just look at the credits? or
Braum I
whatever?
actually know quite well because he's one of the characters who is in that JRPG, the Ruin King,
No.
with Ari,
Yeah,
and
Braum's
Yasuo,
cool.
and Misfortune. It's good stuff.
Yasuo, that cunt.
Stop mentioning
Don't
Ari.
worry,
You're gonna
person in
distract
chat,
chat, by
Rob.
the way, he's
Story,
not
huh?
gonna be Vander because they do show Vander later on.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we get some Vander later.
But yeah, they've been just drinking. There's lots of bottles. Looks like a good party. I would have joined in. Looks like fun.
Where did they get all the booze? They broke out. See how many bottles did he have in his pocket? He just kept
Yeah.
reaching in.
Yeah, the guy.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
it's
about
fine with
who
him at
went-
all times.
went
It's
to
a
the
large
shop.
coat, all right.
No, it's like you got to drink so many to like gain money, and then you get to go to the shop and get some upgrades for the next round.
There were probably a few empty bottles there before they started. Like she did through a bottle, I think, before. So yeah, probably didn't drink all of them.
The code has hammer space.
Hammer space.
Oh, this scene
but yeah, she-
is
yes.
a better version of what they're doing with Jinx's little stupid Rugrat following her around. This girl looking up to Vi makes sense. Even in one scene, I'm just like, I believe it. She's a little annoying, but it's believable.
Yeah,
I didn't like it at all.
Oh, really?
I thought it was
Liking it-
super fucking. I thought it was super fucking convenient that this
I don't-
person who shows up basically out of nowhere tells her exactly what she needs to hear.
Liking it is one thing. That's one thing. But thinking it's not well constructed, I don't agree with that at all. All it takes is the youth here and the expression she has the entire time. Vi is like a hero to her from reputation alone, to the point where even being disrespected to her is not going to phase her whatsoever. I heard what you did. I heard what you stand for, and I really believe you, and I want you to be a part
No,
of the
it's
team.
more that she was not set
all
up at all.
works
She
together.
comes out of nowhere and tells her
Yeah,
exactly what she needs
so-
to hear.
So the
do you
thing that I
mean?
think Goger is most accurately pointing out about her being a contrivance is the fact that she's from the Undercity and became an enforcer, and she is the one who encountered Vi in this moment. That is.
I
a little
don't have
convenient.
any issue with that after Caitlyn's story. If Caitlyn went and gave an arousing
and-
speech and literally motivated this chick to go want to seek out Vi, I find all that completely believable.
Well,
The idea
and-
that it's
and I
convenient
am-
just
I'm-
because it's exactly what she needs to hear, I don't think that fits perfectly well, because she had a reason to seek Vi out. She had a reason to respect Vi, and
I mean,
don't
she
see
just
what
stumbles
fits
upon
other
her. She
than
didn't
respect.
really
Yeah,
have
she
a
doesn't
reason
really
to seek her out.
Like,
She
and
literally
that's
could have
the
been
thing.
looking for her partner. She could have noticed her from her.
She has her
description,
partner
noticed
right
her
there.
face.
Her partner is.
No,
with
no,
her,
no,
but-
no. I'm sorry, but I'm talking about the Piltover guy, the big drunk guy. There's many
Oh,
different
okay.
reasons. I think just saying I don't like it, I need a little bit more than that for me. Like that.
Well, so
that's one side of it.
what I was going to clarify is, Brooks, I'm more on your side because I do like the character, and I think that especially the interaction she has is pretty good. And oh god, my puppies are showing up now. But I absolutely understand how Goger could say it's a little on the convenient side at the same time.
I think the components are there for it to be set up, so I don't see where the convenience is, other than it being Vi that she needs to talk to. There's a reason to seek Vi out. There's a reason to respect her, and there's a reason to want her to join. It just happens to line up with the situation. But
I
it
mean, she
lines up
stumbles
because
upon her
Caitlyn
in the middle
said
of the
it.
street after she has been drinking.
But like I just said, what if she's there to go pick up that guy? That fits it right there. You're making it seem
Well,
like
then you
Vi
just
was
have. But
alone and she
hang on. But,
radars into Vi.
no, but then you can just move it one step back. That she met the guy randomly.
Who?
the big guy. She randomly throws the bottle on the big guy. Like, even if the small copper would look for the big guy, then Vi still just stumbled upon the big guy and hung out with him.
You know, it's funny you say that. I have a bigger issue with Vi meeting him than the girl meeting Vi. I think it's convenient
it's
that
the
Vi
whole thing,
ran
right?
big
Because
thing.
it leads to that.
Okay, well, again, it starts with I don't have an issue with anything with Hattie. I think Vi walking out and immediately bumping into him is way more convenient than what we're describing here.
But
I
then
think
we all
they're both connected.
Yeah, then we all come
And
to the
they're
same
both-
conclusion, just in different ways.
But nobody mentioned anything when we talked about the flask scene. Like, that's why it would have been if we're talking about convenience, we need to start where it's like from the core,
Sure.
right?
We can go back. That was convenient.
if we're gonna go back, then like as an overall premise, if you're taking it from there, then yeah, I completely agree. But if we're isolating the Hattie scene or the whatever her name is, I don't think I think it's all pretty well constructed. I just wish
I
Vi,
don't agree.
Yeah. Well, it's cool.
Yeah.
As a whole, but I think all the components are there for Hattie.
No, that she says the
it's
things she
Maddie,
says
isn't it?
is fine.
Maddie?
I think we're talking about the thing that they all stumble upon each other, which is kind of a through line in all the 3 episodes, people stumbling upon each other. It's just one of the points that start to happen here.
It's a bit of a victim of the accelerated pacing of this season compared to season
I
one.
think that comes back to what we were talking about in terms of it being very rushed. But I still, in that sense, if we're going to isolate, not to harp on this, but just one last point, for these 2 scenes, the idea of Vi going out and meeting the perfect person randomly there to drink with, I find that more convenient than Hattie and the other guy finding the big guy in his drinking spot.
I mean, that just leads to her drinking. That doesn't lead to her like taking up the badge or anything. Like, if she just left there, it would change nothing. The convenient part comes when she tells her exactly what she needs to hear in order for the plot to progress.
There's a reason for her to tell Vi that. There isn't a reason for Vi to meet that guy at that exact moment. I don't agree with that at all.
Maybe that's the official Piltover drinking bridge, but
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That could
Sure.
literally be the spot, his drinking spot, and they pick him up there, sober him up there once a week. There's like there's things.
Why
to
is
work
this
with
guy
in
even
that
on the
spot.
force? If that's
yeah,
what
he's gonna get kicked off the force.
Back
granted, they
to
have
my
different
original
rules.
point of who the fuck is this guy and where did he come from? It's all
Yes.
connected.
The one thing I
yeah.
will say though is on Maddie's like what she says to Vi to convince her, like that honestly is it's perfectly reasonable advice to get people to overcome that type of situation, because honestly that's probably why I ended up joining the army when I did. Like, it was right after 9/11 and I was hearing all these people talk about the fact that there's all these like murderers and people who just want to kill who are like joining up to the army now. And part of like when I was given the opportunity to, part of what I wanted to do was like, yeah, might not be a bad idea to have someone who's not a psychopath and doesn't just want to kill people, and having good guys there helps, right? And that's something that I think could get someone who might otherwise have a distaste for something like a police force or a military force to say, yeah, actually, I'm pretty well suited to this stuff, so maybe I should do this kind of work, because then I can actually be one of the good enforcers, you know, in this context.
And for me, I'm looking at it from season 1 of like, how the hell are they going to get this Vi to be a Piltover enforcer? Like, how are they going to make that transition? And I was scrutinizing it and I'm like, oh, fuck. Okay. Like, sobering up to this little girl's rants, that might kind of push her over the edge with this scenario. Like, it worked for me as someone who is really invested in Vi's character. Like, you're going to have to convince me of what,
and Vi is also in a situation where she like, not a situation, she's the type of character who would want to protect someone that is like smaller and maybe is tough but is weaker than she is, because of how she grew up with powder and what ended up happening with that. So knowing that, hey, Maddie is the kind of person that might need someone like me having her back. Like, I think it's enough to have Vi make a dramatic decision compared to where she was in the first scene of episode 1 of season 1, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's why
I was pretty okay with it. I thought it was.
I don't think it's bad that you make the decision after she meets her. I just think it's convenient that she does. Yeah.
And I agree with you on that. I guess it didn't bother me as much. And that's sort of what I was trying to clarify to Brooks. I was like, well, it is a bit convenient, but
yeah. And it's it's not a massive point against the show or anything. I just find it convenient and a bit disappointing. But yeah.
So, well, moving right along, we go to the memorial scene, which has the shittiest security in all of
Yeah,
I forgot what this place is called,
Christ.
but
but they took every
Piltover.
precaution.
they took every precaution. They say later. So
This
first
is
thing,
another thing. Sorry, they at least they fucking. Is it a lampshade or are they actually gonna properly address it after? Because that was my first thing. How the hell do you get a chainsaw into a place like this? Like what?
Yeah.
He had a note that said something.
Even
like-
with help.
I honestly thought it was going to be Jinx. And I was like, oh man,
I thought so as
how
well.
are they going to explain this one? I was sort of happy that it wasn't, but yeah, that's one hell of a lot of hardware that kind of comes out of nowhere.
yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe what they're going for. So maybe to just tie this up here. So we see Vi and Loris, apparently is his name, just enter through the thing. All they apparently need is the letter that just everyone gets sent home, from what I understand, or selected people. Not entirely sure.
To get into the basically VIP area at the front.
Yeah, so they get like the nice badge they have to wear. So yeah, now I'm seeing it here. They all wear the same badge that I was mentioning earlier.
There we go. I didn't catch that the first time, to be honest.
Yeah, and we have these fuckers that are completely veiled, like from head to toe. You can't even see their faces. And the guy looks at the thing, he's like, okay, move along.
I mean, is that any of the countries in League of Legends?
I thought it was
funeral garb or something.
yeah,
like,
yeah.
like I was willing to accept that,
Ionians.
like that just might be what they wear at a funeral.
I was talking with my friend. We both play League, and we were convinced that it would make sense. It's another faction. Like we were actually discussing who might be under there in terms of characters. So the disguise is perfectly fine. It makes sense within this world. The weapon. That
where's
she
the
managed to
chainsaw
get
though?
Yeah, the weapon.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to. The weapon. I have no issue with the disguise. How do you get a fucking juggernaut chainsaw, glowing green?
It's
I
the disguised
man.
cop who brings it in, right? So they just didn't check him.
So, 2 episodes ago, we
Oh.
covered Terrifier 3, and
So,
when a chainsaw makes contact with a person in this, even though is this like TVMA or is it TV 14 or something?
Oh, I don't know.
Because I thought it was like because the shit happens in this show. It's not
It's not
exactly,
particularly
like,
gory
kid.
though. I don't think.
Yeah,
My
I know,
question
but
is
just
more
it's like,
like
that's
why
why-
would you?
Seriously, that's why you don't use chainsaws. Man. Like if
As a
you're
weapon,
if you're
yeah.
not gonna do
That-
a lot of blood in a scene, just don't have the chainsaw be the thing you bring.
That's more my question. Like,
they'd
why
be
did you
messy.
pick? Why did she pick the chainsaw out of all possible weapons?
All weapons for assassination. It's why the scene drives me nuts.
Is
It's
she
like,
a hero
the
character?
no, she's not. She was the person who Jace killed her son last season in the
Yeah.
attack. So
yeah,
the motivation is there.
I know who she was. I just
she's not in the
I
game,
know there's
though,
like
no.
1,000 characters in League of Legends.
Yeah, because
No.
that would be not a good explanation, but a explanation
No.
that that's the
So-
weapon she has in the game or whatever.
The character exactly, but it's not
it
even
would
there.
At least
The-
make it make sense, and honestly, that's what
Yeah.
I thought. I was like, oh, this is probably a hero character. I
Mhm,
just don't know.
the character motivation is there, the outfit is there, that it all makes sense, but then they ruin it with the
Yeah.
fucking chainsaw completely.
Maybe
Like,
they
give
want
a
her.
Because the
to be
thing
a
is,
hero.
she-
They're hoping people love her and that they'll have to put her in the game.
Hell no.
Because
If they're gonna
she still has to show them the invite, which she does, and then she needs to open up the skies a little bit, and you would see a green glowy chainsaw when
yes.
you would show it. So yeah, that's
And
that's
if they
not
haven't
happening.
put Savika in the game yet, when Savika is like
Yeah.
fucking awesome, then there's
I
no way they're
honestly
gonna be.
figured she
you
would
know?
be at this point.
Mhm.
Although
She
you
should
know
be. She's
the
proper top laner right
mechanic,
there.
the mechanic she gets in episode.
Oh, apparently
2,
she's in
I
Teamfight
think would be-
Tactics.
Yeah, but
Oh, okay.
Silco's in TFT. Like that's not an
No.
achievement. I want to see that bitch in the top lane
But
with
like
a
I
full
mean,
build.
the Jinx variant arm has a kind of gameplay mechanic that they could probably make a pretty cool hero.
She had an ultimate from the first. She had everything she
I
needed
know,
just
I
from
know,
season
I know,
1.
I know.
That's
you
true,
know?
yeah.
It would have been fine in season 1, but I'm saying like
She had
the-
taunts.
the,
she had everything. Even her
slot
with her one
machine-
arm trying to light the cigar. Like she's. Got
Oh
so
wait, I'm
much
retarded.
I'm thinking though the slot machine thing could be interesting in a MOBA because it's like if the player doesn't even know exactly what the attack's going to be, they just know it's going to be something. That'll lead to some rages. Like,
Hang on,
On
I'm
both
sides.
we're
No,
retarded.
they're-
Hang on.
sometime.
I saw it just on the video, and also someone just mentioned it in chat, at least from what I've seen.
might have missed
the
it.
the one cop that is actually has like the tattoo that is shown for us to be like a goon.
No, I said that.
He has like a bag.
I said that.
Did you?
Yeah, I think Goger mentioned it. We kind of talked over it a little bit. I'm processing.
I did
just-
say that the cop
think
that's in disguise brings it in.
I straight up didn't hear that. Sorry about that.
Okay. I think that makes, you know what? It's such a glaring thing where I'm not surprised that it's something that we miss. It doesn't seem like a fuck up that they would do. So like this is the type of fuck up I would rather do. Like me and Metal were just yapping away. Because it does makes way more sense.
I have my issues with the disguise cop too, because I think the idea of Vi pushing through the crowd with more people not saying what's going on and her saying, "Stop that guy right there."
I think Vi would have
I
said
didn't
something. I didn't believe that at all. I think
you
Vi
know,
would have
man,
snapped.
like, especially if you're thinking if that guy gets up to that counter, like Mel's gonna die or whatever. Because Mel was the one speaking, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't get to hear what Vi is saying.
And especially if you're vibing like, hey, I know those kind of tattoos. I have instincts that these other enforcers might not have. I see a terrorist attack about to happen. Shouting would be job one. Like
Vi would have
before you even
shouted.
Try to push through the
Completely agree.
crowd.
Yeah,
Say,
stop that guy.
right there. That guy works with Jinx.
It's almost out of character. My very first time watching it, I'm looking at it again now too, and feeling the same thing. But thinking, why isn't Vi like yelling right now? Like Vi would snap, like she'd make a scene.
Immediately,
this is Vi, you know?
Is Caitlyn with her? Caitlyn is with her, right?
No. Caitlyn is there, but she's not with her. Caitlyn's looking back to see her.
Who's Vi with? I'm now forgetting.
Nobody.
No, she
Nobody.
came in with Loris, the hobo cop or something.
Yeah, and then she,
and so there you go. So she was there with a cop, and
He's not there with him during the scene though. I'm watching her jump over the barricade.
Oh yeah,
by
she
herself.
just moves on her own.
Like,
She
he
moves
doesn't
on her
know
own.
this, obviously, so he just stays there.
Starts moving is what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Because like I couldn't believe she didn't just say to like any of the cops that were near her, "Hey, look, do you know that guy?" Because if the answer is no, we got to stop him. He has a tattoo that I know from the Undercity.
Yeah.
And he's carrying something suspicious.
So
and
she
this
walks-
would be a good place for a terrorist attack. So
She
But-
walks
but-
forward to keep eyes on him. She's not near anyone to tell. And as soon as she gets up to the two pilt-over guards, that's exactly where she should say what you just said. She should be making a scene, asking, "Hey, do you know those guys?" Like she should be making as big of a scene as she can right now. And it's almost,
if I
almost
were
out
her,
of character for me with Vi.
honestly,
Strange.
even just seeing the bag and the tattoo,
yeah,
I think should have been enough for her to start shouting from
Yeah.
where she is.
yeah.
Like, stop that guy with the bag. There's something in that bag that's gonna hurt people. Everybody run. Like, fire,
She
fire,
does-
fire. Say what you gotta say, you know?
She does say something, but we don't get to hear what she says.
No, I'm gonna be harsher on this scene. She's fucking on pause, bro. Like Vi should
well,
be
yeah,
screaming
yeah.
right now. Like Vi,
Absolutely.
there's a 30-second window here where she should be making a scene.
She
Yeah,
is
she
she is
could
way
distract,
too
no?
chill, but
Yeah,
like, I'm just
I think
saying,
she
stop
like-
saying nothing.
She kind of says something to those two guards there, and kind of pushes
And then
them.
doesn't
Way too
fight.
late.
And that's
They
it.
they
I
just
think.
bully her, and then she makes a face. Caitlyn would have done that in season 1, but like even Caitlyn, I think would have made a scene here. Like I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about this on rewatch. We fixed the chainsaw issue. Now we have the Vi issue.
Yeah, like the chainsaw being brought in is fine. It's just why would you pick a chainsaw? Is the
Carl in the
thing
chat
that-
says, wasn't Vi supposed to be a legend at the police station? Yes, although I do think it's reasonable to assume that there's people who just might not have been there when those talks were happening, right? Like, there's probably multiple stations.
It is a police force for like the entire city.
But I think it's
Yeah.
one way or another, like Vi has some kind of weight with her voice because Mel knows her and Jace knows her, you know, like they're all here, so they were probably reacted to
Yeah,
whatever
like
she
I think
was
if
saying.
Mel saw Vi in the crowd screaming, "Mel, run!" like she
Yeah.
probably would
Vi-
take it seriously.
Like honestly,
Of
any
all
kind of
people
ruckus,
reacting in this
any
moment.
kind of ruckus would have helped one way or another.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think would have.
I think that's why it's
Also, is my mic
reasonable
still
to
too
be
hot? I
harsh.
might have like destroyed people's ears. Is everyone okay?
No,
Yeah, it's
I'm
good.
I think it's reasonable to be harsh because, like you said, specifically Vi making a scene of any kind. They don't even need to know what she's saying. Just seeing Vi panicking would be enough to alert Jace and Mel because they know how much context she has, how much information she would know in the situation. Like,
Yeah. So maybe to explain the scene to the end. So they all just kind of move in place. They let this one cop who has a gun out towards the crowd, by the way, like it's in his right hand when he walks towards her. So
Yeah, everyone could see it.
everyone could see it. Then he goes up to Mel, pistol whips here. At the same time, the underbelly lady, whose kid died in season 1, who's now Big Angie, whips out that
The
chainsaw
second
from
that
the back.
pistol-
Hmm?
Second that pistol whip happens, it should have been a hail of bullets. coming at
hail
that
of
guy.
bullets.
Yeah.
Completely. The idea that he could walk up to the stage, and pistol whip Mel. Like, are you serious? He should have been like just completely pincered.
Yeah.
The security in this
he
scene
should
is
have been
unacceptable.
tackled even before he reached her. Like,
Yeah, just fucking from civilians.
Well, I
even.
mean,
Just, like,
especially because there was just a
Mel
terrorist attack.
Sims.
Like,
Mhm.
Yeah.
He would be on
pretty
high
important-
alert right now.
Not,
Mhm.
it's what I'm
Would be
saying, not even
completely on edge.
security, just Mel Sims. People on the crowd who just don't want this sexy damsel. To
I mean, honestly, there should have been
Leave
snipers.
my queen alone!
yeah, I'm a queen. There should have been a bunch of white knights.
Overwatch
just-
positions. It's like, hey, does anyone have an ID on who this officer walking up with the big bag is? Does anyone know who this guy is? No.
Yes.
Done. Dead. Like,
When I did
immediately.
security, I got in trouble once at the Rogers Center because when I started my shift, there was a guy there who just looked sketchy,
Skydome,
and
sir.
Skynet, whatever. I fucking didn't like the job anyway. There was a guy there who looked sketchy, and the guy, like the legit owner of the place, came up and asked me, he's like, "Who's that?" And I had no fucking idea. How am I supposed to know? I just got here. My shift started. He was a friend of like one of the baseball players or something, but like. That's the type of shit that goes down for security. You need to be aware of everyone who's
Yeah.
in these important rooms.
Is,
And in a
there
situation like
anyone
this-
wearing a uniform who nobody knows is a big
And that
one.
that dude just looks sketchy because he was like in a hoodie rather than in a suit. I get it, but fucking this dude has a gun ready to pistol whip her. Like
Mm.
it's
Mhm.
unacceptable. Just
Super
a
lucky that
big old flaw.
he didn't just shoot her in the face, you know.
Yeah, seriously, her plot armor is like reaching uncharted territories through these
Yeah,
two scenes.
and the lady also does the thing instead of just going straight for it. It's like, oh shit, isn't it? Losing someone you love. It's like, no, just kill him. You wanted him to be dead.
Yeah, this isn't
Like,
a-
I'll-
Don't seem
our-
to know.
Our protagonists get big protag armor here because they kill everyone in sight except the main
Insta-kill.
characters. We're doing
Insta-kill.
that right now.
Is this the second time in a row where everyone gets insta-killed, but Mel and Jace are just crisp? They're just perfectly fine after.
No,
I'm-
Jace is
I-
not perfectly fine.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Jace,
Those two guys got insta-killed, and Jace like duels
Yes,
this
but-
girl with like a
Like, he gets-
table.
I'm
He
being
gets
literal here. He's
backslashed
not
with the
perfectly
chainsaw.
fine.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Excluding the chop at the end. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about
I mean,
that. when
honestly,
said
the fact that he can use his legs is pretty amazing.
Oh
after-
yeah.
after
He,
where he
like
got
he's
hit.
like his spine didn't get snapped by that shit. Oh,
I was
You-
gonna
you know,
say, I
he's
hope
pretty
that scene
muscular.
leads
I
to
could
him
buy
having.
that it all went through soft tissue and didn't hit his spine, but really fucking lucky.
oh yeah, I can
I-
buy it, but you know,
I
he's
hope
he's
it-
lucky that they didn't snap his spine.
If they're smart, they would use that and have it resulting in an injury to explain why he needs his coat. Like it's like Tony Stark, he needs the arc reactor,
Mhm.
you know, to stay alive. I want to see the world where Jace needs that coat to fucking breathe or some shit to align his spine. Like I want to justify
mean,
it in those ways.
You know, like if he did have some spinal damage, if he starts not being able to work because his hands start shaking and then needs
Mm-hmm.
something to be able to like rewire those nerves, that'd be something.
Just I want the coat to be justified more than the gauntlets and the rifle because I
You
think
keep bringing
Jinx
this
got
up.
her rifle a tiny bit too early. They needed it so she could have the payoff in season
Caitlyn?
1. No. Jinx got like her minigun.
Oh, the minigun. Okay, minigun's not.
No, Caitlyn's rifle is probably the best set up one of all of them because it just makes sense. She's
No,
a-
well, I'm saying Caitlin's the one with the rifle. A minigun's not.
yeah,
not a rifle.
I mixed them up. Sorry.
Mhm.
I don't know my guns as well as you, Mark. My bad.
Sorry.
Rifle, minigun.
That's why I'm here for medical and military shit.
Yeah, that's the only reason.
Just while we're on the topic, how do we feel about the implementation of all the weapons? Do some of them feel forced, or are they like? Because remember you mentioned like the chainsaw lady having a chainsaw, maybe because they want to introduce this character. Do you think Vi got the gauntlets a bit too early, or any of the other people? How do
I
you feel
mean,
about that?
I don't think so.
Like,
I mean, it was
yeah.
like they
Mostly fine with it.
they established
I
it
buy
in
it.
universe as well that they were used for mining and they had like a shield and
Mining the
everything.
fissures.
So no, I'm
I
pretty
think
good
though
with them.
he did fix the ones that she had, which broke, rather than just have another set. I kind of figured he'd just have another set of them. He'd be like, okay, I'm gonna upgrade these one to level 2.
Yeah, he mentioned
think
that they're
all
used for like
that-
mining or something, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they're there for mining the fissures, and they even demonstrated them before. So they're
Yeah.
utility with.
Can you imagine how
tools.
much
There
more
would
fun
be a
mining
lot
would
of
be
these
if you-
things.
If
My
your
only
job
issue-
is to go to a mine and punch minerals out of the wall, that would actually be pretty awesome.
That's pretty baller, yeah.
But my only issue with it, because all that is set up actually really well. My only issue is that one line of Vi saying, "Just fix the gauntlets, and that's all I need." You're engaging someone who has a minigun. Like, what's their plan to battle? Like I don't know how Vi is planning to. They literally need it. Okay, I'll save this for when we get to it. But Vi versus Jinx is very difficult to write logistically in terms of her having
Yeah.
gauntlets because she always
It
has to
doesn't
deal with the
work really.
fire.
Also, I mean, they might have made the creeps a bit OP Because like
little
it's
bit.
kind of crazy that they can be anywhere and have anyone be alive who isn't like equipped with hex tech.
Yeah.
Anyway,
guessing they're, like,
big
this
fight
thing
starts
is supposed to be
happening.
pretty
Well, a struggle more like for our protagonists for a bit, because they're not prepared. But the guy who walks up to Mel and pistol whips her, he actually just has a flare, and he shoots that into the air, and he summons a whole lot of
Creeps,
shimmer creeps. A couple of the small ones, and one big daddy shimmer boy. He's
Do
like
those
a
happen in the game? Like, do you get like a high level creep that just comes out every now and then and is actually kind of a
I
problem?
mean, yes, but not
Oh,
those
yep.
guys.
Yeah, that's not what they look like, but the concept is the same in terms of normal creeps. And then once you lose a key building with your inhibitor,
Yeah, you get like
the
a
creeps will basically have like a tank with them. So it just
yeah, you get
makes
like a
it
big boy.
makes it a little bit difficult.
Yeah,
So
the,
this
the
scene,
last time I played was
yeah.
around the time season 1 came out. It's probably going to be the same with me with League this time, to be honest.
Jesus, I can't
I'll play
imagine
like
how bad
5 or
it
6
looked then.
games. I'll get rocked, and then I'll go back to playing something else.
Oh man, you never played ranked or anything then, eh?
Oh no, I'm a very very casual League player. I'm better at
Yeah.
Valorant.
I never play it sober, by the
sober.
way. Like, it's always with the same group of friends. We drink and then play League, and we always 5 people, so it's just fun.
Oh yeah, good times.
Yeah. But yeah, the big struggle happens. A lot of them come down. All the normal guards just get annihilated, basically.
The gods kind of just disappear. Like
They
the-
also just kind of disappear for a while. Yeah,
Yeah.
like they dismantle the ones that are there, and then it feels like they get like a couple of them that come back, and then they get stabbed to shit again.
There's one with a gun who tries to shoot the lady with a chainsaw, and she fucking blocks the bullets. And then there's another guy with a baton who fucking runs
well,
at her
what
like
you
a
don't-
retard.
What you don't realize, this is a Mandalorian chainsaw. It has like a bullet magnet on it.
Yeah.
Like a
Right,
laser
yeah.
magnet.
I'm sorry.
You say that jokingly, but that's kind of what I want from the hex tech, you know? Because like Jace's thing, I'd feel much more comfortable about him jumping into battle if I know he had some type of like proper defense and he has the big
chainsaw-
shield thing.
Yeah.
What does
The
Vi
chainsaw-
have?
He does
Oh,
need
yeah,
it as
okay,
well
you're
because he
talking
doesn't
about
really
the
have
shield
any
now.
combat experience before he.
I was saying the chainsaw isn't hex tech either, right? Like it's
No, it's just a chainsaw.
It's like a green one, green goop one or something.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Echo built
tons
it.
of things happen. All the guards get nuked basically. Jace somehow fends her off. But he manages to dodge the first swipe because she revealed that she's here. Probably is trying to kill her, so he dodges that, and then I don't know, he grabs like a part of the guardrail or something and just kind of defends himself with it, but doesn't do so well. He kind of elbows her, and I'm actually not entirely sure how he pulled that off. Like he
I
blocks
think
the
he kinda
chainsaw
parries-
and then parries it to the side and then elbows her with, well, elbow, obviously.
Oh yeah, he grabs
Well,
the chainsaw,
yeah.
he shifts it to his left, and then leads the momentum into an elbow. It works.
Yeah, and I mean, at the very least, I wasn't terribly upset with this encounter because Jace does look like a pretty strong dude, regardless. Like, I mean, I feel like he could do something with just hands and
It was
elbows.
a clean elbow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
I
strong,
mean,
yes, but the problem is he doesn't really have any, combat experience or like, hand-to-hand.
Yeah, he
training
still
or
doesn't
anything
have
like
any. There was an issue we had
mean-
in season 1 as well because he just does
Yeah.
really
I
well in
think-
combat.
I don't know. Like,
It
he-
helps
No,
if he
wait.
has
Let me
steel.
just add to this. When it comes to him using his weapon and jumping in, like suddenly no combat training, that makes no sense in season 1. You shouldn't have been that prepared to just be going in, shooting off like
Yeah.
his rockets like that.
I mean,
This I have
well,
no
I don't know,
idea.
like,
The
at
idea
the
that
same
Jace has
time,
never been
like-
in a fist fight, like, come on now. He's like, I
I mean, he
have no
might have
problem
been
with
in
this.
one, but it's not, as experienced as spy or anything.
But no, like at the same time, even with the hammer, I feel like it's totally reasonable that Jay spent a lot of time playing around with that hammer once he first built it.
Against a
Like,
chainsaw?
he was well.
The
No,
hammer,
I'm talking about the
I have
hammer
no
in
part
season
with
one.
it. The shooting, it's when he switched to the pulse rifle.
Oh, the big hammer.
part.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
but
thought
like,
you meant the
why would he
small one.
not test that? If that's a thing he knows it can do, why would he not be the guy who is like, holy shit, it can do this, and then spent like a week and
mean,
a half out in the
I
woods?
think it's
like,
I
about
don't
him
think-
being
They
this
did
seasoned.
build the things very
Yeah.
recently, right? Because they didn't have Hextech's weapons until. Like,
Yeah, I don't think there was a
they
week where he
basically
was
went
able to
under.
do that.
Yeah, I could see him having experience wielding
I
a
mean-
hammer of any type, of any kind, being comfortable. Because you're a smith, you have to know hammers in and out.
I mean, you don't
Him
have
being
a
that
fucking
comfortable with the
two-handed
pulse rifle.
hammer as
like,
a smith.
isn't there a big time jump between when they get the hex tech going and when the hammer and the gauntlets are built?
I don't think so. I don't think there was
I'm-
I don't think there
pretty
was
sure
a big
there was
one.
in season 1, wasn't there?
The
Like, it was
time
like they-
season 1 would possibly allow him to get some practice with some tech. There's a little bit of wiggle room there, but the
Okay.
idea that he's willing to jump into battle, I'm not sure about that. But I'm talking about the season
mean,
1
I
one.
don't-
This one I don't
Yeah.
really have an issue. This is literally
Him
him trying
having
to defend, you know?
him having the shield does help a little bit
Oh yeah.
to that. But yeah, it's still a bit much.
I don't like.
my-
I don't
my
know.
question
I feel
wasn't
like,
for
I feel
him,
like
it
he
was
would
more
be
so-
testing. I feel like he'd be testing the gun a lot before he even bothered showing it to Heimerdinger. Like,
My
even though
question
knowing
was
that,
for-
like, even in this state, it's not good enough. But also, like, you know,
My question was a little bit more for
Wait,
Vi,
he
because
doesn't
like
show
we
the
can
hammer to
we can
Heimerdinger.
discuss it with Jace in terms of like tactical, efficiency there. But what's the defensive component for Vi? Like, how does she plan to fight Jinx when she knows she has to go up against bullets? I wish that was addressed a little bit more, because it's hard to write around Vi's gauntlets.
well,
Yeah,
no,
I mean,
Vi's
that-
gauntlets have a shield too, don't they?
That's what
Well,
I'm asking.
She pops the shield in the Sevica fight.
yeah,
in
she does.
season
For some
one.
reason, she doesn't use it in the fight this time. I think, if I remember correctly. I don't
Yeah,
think
she does.
uses it. She uses like a weird thing on the ground. We'll get there, but yeah. But one way or another, we get some plot armor because she's not super aggressive against him. She's doing like a horror thing right now. Like he's hiding in the dark in the
Oh,
boxes,
Sevica, sorry.
and he's like, oh, he's like a little slice on his shoulder. She just tries to slash at him, but she's doing more like the slasher vibes. She's like slowly moving around to get to him. I guess she feels very in control, I guess, is what we're doing. Then we see Mel as she's like in like a carriage of some sorts where they're kind of safe-ish, where they're trying to get in, while the Shimmer soldiers just going around. She's been protected by by Heidi and the other guy, the Fishman. I forgot his name too.
This is called
Abe
Fishman.
Sapien.
Fishman.
Yeah. Then Jace finds a small hammer that's probably used for the stage or something.
He has
I
it
didn't
in
mind
season
this.
1, I think.
As far as like little Marvel jokes go, this wasn't a bad one. Like he's like, what can I use? Oh, well, I'm good with hammers, I guess.
A minor thing here as well. He has like his back turned to her for a long ass time when he picks up the hammer, but that's.
Yeah.
hmm Well, she goes up, punches her once. She's like, "Ow!" and then she slices his back quite a bit.
Well, he drops the hammer and runs away like an idiot.
Yeah.
How about hitting her again and again?
Fucking
No.
moron. It's one of my most hated things.
It's League
People
of Legends was a
dropping the weapon.
cooldown, obviously.
I hate it.
He just tried to flash away.
The hammer is a one-shot hammer. Only
Yeah.
when you
Oh yeah.
you load out.
It has some 1 minute cooldown every time.
It's
you hit it.
fucking so.
That was his ult.
Come on, Jace.
He just reached level
And-
6. It's like, it's not
And like
enough.
Meta was saying, if you're gonna slash someone, don't use a fucking chainsaw, man. You're adding so many questions there that don't need to be asked. You have to
Yeah.
how perfect a hit it needs to be to cause that type of slice without just splitting his ribcage open.
Yeah,
Stacking
like
crit
they're
damage.
banking on just apparently Jace has like Bane traps, like just like the biggest traps that protect his spine because they go
Just
out,
the
like,
thickest
5
coat.
inches.
Like it's
yeah.
all in the coat. That's it. Otherwise he's done.
hmm
Because that
Thick
thing
as
looks
a
pretty
back in
fitted,
history.
right?
Yeah. So Heidi and the other ones try very hard to fight off the big guy. But one thing I still enjoy, even though I think this whole action is a bit iffy overall, they try whatever they can to save each other. They're not just watching anyone die. So, well, at least the main characters. We don't see the other guards, obviously. But
I thought Maddie was gonna bite it, and that would be what really pushes Vi
Yeah,
over the
yeah.
line to join.
I think they
but-
should have killed her. They should have killed her. It's commit, man. Season 1 would have killed her. And then that would have been Vi joining, like really would have been cemented.
I
like, for me.
think they. I don't know. I think you maybe could start making the excuse that this girl just shows up in one scene to like be kind of likable and die. Like,
But I was the one
mean, that's
defending
not
that scene
necessarily
though, so
bad.
I think like the components there were all fitting. Like, and she's the youngest recruit. Caitlin's story really impressed her and like
yeah, and when the
affected
creep
her.
has her
and then she
like, by the
dies.
throat, I was like,
Yeah.
oh well, she's fucked.
I agree, killer. She's an annoying fucker.
Oh, Goger's making enemies in the chat.
I
A
don't
lot of
care.
Maddie fans here.
Anyway, the big daddy shimmer man, he is trying to slice, but big old Loris gets this big fuck off shield thing and blocks it, so he comes in to save. So they have like a bit of a thing going on. I guess he's really strong.
He has to be Braum. Only Braum could block that. Like,
yeah, Braum can
like,
block anything, but he's not
Holy.
called Braum, so I'm sorry, it's not him. He's not.
He's
our
gonna
He's the
guy.
decide
fucking
to just
strongest
shave
man
his
in the
head and
universe,
grow a
dude.
mustache.
Yeah, and then Caitlyn arrives. She grabbed a gun from someone and just starts firing away at the lad. So they're just kind of trying to fight off. And you might have noticed I've been leaving out someone, which is Vi, which probably does like the most insane thing in this whole scene.
Yeah. I didn't
So
like this.
she's like, "Hey, I have a plan. Hold them off." And in like 2 minutes, she sprints all the way to Jace's forge or whatever, wherever he gets the hammer.
His lab.
His lab,
Yeah.
grabs it, also bounces into one random guard.
Yeah, he's in season 1. At least he's mentioned. Like,
Yeah,
he's the
yeah.
only guy controlling the thing. Yeah.
Grabs it and comes back just in time to save Jace from being slashed to death. So basically, she teleported back and forth. It's insane.
I was thinking the only way they'd make this make sense is if Vi runs through like the council chamber, jumps, and then uses the shield to protect herself as she hits the ground. Like, because I was like,
Or
it's the
they
only
were
way
right
she's getting
next to
back
the lab.
fast enough to make a difference.
Yeah, this is the
Like,
thing.
like
I'm not-
I thought.
that's why
Yeah.
I don't know how far we are from his lab because we get the shot of Vi being in the hallway. From that hallway, I don't see it being a terrible choice to try to go gear up, right?
No, but
the
isn't it-
idea of
the
not knowing how
lab's
They
far
would
we
high
are-
have
up.
to be. They would have to be right next to it in order.
The
for this to make
lab
Is
sense.
there anything
Yeah.
we
Hang on.
But
do we
we've
know
seen
for
the
sure
lab.
that it's far?
Is the wait? Oh wait, no. I guess was it his forge? I guess we don't know where the forge is.
I think
we
we see-
see the hallway with the guy patrolling, and that's in the laboratory.
Huh?
Yeah, I see Vi in there. From that starting point, I don't see grabbing the weapon being like a bad choice. You're trying to
Yeah,
gear
because
up for a fight.
in my
If
head,
you're
I
right
was
next to
thinking
the
he was
choice.
going up to
Yeah,
the same lab
that's-
where
that's
Victor
what I'm trying
is,
to
and then being way up high, like having to get up
Yes.
like 100 stories and then get back down.
Do we
which-
have
yeah.
confirmation on the distance from the lab to the actual vent? Because I
There
don't.
might be a shot in season 1 when Jace sneaks in there because it's the same area.
So the thing is, we get the shot where she looks up towards a specific thing. So it's definitely not on the same floor. So she
Oh, yeah,
seems to
that's
be
true, too.
need to be going up a bit.
Yeah.
And it's already a bit of a distance just to the big tower palace thingy in itself.
She just ran up the side of the wall.
No, but like I guess
Let's
even
okay,
to
then
be
I have an idea.
charitable, say it's 4 stories up. It takes a while to get up and down 4 stories. Like unless
yeah.
they have hex tech teleporters.
Takes
Which,
longer
I
than
mean,
a minute.
they do in the world, but no, it's for like long distance travel, right? Not like they're not moving around buildings. with
They
it.
don't.
Are
yeah, they
we
don't
are
have
we
short-
under the assumption that the fact that she looks up at the building is confirmation that she's going up into the tower? Like, do we
I
know
was
exactly
just,
where
I
the
mean,
thing
for
is?
me, in my head, I thought she was going to the like the lab where Victor is, but then I realized that no, Jace wouldn't be doing that work in there, would he? And that was what was making me think, oh, maybe I had it wrong. Maybe it was a lot closer, but
Because this works for
it's
me.
probably
if
a
it's
different
ground
room with the
it
same
level-
does
area.
kind of look up to the tower, right?
If it's ground level or basement in a situation where she can get back in quick and it's near the
Yeah.
place, I don't think it's as big an issue as it seems at first.
Yeah,
sight.
like
It
if
depends
I
on
was in my
logistics there.
bedroom, needed to get down to the basement to get a weapon and get back upstairs, it would not take me very long. But if I had to like go from the bottom floor of my clinic up to the roof and back, that like I don't know that I'd make it before everyone's dead, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't really have a good grasp on where exactly it is. Just her looking up makes me believe she looks like a specific place. Unless I just want to say it's in this building. But the
Yeah,
building
I think
itself
just
is
the kind of
already...
building.
The building is
Well-
probably still at least 5 minutes away, I would say, even in a
Alex
run.
Moffat has a question though, like how does Vi even know where it is? She's been in that forge room.
Yeah,
she
yeah, yeah.
talked-
Yeah.
Oh, and she snuck in there before too in season
Yeah.
1 to talk to Jay. So this isn't like actually.
Yeah, she
I
does
think
know
it kind of
where that
works.
is. Like, that's okay. Like her knowing where it was, I didn't have a problem with. It just I was mixing up the forge and the lab, and that's
And
why...
considering that her gauntlets are broken, she knows about this hammer's existence. Like
and
she knows this is
for all
gonna
she
be one of
knows,
those
she's
simple
going in
weapons.
there and her gauntlets are fixed, right? Like she might have
I,
just been
I
going
don't think
there
it's
to
perfect, but I think it works way better than our initial impression.
It's
I think,
fine-ish
honestly, I think her
because...
bringing the hammer back
well,
works
Jace
better
could have
than the
moved it
gauntlets.
home or something. Like there's still a possibility it
Yeah,
just
I mean,
shouldn't
it could
be
have,
there
but
at all.
that's a risk she's taking, right?
Yeah,
That she
that,
didn't
exactly.
based
I'm just
on
saying
where
it's
fairly-
fine-ish
fairly
that it's
good-
there. It couldn't be.
Based
Fairly
on
good
her
chance-
limited bit of information in Piltover, like being topside, I think she made one of the best choices she could have made in that. Like, how do I get armed in this next like 2 minutes?
And
You
if
know?
not only how do I get armed because guards are shooting to very little effect, how do I get armed with hex tech? And I think
Yeah.
it's reasonable to assume she'd figured there'd be something she could use in there. And to be
Yeah.
fair, she doesn't bring her weapons, right? She brings Jace's weapon, which
Yeah, I
kind
mean,
of at
it
least
makes
says like
sense
it's
from.
not. It
And
wasn't
she
like
doesn't know how to
just had
use it. She
them
needs his help to use it in the end. I think
Yeah,
it
yeah.
kind of works in a lot of ways.
They
Now
do-
that we're
they
breaking
do,
it down.
they do
I
some
think
work
it
during-
still doesn't
Jace's
work.
life,
I
and
think the
then
time.
he doesn't.
I think the time still doesn't line up for me. I think
Oh,
it's
absolutely
too
not.
far away.
But
Even if
we're only
Well,
going
that's the
based
thing,
on.
I need to see
Sorry,
a map
Metal
of
finish?
the building.
That's
Oh,
what
no.
I'm
I need
saying.
to
We're
know how
all
far-
going on the hypothetical that it's far. Like I think in a situation like this, we have no reason to confirm that it's a big distance. There's no reason.
well,
to
we can
confirm
see
that
she
it's
looks at
not
least at the
far.
big building, which is definitely.
No, that's what I was gonna say. That's
some
why my
part
first
away.
opening question.
Yeah.
My opening question was, looking at the building, are we going to assume, does that mean that it's at the top of the building, or because
I'm not even talking about the top of the building. I'm just talking about
I
even if we go with the general building, it's on the bottom floor. That's still at least a 5-minute go. Even if
That's why I was saying.
I'd say.
I was saying it only works. It only works for me if it's on like the bottom floor or basement. But we've already established that she snuck into that area before. So we basically all we have to work with is the distance, and we
Yeah.
don't know for sure that it's far. So I think there's components there to make it work, but it could be destroyed by logistics.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm not entirely sure where exactly everything is, but I think it's tough for me to accept she makes it back in time, and then she obviously makes it back just in time to save him, which is obviously a movie thing.
And you know,
I mean,
she has
yeah,
perfect
that's-
aim and doesn't damage Jace at all with the shot. And she
I
does know
mean,
how to use it there, and then she doesn't know how to use it later on.
Well, I think it ran out of charge, and she had to like then click the back into place. Like maybe it needs like a cooldown time. So
You just
I guess she got
had to cock it
with that
basically.
first.
It's just a bit lucky, right?
Yeah, oh, no, she
I,
definitely
her
gets
showing
something.
up at the brink. I hate that in any story. Like, for my son. And then you have to do it good, man. Like one of the things I always praise about Amon Hen is you get the shot of Aragorn after Boromir blows the horn, and you get the shot of Aragorn heading towards him, and they show the geography. They explain the exact distance he's gonna have to travel, and it lines up in a way to where he jumps to interrupt alerts that just flows so perfectly. You got to do it right, and like really, you know, when you get scenes like this, it's like, all right, how's it gonna get interrupted? It's just like, it just makes you roll your eyes, you know. But all the other components with Vi, I think it's better constructed than it initially looks. But it just, as a whole, it's a little bit convenient.
In any case, so yeah, a bit wonky without like a clear knowing on where everything is.
I think they are in the same corridor in season 1 when they break into the lab.
Okay.
So that might be a way you could reference how long it would take to get there if they mentioned like what level.
So
they're
it is
or
on the
anything.
same floor as the lab.
I think
that-
they're in the same corridor. Like I'm not 100% sure, but it looks similar.
If that's true, I think it doesn't work because the lab's higher up. We see we see when they're doing like their experiments and stuff, and the explosions are like
The
under
lab and where
sky.
they keep the weapons are two separate areas, though. I think.
Well,
And I
and
think
that's-
you
It's
sketched
two
out-
separate
that's the issue
rooms,
we're
but it's
having
in the
here,
same
right?
area. Like it would make sense to keep the weapons like close to the lab.
So what Goger's saying is that they are very close together, which makes the forge or the whatever, like let's call it the armory, being on the same floor as the lab. If that is true, that is a pretty major problem when it comes to the timing here. If it's not true though, and the lab is on like a low level or just in the sub basement or something that's, let's say, max 2 levels down, then it makes a good degree more sense, even if it's a bit convenient.
Yeah, people in chat are saying that he keeps the hammer in the lab at least, and
Yeah,
like,
we see it later,
The corridor
for sure.
looks like basically the same as in season 1.
But just from
Like
memory, I
it
saw the
could just
lab
be
and
that the
forge
building
was-
has identical levels, but you know it's
Karai's now saying it's in a different building. The forge is in
Yeah.
Jace's house.
The
So what I
lab and
can-
forge are different places, so I think we're getting a lot. We're all getting very mixed up. With
I
the
know.
logistics.
Yeah, I
There's
think
not
no
a lot
one
to
is
be able
really
to-
sure where the
Right,
things
I don't think any of us
exactly
are.
are.
Like,
Riot,
let's
give us
let's
a
work with the
map
things
of
we
our
can be sure
with
of. You
all
know?
the important locations. We need to know the distances. It's actually important to dudes like us who.
What we
Internet.
can say is that it's very convenient that the hammer is very close by.
Mm.
Yes, I think
Yeah.
that is fair.
That's basically what we can be sure about.
It's just I think the difference is though whether or not it's very convenient or like kind of a critical problem, right? Because
Yeah, we don't have
Yeah.
enough to be able to fully break it down.
But
so-
it's at least a convenience.
In any case, let's move along.
we're still on episode 1. We definitely should.
Oh,
Well, yeah.
don't pretend that's never happened before.
Good Lord.
it's good when we get these ones, these topics.
Okay, so now that Jace is saved, she's like, okay, I need to help the other 4 who are fighting the Big Daddy. And she's trying to reload the beam, but she doesn't really know how it works. So Jace kind of helps her out. It's like, hey, you have to twist the flame and pull it back, and they charge up the boy, but they shoot it up while Caitlyn is also just keep shooting at the mirror of the Shimmer Big Daddy, which has all the fluids in it. And they shoot up, but a spear comes flying because the Ambassa army comes in, the Noxians, right? They were Noxians.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Um,
which like I mean I don't know that was a bit of a blue
Actually,
ball.
kind of like the
Yeah,
beach.
kind of blue balled the big impact because
I-
the spear hits and they miss because of
Well,
that. It's
also
like,
because
"Aw."
like it was pretty cool that Jace and Vi were kind of like aiming it together. Like
I think
sort
I
of
think we
that
get both. That's what I was gonna add
scene.
on. We get the moments of having kind of their teamwork, but we don't get the extra convenience of them just nailing the shot. They
Yeah.
fucking miss, you
Yeah,
know. So
yeah.
I think that adds to all the issues that we had with Vi, the convenience. I like the fact that she misses in the
Well,
end.
they miss because
get-
he gets hit by a spear, not because they missed.
and
Yeah,
I
they
thought
would have
they
hit
straight
if
up
the
missed.
spear was not there.
we don't know which weapon, which person uses a spear like that. Although it kind of makes some sense.
Wait. Are we positive that I thought they missed and then the spear hit? 'Cause
No.
that- that's
No,
kinda
no,
my-
no.
based
The
my point on.
spear hits it, and that's what moves it out of the way. And it's
Yeah, because
why
you
they
see
miss.
the impact of the spear first, then we cut back to them shooting, and then it flies away.
And
past
arguably,
them.
I mean, they hit a
Oh.
building behind them, so it's very possible that like the guy saving them with the spear might have gotten some innocent people killed.
No Civil War. That's the
Yeah.
reaction.
We do also see later that the spears are magical. I was a bit annoyed that spears can go through like bulletproof glass, but you know.
Oh,
obviously
no.
bullets
I
can't.
mean, at the very least,
In
it's
League of
from a
Legends, they'll
different-
cover their ass with that. It'll be just chopper
like,
infused or
and
something.
also, I was kind of enough with it being from like a different land that we don't see. We don't know what like their metals are like. Right?
I'm just
Like,
mad it
oh,
wasn't
Once they
Pantheon.
showed-
500.
Once they showed the
I was
Darius
just a
character,
bit sus when I saw it first, and then
Who's-
it kind of gets explained.
who's
Well,
that?
I
Like
mean, like-
Darius's cousin or something? Once I saw that big chungus guy with the beard, I'm like, oh, okay, yep, all right.
But like, I guess what I'm saying is, I guess like as a Berserk fan, like Guts is swinging around a 300-pound slab of iron that's like has some sharp edges. It's not something like a normal human can wield, and he can only do it because he's been like using adult
Guts is
swords
like-
since he was a kid.
He's
But
one of the most
like that-
overpowered human characters
Yes,
in all
yes,
of fiction.
exactly, yes. And I think it's safe to say a League of Legends hero type dude who
Yeah.
uses spears might be chucking like 500-pound spears. And ultimately, the hex tech, while it is literally magic, it's not like the enemies have shields that can only be pierced like hex tech. It's just a lot of force. So if you can throw a really heavy object really, really hard, that's still a whole lot of force you're throwing, right? So, and the spears, to be fair,
Sure.
don't look like normal spears. They look really.
There's a
fucking
fuck ton of force in bullets as well, though.
I mean, yeah, but like your caliber is still your caliber, right? Like a bullet doesn't
Yeah.
actually weigh all that much, so like the force is there. But I
That-
think if you've got
that
a really
depends.
big, heavy object, it will penetrate.
This is
on
why you ignore all that and just say it was magic. Boom. That's it.
Yeah,
Like we don't need all that. It's
No.
just it was a magic spear. That's all I
I
needed.
mean, yeah, and yes, yes, that is okay.
Yeah.
It's
And
the beauty of
Guts-
fantasy. It's just
So Guts doesn't get a magic weapon; he still uses the same weapon. He just gets magic armor.
But you're describing like one of the uniquely interesting human characters because like Guts' premise only works because he was using, like you said, oversized swords his entire life. Like there was no other,
Yeah,
there was no
like,
kid-sized
when
swords,
he was
so he had
5,
to use
they
a proper
handed him
one.
an-
Yeah.
They handed him like a gladius and were like, "Yeah, use this." and
Just
they're
get
like-
used to that kid. So he
Yeah.
got used to oversized swords since he was a child. It
Also,
works.
through,
Like,
throughout his life, up until like later on in the series, he never stops training using the thing like every day.
I actually do
He
appreciate
adds
the
weight
scenes
to
of
it when he
training.
trains with
Yeah, adds weight to the sword, and then like has someone drop logs off a waterfall and chops it. Like Guts' training
like-
scenes are actually pretty cool. Yeah.
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 Oh, I mean, even in
Um,
Golden Age arc, you'll see him with just the biggest, heaviest sword that Goto's made for him so far, and he'll just be doing reps. You know, like just swinging it straight in front of him over and over again, hundreds of times in a row.
I think that's just not to go
I
on
wanna
a
get up and
tangent here,
work
but
out.
from a lot of animes I can think of, the emphasis on the actual training, like putting in reps and showing them, like from all the ones I could think of, DBZ, Naruto to Dragon Ball Z, even like that's one of their biggest strengths because people that's something that everybody could really relate to, having to get down on your knees and train to get better at something.
I mean,
And I
it's-
wish more shows would do that.
It's very inspiring to the instincts of men too, because like even while talking about that, I'm just like, man, I should go do some deadlifts. They're right behind me now. This was
That's
maybe
true.
a mistake.
But even adding to what Goger was saying, like a 30-second scene of Jace training with the hammer, you know what I mean? Could have gone a lot.
Yeah,
more.
yes.
yeah, you're right.
just
That was a
something,
missed
you know?
opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. So you guys kind of lost me with the Guts talk. What was the thing with the spear
Whether or
versus
not
the
the
bullets?
spear would be able to pierce the armor.
I don't know what he was talking about.
Bullets could not pierce the armor of the creeps, but the spear does, and we were
Yeah.
just discussing the logic of that.
Yeah. Okay.
You were. I was just saying magic. Just throw
I
magic.
mean,
out
I,
there.
Yeah, well,
that's,
Matthew,
that's
that's
what I
the
said as well. I
logic
just
of
said
it.
it was sus at first, and then they
Throw
explained it
some
with
magic
magic.
on there and we're good. That's it. It
Okay,
just saves your
okay.
ass in so many ways.
Yeah, because he has,
I mean,
he's
yeah,
he's
but-
got he got these glowy
The-
bits on it that we see later.
The tangent with Gus was saying, how do you make that concept realistic without?
Oh no, I got that. I was just
Yeah,
I just lost you guys on what we
Just zoned
what
out
the
from the anime
thing-
talk.
But yeah, we see this is next or third episode. He's got like he gets like some shenanigans on that does like glowy magic stuff. So
Yeah.
it's not a normal spear. It definitely has something to it.
Correct.
But yeah, Ambassador's
That's
here
runes
and
armor piercing.
cuts the chainsaw lady's throat, which we will see later again.
Yeah.
And then we go see the aftermath. Caitlyn is gonna get checked out medically, and Vi gets here. She's like, "Hey, you need to fucking call off the invasion. Like, this was on your soil. If you're down there, you're fucked. Like, they're gonna eat you alive because you have no idea how they work down there, because they know all the little nooks and crannies and know what's
And
going on."
This is why she needs to come. I think she's like pleading her own case at the same time too. She knows that you're not going to survive without me down there. So just like she said in season 1, Caitlyn.
Absolutely.
Like, that's just like what got her out of jail. You're not going to survive without me. So this
She,
is just
she
building
is
on
their
that.
best asset.
Yeah,
Yeah.
far.
and
She
she,
knows-
she
she
knows.
knows
She doesn't
the-
want Caitlyn to get wiped out.
Yeah, and Caitlyn's like, "Man, memorial. What kind of animals would do that?" Even Vi's like, "Whoa, okay." They wanted, well, they wanted a spectacle. Like they're trying to scare you, because she knows how they work. Like these
Yeah.
syndicates down there.
It's such a good line. It's perfect because it's not just explaining it, but she's not even shocked. She just knows how twisted they are. They want the spectacle.
Yeah.
That's what they would do. Like Caitlyn is trying to absorb a type of person that would have that mentality, and Vi is just like, bro, like
Yeah.
you don't even
Also-
know. Like this is why.
They think that Echo is dead at this point, right? Because that would be a thing that they would like try to recruit him to help them as well, because he
Yeah,
has a lot of connections down in the lanes.
they probably
Oh,
think
that's
he
good.
died after the Jinx explosion.
Yeah. And they might think that the rest
Yeah.
of the people there
They-
hate
you
them or
know what?
something, but
You just
it's not
you just
really
made me
mentioned.
realize there's 2 scenes we're missing. We never got that confirmation reaction in terms of like whether or not they think Echo's dead. They never
Mhm.
even answered that, and we never got Heimerdinger's reaction to the council being killed. He used to be a part of that crew. He probably know those.
Oh yeah, I
knows
would have
them
mentioned
longer
that
than
when we
anyone else.
Yeah.
when we got there.
I
Heimerdinger's a
think
bit
they
of a weird
fucked
one for me in this
Heimerdinger
one.
in season
Heimerdinger
one
has
as
been
well.
fucking nerfed into the ground. He got he's just comic relief, and there's so many things he
Oh,
should have
God.
done in these 3 scenes.
Well, maybe,
like
I think- I think I do
it's-
agree with
maybe
you
it's
that
good
it's
they
probably
didn't
fucking
show
the
his
most.
reaction. Then it'll be like, well, thank God I was voted out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, he could be like a joke. I'm like, that only works when you're serious. You have to mix the jokiness with the serious Heimerdinger. He's
Yeah.
just fucking. He's season 8 Torment at this point, where he's
He's just a fucking
joke.
gooba clown, like
Yeah, flanderized. Someone said it early. He's
Yeah.
flanderized.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
want to see Heimerdinger flanderized. And like
Season
for me,
8
I was gonna
Torment,
start this
that's
at the
a-
beginning of like kind of like my opening thing. I've mentioned this on other streams, but I think it's should be important to mention here for people who knew the games. I was uniquely like it was hard for me to get into Arcane to even want to press play because I specifically hated every one of the casts from the game. I hated them all. I hated
Right, yeah.
Jace, Heimerdinger, Echo,
I've
Vi,
heard
Jig.
that from
You're
multiple
picking the
people.
exact people I fucking despise that have killed me like a million times, and you're trying to get me to like them. And they managed to, through writing, take characters that I fucking hate and have beef with, and literally make me invested in their stories. And to be able to lose that so quickly with Heimerdinger is annoying. Like, don't turn him into a joke. Like, let's just do it properly.
Your move.
Yeah, and
Last
that's
of
the
Us
thing
Season 2.
Yeah, that's the thing I disliked in season 1 as well. What they did to Heimerdinger.
How are they gonna let me? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, like he sees this like big doomsday device that I think is gonna destroy all of civilization, and it doesn't even mention it to the rest of the council. Like that's something I disagreed with the UEFAP guys as well when you covered it, because you kind of like you did mention it, but you thought it was all fine. I did not like that at all.
He touch on it again? Or when he's saying when he sees Brand, or what are you referring to?
Like when he sees the Hex Core in season 1, and then he has the council meeting when he tries to like get Chase to destroy it, but he doesn't even mention it to the rest of the council. He gets thrown out before that.
He doesn't mention the Hex Core to them?
No.
I don't remember that specifically. That is a good point if that's the case. But I do know I don't have a particular issue with the way that scene unfolds in terms of how completely oblivious he was to everyone.
Yes,
making
I'm fine with
moves,
that.
You know, Basim, like
I'm fine with him being thrown out and all that, but he should make a bigger fuss. Is my point.
I think if I was just to defend off the top of my head, it would be the fact that they were already on board with the hex tech in terms of the tech. Like the
I don't have a problem with the rest of the council members, just him.
Yeah.
Like how he reacts, and he basically just gives up and fucks off to the Undercity.
I'd have to watch it again, but I think there might be more to it than that in terms of the dynamic at play with the characters. But that is a good point. I'd have to think about
it. Where was I?
Somewhere.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, Vi tells her to, hey, you need to make it different because Caitlin says, oh, none of this is on our terms. Like, well, you got to change that. She's like, I don't know how to. Like, my mom dies and leaves this big hole, and I just don't fucking know how to fill it. And then Vi tells her, well, you will never. It'll get smaller, but you will never be able to fill it.
Yeah, really good line.
Yeah.
And
they've just needed each other all the way through this, and they're understanding that now.
Yeah. It's a very good line, but I feel like the dialogue is like many scenes with the character stuff is a bit rushed. Like there's not enough time in between.
I feel like we could use a couple of more minutes with a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, the pacing just feels a bit off, and it feels like they're kind of rushing to the end points in all the conversations.
That's why I think it was good that we brought that up at the beginning, because we're not just talking about character; we're talking about every aspect. Just feels rushed, and even with this, like I felt they just flew. I watched like I said the last 3, and like you really get to slow burn, absorb those ones. And with this, I felt like it just flew by. It's like, what the fuck? The episode's over already.
Exactly,
like we got one left.
Like it's hard to pinpoint what the exact problem is, but the pacing feels a bit off in all the conversations. It feels like they should talk a bit longer about these conversations.
They gotta rush to a new music video, man.
Yeah.
That's what I'm worried about.
But basically, it's like, but don't worry, we won't let them because Vi is jumping in. She's doing the helpings.
Right.
Also, don't be scared, guys. Mark just has to do a quick system reset, but he said it in chat already. He'll be right back. Yeah, because she also apologizes for springing the badge on her and stuff like that. You know, just have a conversation about it. But would it be nice to have a couple of more minutes between
but
those two?
it's a bit fast.
Everything just needed a little bit more space to breathe. Pretty much everything.
And then we cut to Caitlin being back home using the Kira Man key thingy.
The Karaman key.
Karaman key. I don't know. Don't really give it a name, but that's just what I'm gonna call it. And that seems to enable her to open some kind of terminal, which is like the information about like their whole history and what they've done. And she sees like a couple of things. We get to learn what they are a little bit later. This is just this has like a iteration of Heavy is the Crown, which they used at the Worlds actually. It's just a slow version of it.
That was the name of the episode. Heavy is the Crown.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
It is.
And she just finds something which they will use. Also, Jace is back in his forge. He's making weapons, Hextech weapons.
Yeah.
And
I wish we got more Jace Forge scenes.
They're pretty cool,
like,
yeah.
I work with metal, so I'm like very. It's
nice.
just anytime I get to see it. I'm a welder, so I started that because I like blacksmithing, so I like seeing the whole everything put together. And I wish we got more scenes with Jace because he looks like a badass in season 1 when he's making his shit. You get to see him with the sciencey nerd side of him, but then he takes off his shirt and you remember this is why I had no issue with him being in the fist fight with that chick. Like, he's a fucking blacksmith. I believe Jace can fuck somebody up. Like, he's not like you're usually pretty fit if you're hauling metal around all day.
Oh,
like,
I absolutely believe
think
he's
Jace
strong
can
as
fuck
fuck.
you.
It's just the
possibility
like
of him. Sorry, I was just saying
Clean
I wouldn't
elbow.
argue against the possibility of him like doing martial arts to work out either. Like, guy clearly does a lot of exercise.
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
looks
it could be.
lean
We
and
just
fit.
haven't seen any
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah,
I know. I'm just saying it's reasonable to me at least.
Sure.
There's a
It's
lot of
not
things
like
you
we've
can
had
interpret with
scenes where
Jace.
he's like, yeah, I don't know how to fight. I'm not a fighter or anything like that. It's like he seems to just be okay when fights happen around him.
Mhm.
Yeah. Also, apparently, Jace in between scenes, as someone just points out in chat as well, I guess he decided to now build those weapons for them. I wish there would have been a conversation. It's like, hey, can you build us the weapons you really didn't want to build, but
Yeah,
you
that
do
was an
now?
issue.
Because
And
it
more
could have
like
gone something.
kind of-
It could have gone something like, "Hey, we're gonna need those, but it's gonna be only us 5, like the people we
Well,
trust, and not just random
the-
people."
There was
I
a short
think if-
thing with him and Caitlyn when she says that Vi wants you to repair the gauntlets, and he says like maybe she's right.
Yeah,
So
that's
You
there
got to
was a-
remember the conversation he had with Vi as well too. After the whole council scene, Vi comes to Jace and says, "We need to stop fucking around." Basically, like him saying that is the only smart thing she heard all night. So he's been prepped
Yeah, in
for it
season
since
1,
the
yeah.
first season. He's just being pushed over the edge now. Like the bitch swung a chainsaw in his face. Like I would be grabbing the fucking the blacksmith.
Oh,
I'd be
absolutely,
lighting
yeah.
up the forge immediately after that. Just no, I totally believe Jace went to the forge and said, "Fuck
Like
all
we
this."
do over here every week.
It's over after that. Like you can't be. He had the little dinky hammer against that. Like that was the end of soft Jace. He knows we need iron.
I
fights
mean,
iron
that hammer isn't really small. He would absolutely be able to kill her with that.
here.
Well, maybe
No
he
fucking problem
Why'd
with
he
it,
drop
like-
it? Maybe he shouldn't have dropped it.
Yeah,
Jace.
Yeah.
I pretty much hated in any movie scenario where a character drops
Drop
a
the
weapon,
weapon.
when they're
I
not entirely
despise it.
safe.
I despise
Like, even
it
if
so
it's a
fucking
small
much.
weapon, man, it's better than your bare hands. You can throw it at someone, you know.
It was a point of
I can
phrase.
believe Jace could kill someone with a fucking punch. Like he's
Here's a
ripped as fuck.
self-defense tip. Pick up a pen if that's all you have near you.
Yeah.
Seriously, it's better than your bare hands.
Exactly.
But we go down to the dungeons where they do super secret meetings or something, I guess.
Don't say that word.
And we have like the trio again of Mel, Salo, and the other lady with half a face now. And God, we have a fucking shot here that's like I didn't even realize while I was watching it last night because it was like 2 a.m. But when I saw it again, I was like, wow, why? I mean, I was already suspicious of Mbessa, but now you just confirmed to me that she's in on it. Because what they do is like, oh, how did they sneak in all these things? Like,
I was thinking that's
I
like got to
thought-
be a red herring. It's
I
way too
thought we took
obvious.
every
Maybe
measure
it's
to
not.
secure it. Let me fucking finish.
Good.
People may not know what's going on. And Mel says, oh, they must have had help from someone up here. And the camera just cuts onto Mbessa immediately.
You don't think
I
that's
think
too
it's
obvious
red
though?
herring.
Like they literally
It-
just
it
like
is too
he's the
obvious.
only
It's
other
way
one
too
in the
obvious.
room. It's got to be a red
They-
herring.
They already did kind of that before
Mel,
when
she told on herself.
in the first council scene when like she gives her guard a look and like he goes away and does something.
I think that.
Well, I
just-
think
yeah,
that was
think
just
it's way too obvious.
after they decided. She was like, yeah, get the thing going or something. Like, that
That
was...
just shows that she's up to something. You know?
Yeah, that was more subtle, though. Like, this was like...
Yeah,
just
exactly.
fucking-
But that's all.
Oh,
you
okay,
need.
okay. It's just...
That works.
It's-
This
it's-
one, I
yeah.
think, is just like she's literally the only other one in the room.
This one is
bro.
funny.
Like,
She's
you
like,
know, like
she's not even at the table. She's like leaning
yeah,
against
she's
the
just standing
wall.
to the side.
They must have help from someone up here. It's like, huh? Me?
If that's if that isn't a red
Physically,
herring,
or-
I will be super disappointed because that's some like first.
We already know
draft
it's not a red
setup
herring.
shit.
Yeah, we already know it's not a red herring, dude.
Wait! What am I missing?
Hold on,
What
dude.
did they reveal
That's
there?
The end of
Last
episode
scene
3?
and, yeah.
Okay, I watched
Well-
that one. That was the one I felt like I needed to rewatch before the stream. I might be missing pieces. When we
Yeah.
get to it,
Yeah, I
remind
feel
me.
like I might be
We,
too.
we
I
get
didn't
like a
watch
big
the full
flashback thing
Battlefield.
of all the things she did.
Yeah, she had to deal with
fuck?
the
Oh, I missed
chainsaw lady, but then she just cut her throat. And then she has like this whole thing
Oh,
going
yeah.
on with
Fuck, I must
losing
have-
losing like
cutting-
stuff in her hometown. She's trying to get things back and stuff like that. I would need to change back what exactly it was, but she has ulterior motives, 100%.
Episode 3 is the one I'm most blurry on. I was super tired when I watched it, and I'd watched 5 before, so I was actually gonna rewatch it before this stream. I just had to take care of some things. But so when we get to it, remind me on the things I missed, because I feel like I've missed chunks of that.
Yeah, for
context-wise.
next,
yeah,
for
it's
next week,
very
I'm
obvious
definitely
that
gonna do
she
two
was the one
rewatches,
doing shit.
like, how did I
Okay,
miss
that's
that?
pretty lame. That's pretty lame. Like there's no other.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yep.
in
Someone
Yeah.
just asked me that I have a stroke at the end of episode 3. Maybe,
Feels like it.
maybe I was fucking
Either that or you
gorging
went to
food
have a
all
piss or
day.
something.
No,
I mean-
not. Yeah, I've definitely missed that. I was super tired.
I made the mistake of setting up the stream that I did right after I finished watching, I guess, while I was watching that one, and I guess I might have just not been absorbing as much as I thought I did. If I
Yeah,
missed it.
for me to miss that, I definitely must have been super tired by that point, which makes sense. So it's all good.
Yeah.
Kick Brooke so we can watch the episodes
Yeah.
again. Get out of here.
Just three.
Um,
Jinx, Silco. Whoa. Brooke,
Oh my
this
God.
Doomer you're talking about.
Oh,
oh
no.
no,
That's
no.
not
I'm
me.
down. I was in the chat for that, like pulling my hair out, like what?
No.
This guy's losing his fucking mind a lot, because I had never seen someone shit themselves on EFAP like
Let's
that.
not. Let's
I
not.
mean-
Us. I wanna. We're still.
He has had several bad takes throughout his time on the internet.
Yeah, he's big
Uh,
Doomer.
But yeah,
I
they're
still have nothing
talking.
against you, Doomer.
They're talking about the stuff, and then Caitlyn comes in. It's like, hey, who let you in? This is a closed-off council meeting again without Jace apparently, because I don't know, they just don't like Jace, I guess. And she's like, hey, shut the fuck up! I'm a decorated officer, so you gotta fucking treat me with respect, you little cuck. I wish she,
Yeah, she's also the head of the house now.
yeah, she's
she
now
is a
the head of
council
the
member.
house, so she is allowed in here. She took over from her mom's because that's the rules in House Kiraman. Kiraman? I'm never sure how to exactly pronounce
Kiraman.
it.
Caitlyn Kiraman.
Just Kiraman? Okay.
Yep.
So
her dad, is it because she's a soldier, or like what's her dad like? Why is he getting?
No,
Why is he the
because it was her mother's family, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
okay.
in the-
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Why am I Karaman? That's stupid.
Yeah.
Stupid.
So she just inherited like the council position.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's like, hey, I'm gonna do something about this. I will either strike him into zone with 3 objectives. And we just cut back between this and Jace making more weapons. And it's like, yeah, it's locate Jinx, dismantle Shimmer, and neutralize any agent still loyal to Silco.
Yeah.
And
Those are solid points.
yeah, and says like, why do you think you're gonna fare better than any one of us today? It's like, well, we got some surprises of our own. And yeah, they got some Hextech weapons. And I think this is actually Caitlyn's leak gun she's using now, right? That's the proper one, isn't it? Because
There's
that's
a
like
bunch of different ones, right?
because she's got the 3.
Depends on
the
her
thr-
skin. I think it's based on her skin.
Well, oh yeah, I guess that's
Like
true.
the base one. I'm
But it has
guessing.
like
Yeah,
the
her-
3 lenses on it. I think that's pretty.
looks
I
closer.
think I have seen the design before as well. Yeah.
But where's her hat? Where the fuck
Oh,
is her hat?
Where's your hat?
Your fucking hat, bro. Hair is cold, man.
But yeah. So they all have like their weapons, big shield. I don't know if this the Heidi's one is like supposed to be like a grenade launcher or just a pistol. I'm actually not entirely sure and remember.
It is like a grenade launcher.
Okay,
She,
okay.
she shot like a smoke grenade with it earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
And obviously the gauntlets are back as well, and she's got the badge. And the
And they go to their way to show Vi's face. Like she's kind of like sad. I don't know. She's not like fully happy. Like to try to show she's not fully on board, or like she doesn't feel comfortable.
yeah.
But they put a shot of her face just to make sure they notice it.
But yeah, also yeah, the Jace doesn't really look super happy that he had to build those, but yeah, so he's not completely on board, it seems. So maybe I was a bit too harsh earlier. Okay, I admit it. Maybe I was a bit mean.
Well, He's also probably feeling pretty down about getting slashed up with a chainsaw too.
I mean,
Oh,
the
yeah.
situation in like as a whole is just completely fucked. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
There's a lot of bad things happening.
He knows that had he acted earlier, he could have prevented so much of this. So he probably feels extremely guilty. Like Caitlyn's fucking mom died. Maybe he pulled the trigger on Hextech like way earlier, he could have avoided these things. So like it's understandable. How do you feel about the Avengers shot?
And then, I mean,
lined up.
I was okay with it.
I was okay with it visually. My only issue was who the fuck are half of you? Like man with fish-like features.
yeah, we
big
just
chunky shield boy.
we just know
Just-
Caitlyn talked to them in the past and said, oh, she trusts Vi and stuff. And yeah, I mean, I don't know who Fishman is. I don't think he talked a lot. We saw him fight a little bit.
Fishman.
They've set up
he has
one
like
of
fish
these three
ears. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I called him a man with fish-like features. Like we don't. He's like
Super
quite
strong
not a-
man.
He's a
Dude
mix
who
of like the Shape
definitely-
of Water guy and Piccolo.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Just-
dude who would definitely be played by Doug Jones if this were a Guillermo del Toro film.
Right.
I just think it's strange that like there's three of them and they've only set up one, and you guys didn't even like the setup. I was the one defending it. So it's
I
like,
did.
Get
I
the
was on
Irish
your
lady
side.
out of
I just
there.
said
She doesn't
also
belong.
it. I like
Fizz.
the scene a lot. Like yeah.
I didn't like it, especially with the music combination.
Yeah, I'm not on Goger's team. See.
Wow.
Oh wait, no, I was talking about the one where we get introduced to them. Never mind. You were
Sounds
talking
like
about the Avengers
Canadian
shot.
bias right there, I think.
Victor is still in the goo, the Hextech goo. You get a little
Oh,
twitch, and they show the Man of Progress. Oh wait a minute, I didn't even notice that. I thought they were showing the Man of Progress cup, but the spoon is being like sucked into Victor, almost like a magnet.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys notice that?
But no, I don't remember that.
The very second last clip, they're showing Victor in the goo, and then it shows Jace, and then it shows Victor's face, and then it shows the cup, Man of Progress, and the spoon in the cup is being sucked towards Victor, almost like a magnet being activated.
Yeah,
I didn't notice
Because
that.
it needs metal to start creating Victor's body. I
Like
guess.
Victor has like
Oh,
a
yeah,
charge
yeah.
or something. Yeah.
But yeah, they like pretend like they set up these characters because they showed them once, but you would expect there would be like some high-ranking officers in here and not these, from what I
Not some
understand, newbies, right?
Yeah, yeah. They always do this in shows. Like
Yeah.
we have a whole established crew, and this is a serious mission, but we're gonna show you the fucking like noobs just because we've been slightly introduced. Like
It's like, look,
you have
they
to
did
justify that.
they did a team up here randomly this one time. It's like, okay, you're in. It's like, no, can we? Like this would like be a perfect thing to like introduce some of the just standard League characters. I think just
Yes,
can put some in there. You know.
You're
Would,
so
yeah.
fucking right, Metal, because then we wouldn't need these introductions. Imagine this was actually
you still-
Braum.
no, you
and I
still
wouldn't
need-
have any questions.
You,
Yeah, but some of them would have their history, and they might,
their
it might be
history, and then you
easier to
can
flesh it
still
out.
introduce them. But now they did new ones, and they sent them home later. So it's-
But that guy, he stopped the giant attack from the he's got super strength. He literally has super
Oh, yeah,
strength. And they
absolutely.
just brushed over it. I
He-
wouldn't
he would be
question
completely
that if he
fucked
was
by that.
Braum. You know, I'd be like, he's Braum. They'll explain it.
I
Where,
would
like,
trust
for
drunk
example-
Loris with my life.
For example, in the season 1, Victor asked Victor Victor asked Victor. Jace asked Victor who he is, and he says, "I'm the head of something, something, something," which is a normal response. And at the end, he says, you never mentioned your name," and he turns around and says, "I'm Victor."
Mhm.
And everyone who plays the game, fucking, their heads exploded
Yeah,
that
like,
moment because
yeah.
just saying that, like, okay, they're gonna explain it. They could have did the same thing with Braum here. Just show he's bald, show that he's Braum, and then all the rest they could fill in over time. I could see him using super strength and not feel uncomfortable with it because they'll probably explain it, you know?
The reaction was like, "That's Victor."
It's like, what?
Yeah, it's like,
He's
what?
not a machine man. What is this?
It's so cool. It's so well done, man.
But yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, bit of a weird choice, I think, with those Randys here. But you know. But yeah, we get Victor. He's like still in the goo. I was expecting them to do like the ice open thing, but they didn't. So they go to fool me.
I prefer Twitches. I've never been a fan of the eye open up thing.
The
It's
Blade
hard to get
Trinity
right.
ending.
Just do a Twitch.
Flares his nostrils.
But yeah, as I said, the spoon gets in, and then we get our boy Singed.
Caesars.
He's collecting some resources for his little experiment, I guess.
Getting some
Pumping
juice.
parts.
Seems to be rebuilding a heart.
He's clearing jungle to get the red buff.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
We're just Singe jungling. That's what it's doing.
God damn it.
It's a cool scene too. Really nice shot. Like, whoa.
Yeah, we'll get one of these in every episode.
But yeah, that's like the thing, which is probably gonna be, well, it is gonna be Warwick. We see like the big hulking thing.
Yeah, it's who else could it be?
Yeah. And that's episode 1. There we go.
Woo!
Singe just doing a bit of
3 hours.
tomfoolery.
Yeah, it only took us 3 hours.
Holy shit.
I do need to leave in a little bit. So
Yeah.
You know.
Okay.
Uh,
Well, episode 2 then.
Yep.
Let's do it up.
Well, first you guys talk a little bit. I have to do a little pee.
Well, we
Okay.
covered a lot of things and touched on a lot of separate things, so we'll probably be able to speed up as we go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I guess the framework of the issues that people have is set now at the very least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that we're not gonna have to touch on again for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I do have a lot of problems with Jinx specifically. I think...
Overall take on the first episode, you'd say?
Oh,
I
well,
still liked it overall. Like, I think it's definitely not as strong as a lot of the episodes in season 1, and seems much more rushed. But I still thought it was okay. Like I was still very much looking forward to watching episode 2 when it finished.
Yeah. Clearly rushed, but established a lot of things that I think needed to be done. And yeah, good. Basically, my biggest issue again too were the things that we mentioned. So there's still an opportunity for them to fix them going forward. A lot of my issues with episode 1 could be fixed in the future, so it's hard to judge it too harshly.
I feel it's a significant downgrade from season 1, but there's still a lot of good stuff in there, like mixed in here everywhere.
My only
But-
thing is if we're comparing the first 3 episodes of season 2 to the first 3 episodes of season 1, impossible. Of course, it's a downgrade. Everything from that would be a downgrade. So
Well, yeah,
that's
yeah,
why I
it's-
watched.
It's also
That's why I watched the last 3. I think the last 3 is a more fair comparison, and I still think the last 3 episodes of season 1 were better written and paced than these 3.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
say so too. I
So-
think though that the main difference between the season 1 first 3 episodes and season 2 though is just slow burn character and world setup versus like step on the
Rapid
gas pedal.
fire.
We got to get to some major events happening.
And distract them with music videos. Yeah, it's much more superficial, where they had to earn their place in the first season and take their time. This one,
Yeah.
they've already established.
You're also missing
Vander.
2 really strong characters, being Vander and
Oh my god!
Silco.
I had 3
Yeah.
episodes with him, and he was fucking glorious. I'm like, I'm gonna miss you, dude. Even
Yeah,
his
yeah,
one
that-
line in this season was epic. Like, he's
Yep.
so
It's
good.
this next episode where I think I was most feeling Silco's absence.
Yeah, I'm like, oh
Yeah.
man, I need
Because
this guy.
those 2 are probably the strongest characters of the series, and we're missing both of them.
I
in
think
this season.
yes, the dynamic with Silco and I almost like to put Silco and Vander as like one character, put them together in one their journey. Like those 2 Victor's whole thing really got me. And I know a few people don't hate this chick for some reason, but I don't mind Caitlyn. I think her and Vi's journey has been fantastic.
I like Caitlyn.
Yeah.
She's fine.
I think a lot of
she's
people think she's the
probably-
weakest.
Yeah.
I think she might be the most solid character in this season so far. Like,
It's funny. A lot of people think she's the weakest. I think she's one of the strongest and most
That
consistent.
Ding guy.
Heimerdinger.
she's
Heimerdinger
super
is
consistent.
the
yeah.
clear weakest right now. He is.
Yes.
Yeah, he's
borderline
absolutely.
cameo at this point. Like he's hardly a character at all. He has
He's just
one
there.
semi-significant conversation with Echo, I guess. That is
And
really
he's
just
not, I
set
don't
up
feel
for
the
an arc.
serious, like, where's the dude who was worrying about the doom of, like, of the past, and like, where's the
Mhm.
guy from season 1 who was worried? We need that guy right now to be like, I told you
Yeah,
so,
he
you
disappeared.
fucking idiots. Like, I need Heimerdinger to be teabagging everybody in Piltover and be like, I fucking told
He
you.
should be.
You know,
Yeah,
fuck
he
you,
should
listen,
be.
I'm 300
I
years
mean-
old, you stupid humans.
He's supposed to be one of
once-
the smartest people alive, right?
Yeah.
And once Jace recovers, he should be immediately going to try to find Heimerdinger. Like
Mhm.
it's kind of
Yeah.
crazy. that
Heimerdinger got
Jack wasn't
Flanderized.
like,
it's
hey, we
true.
need to
Professor, I did a little oopsie.
We also lost half the council, so maybe we could have that little guy we kicked out back just as a member.
Yeah, the guy who's 300 years old and like could be
one who has the
useful to
most
us right
experience
now.
with this stuff, especially when it's Hex Tech that blew up the council.
Yeah, man, this is
Yeah,
the moment where
you've
the
seen
fact,
this shit
you know
go down
what?
before.
We haven't had the conversation of we haven't seen Heimerdinger react to the council, and we haven't had the council react to the lack of Heimerdinger in a situation like this. They are fucking his character. Like,
Jinx does mention him, but it's like a one-off.
It's not enough.
He doesn't really talk about it in depth.
Yeah.
All right.
It is sad. Like,
Take us away, Metal Man. Yeah, it is. It is.
Well, we start. It's time to get Jinx stuff. Yay. Well, I guess we just as we music video time. I guess a little bit. We start with Jinx being underwater. I guess like there's like a mind scene, thinking scene. It's like thinking about Silco, how he's dead now. It's like, man, everyone is dying. That sucks. Like, you're always bossing me around, but you know what? You were at least taking care of me, so that was nice. And and then they made out for 45 minutes straight.
What I found most interesting was her inability to acknowledge that she killed him. Like, she said, someone put a bunch of holes in you. She can't even acknowledge, you know. What
I could see that both ways. That she actually acknowledges it, but she can't say it. Like she does know that she can,
I agree.
But, yeah.
I'm not entirely sure which way they want to take it. Like, she doesn't want to acknowledge it, or she can't even process that was her. She's separating it like that's not me. That person put a bunch of holes in you. Like, there's a lot of ways you can play with it.
No. Also, do you think this is like just in her mind, or that it's like literally happened?
I think it's in her mind. It reads to me as like a mind thing.
Wait, what? Yeah. The sinking?
Like the underwater thing, basically.
Yeah, the beginning scene.
The whole sequence.
Is this what? What else can it be?
Did this literally happen, or is it just in her mind?
No, this is in her mind.
Like maybe she grabbed him and
she grabbed his corpse and then like swam underwater with him and had a whole moment and then dropped it down. Like, they had a whole fucking moment. Like, no, I don't think she's that deranged. I think she's definitely in her mind.
And it's her like letting go of him, basically.
Also, this wasn't the music video. I was lying. That happens next after the intro.
Yes.
I mixed it up because that one basically shows how everyone is dying and who's left over. It's like a thing. We got Smeech.
We're getting exposition from these videos, and that's what matters most to me. If you're gonna make them, utilize them, because that could have been a whole scene that we didn't necessarily need to see, but we're getting all the context that we would have missed.
They basically tell us that now that Silco is dead, the last couple of I guess factions down there, they're trying to grab the throne and want to take over
power
the underworld.
Dynamic.
We have the weird Mechanicus Adeptus Smeech faction. That makes sense if you know a little bit of Warhammer.
Or Warhammer.
We have the Gangs of New York and Dominatrixes. That's the factions. That's what they look like.
It's a sick shot, like starting from Silco and then panning out. It's really cool.
He's Sneem. They got his name wrong.
Showing the deaths in order, so you can kind of get a reminder of what happened to everybody.
Yeah. So basically, the underworld is in disarray. They're just the big factions are just attacking each other, trying to kill each other, trying to get the throne, and this all leads up to the weird fucking kid who I thought was like, oh, is this gonna be their Teemo? But Teemo is like a thing in this world because we see him on posters and stuff, so he's definitely not Teemo. But his little goggles in his head, I was immediately reminded of Teemo.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not it.
Bag.
A little fucking hate that.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
Fucking despise Teemo.
Oh, use my fucking mushrooms. Fuck you.
No. It's not the mushrooms. It's the Q.
Yeah,
let's just blind this motherfucker for 3 seconds and just like, what are you gonna? Oh, don't even get me started.
Yeah, because we need. I actually don't know exactly what we are going for or if I like it, because we literally drop this kid on Jinx's head. So they meet. The
amazing reaction time.
the kid is running away from these gangsters.
I do like the design of them, like the British fucking.
Yeah, they're kind of cool.
Overhead look. Yeah.
I don't think any of us will ever be complaining about the visuals and the design of this show. It's fucking glorious. It
looks really fucking good.
Extreme. But you're right. The bitch just literally lands on her. Like, here you go.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of this kid,
Well, it doesn't get a character yet. It's just around.
It doesn't get a character. for what the payoff get with this kid, it's not earned. Like we needed a full montage of them together.
Just
really
don't even want to
like,
just be
Jinx's-
more than there. It's just-
Jinx's opportunity to see what Vi went through with her. This is what this was.
Yeah, it's really weird. Anyway, the Jinx posters are everywhere. So these three realize her, and then she shoots them all with her gun, because that's what you do with guns. Shoot. I know, riveting commentary by me. Subscribe for more. Anyways,
shoot.
Yeah, he basically tells her, "Oh, you feel this feeling behind your head. It's like the best one because it can be gone just like this," and just does like a gesture with the pistol to her head. I guess that's it. I don't really have a lot to say about the scene. It looks good and stuff, but
It's a
Anyone?
sloppy version of what they did with Vi.
I just
with-
can't believe then they just fucking dropped this character on her head. Literally, it just falls on him, on her.
Yeah.
And now
I like the idea of Jinx having to experience what Vi experienced with her. They just slapped it together though. This is stitched together with fucking duct tape, and
I don't think Jinx
appreciate
would
that.
keep the kid around randomly. And
No, that's why I'm saying we needed a montage of the kid like following.
like
her,
the reason they give us
saving
later
her.
is because the kid throws like the smoke bomb, and that helps them out, and they have like a little nod, and that's all we get. And then, but how does the kid just follow her around, like to where? It's just I just don't
No.
know.
I mean,
It's
the kid just does, I guess.
it just does,
super
yeah.
stealth. He doesn't have to go home. Doesn't have to eat. Like she's following Jinx at all.
I
times.
mean,
It's
we can like extrapolate that the kid eats at some points, but
No, she's starving to death following Jinx in tunnels and shit. She's malnourished. Okay.
the bigger problem I have, like not with this scene specifically, but with Jinx as a whole in the next two episodes, is that at the end of season 1, we saw her being completely fucked, like mentally, and she seems to have regressed back to being like, you know, way more fine than she used to be.
Yeah. I
Even
agree.
even though she should probably be more fucked up after she, you know, killed her de facto father.
As soon as she killed Silco and sat down in that seat, it should have been a new Jinx completely. And I feel like we're getting, kind of a rehash of a different version before that.
Yeah.
Where I think she would have been in another phase. Like, the Jinx I expected in this season would not have this fucking kid around her.
No. Yeah. It's
I mean, Silco did.
But that's Silco. Silco
Well,
isn't.
no,
Yeah,
but I
they're
mean, like,
two
Jinx.
completely different people.
It's
Yeah,
like,
no,
why you
but,
can-
like,
And there's a good reason why,
the
like she could emulate Silco and like try to take
guys,
his
if you're gonna
mantle,
react
but
like that, you gotta at least let me explain it in more depth
Yeah,
than just
yeah.
one sentence, okay?
I'm
So,
letting
like,
you. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, okay, so if she is the one who killed Silco, who's at this point is the person who's been raising her since she was like what 10, and like I can see her having some complicated emotions with that, and then having another kind of defenseless kid who seems like he might need someone to take care of him there. I don't think it's that much of a jump to make Jinx at least
I
think about that situation in more
I think
complexity than just get the fuck away from me.
I think Silco could be pragmatic in that situation and see all the opportunities with this child to be able to bend and warp their perspective. And this is also Vander's kid. There's also like, you know, the guilt aspect. There's so many different things flowing for
And-
Silco to pick
yeah,
up Jinx.
you're right.
There's
And-
no
and
reason
she
for Jinx to
also-
pick up this kid. Like, and she's all hammered out too.
like he also sees himself in her a lot.
Yeah,
like in that moment when she hugs him, and you know.
And I think there's a little bit to suggest that she sees a bit of powder in this kid, like, you know. Like,
That's
granted,
what
we don't
that's
get
what
enough
I
of the
was
kid
gonna
to
say.
really
Is that's what they need to
strengthen
fix
that.
it, like getting an opportunity to let Jinx know what Vi went through with her, and seeing how difficult it is to have a little sister or a little loved one, or take care of someone who doesn't really understand things. But they rushed it. They skipped all the parts that would have made that meaningful. And I
The
think
kid doesn't really have a character.
I guess I just don't think it's that unreasonable that she would consider it as what
I'm with you on that. But comparing it to Silco, and Silco has a million reasons too. I don't think that's a good comparison. Silco.
Well, I think it could
that's
just
why
be
I
like
needed to
she
talk
tries
more than
to.
just saying Silco did, because my point was Silco raised her, so like there being a bit of Silco in Jinx, I think is not.
It could just be her trying to emulate him after he died and all that shit. Like
Yeah.
I think it's okay, but yeah, it's not it's not
all I was
amazing.
saying. I didn't
If
think it was
we
like
get
a
a-
crazy suggestion.
If
Yeah,
if Jinx elaborates that in terms of like when her and Savika had that moment when they were kind of like mourning Silco, I really like that. It would have been a good opportunity for Savika to be like, "What's with the kid?" And just like, Silco. Something that would have been the opportunity to inject that. I agree with you more now after hearing you talk about it. If like they could tie that into Silco in a clean way, but what we have so far, we're adding that. They didn't do that. We're adding that
Yeah,
because it makes sense.
I'm just saying, like, for it to, the suggestion was initially something along the lines of there's no reason why Jinx would give a shit about that kid. I'm just like, well, I don't know. I can think of a few reasons based on like everything that happened to her in season 1 and the people around her.
I don't think Jinx, after shooting that rocket, would adopt a kid like immediately after. I think this whole concept needs to be done later on. Not this. Jinx should
Maybe,
be extremely
yeah.
unhinged during this point in time. This isn't the
Yeah,
time.
I think I can
like
agree with
the
that
main
much,
problem
She
is
just
that
blew up a
she's
city,
way too
but-
she's way too fucking stable. Like she's the most sane she's ever been, basically, after
Yeah.
killing Silco. And no,
Doesn't make sense. You just
and-
killed your
and-
father figure and blew up a whole city. Like,
and
should
she
be
also
unhinged.
had that procedure by the doctor, right? That completely fucked her mind as well.
Yeah.
Or like that's implied. Like the doctor says, like sometimes dying is a mercy or whatever. And it is shown that she's even more fucked after that.
I'm not saying it's devoid of issues. I just don't think it's beyond any explanation. I think there's enough there that it's like, well, they could expand on this and it could turn into something.
That's why I was
think
saying the scene with her and Savika was a great opportunity to expand on it. So until they do, I can't give it that credit.
I think as presented,
I mean, again,
it's
I agree
okay,
with
but
that
I
as
think
well.
I think the main problem is more with how Jinx is portrayed rather than the kid being there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I just have a problem in general that it just drops on her head. It's just fucking
Well,
ridiculous.
yes,
Yeah, that's clumsy writing.
both that it's very
Yeah.
convenient, and that also that she has like super reflexes and doesn't react to the kid dropping on her hand.
And she doesn't get hurt either.
Ow.
Like, it's
Yeah.
it's just strange scene.
Just breaks her neck.
I mean, yeah, Jinx is like super durable after the operation or whatever, I guess.
I wish they kind of elaborated on that a little bit more, kind of showed it, because when she takes a punch in the later episodes, there I'm just like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, it must be the shimmer or something, because that's the only explanation. for it. She's
It's
not-
the only explanation, yeah, and it is a explanation, but
I just wish it was elaborated, just grounded a little bit more,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, I didn't say the scene was perfect. I just
No, it's all right. It's right.
I just think there's room for them to move with it. It's not just a hard problem that they can't recover from. This is sort of what my take was.
Well, time for Smeege. The rat goober or whatever the
Bat, I guess.
bad thing.
The dude, what the fuck was he? How did he rabbit?
He's like a cat thing, isn't he?
That's what I'm saying. We don't even know what species this guy is.
Well, he's mostly
is he a cat?
He's mostly robotic, so
Well, I mean, yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. I think we
Robot
skipped
parts
over-
Doesn't change
Evil
your
Dinger.
species metal. Just saying. Still
we
human,
cl-
David.
Okay, hold on a second. Is he a rat?
Huh? He might
I
be
think
some
he's
kind
a
of.
cat.
Is he a yordle? Yordle like
He's
Heimer.
definitely a yordle.
Oh,
He's
okay.
definitely a yordle. That makes it all together. Okay, some
Oh,
type
there
of
you go.
rodent creature.
Okay.
Mm.
I don't know.
But yeah, they're on the way somewhere. They have like a book person. It's like, our finances are shite. And it's like, well, make them better. Shut up.
This scene was really fucking strange.
He's like smoking through his nose as well. I don't know how they take drugs there, or smoke, or vape.
A
Is
new
he
version
part?
of
Is
Shimmer, I
he?
guess.
Is he part of the vape nation? I don't know.
Yeah, they're vaping with shimmer at this point for sure.
Yeah.
But it's great for your
That's
lungs.
grape shimmer flavor. That's it. Yo, a toned down Kled. Yeah, that's right. I haven't played the game in a while, but he looks like Kled.
But yeah, they're
Like,
basically
consi-
on the.
The
Oh, go ahead.
cocaine rat. I'll go with that. We're gonna call him the cocaine rat. That word.
Yeah, just considering what they're doing, it's a bit weird to bring your bookkeeper to this mission.
Yeah.
That's-
He's also like kind of running around with a little dagger. He's like, I don't really know what's
Yeah.
going on.
Yeah, and it comes later, but sending him in first alone, like the guy with no fucking experience doing any of this, like why?
I'm just
why
keeping
is he
your
even
books,
here?
man.
Just do the numbers, dude.
But yeah, they're like on the way to the Domina place, and they want to tag them with 4 or 5 people. I'm actually not entirely sure what their plan was here. They wanted to do something.
They're gonna steal something. It's like a cash or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How's the microphone now? Better or worse?
Sure.
A bit low.
Low? It's low now?
A little bit.
How about now? Better?
Did
Yeah.
we skip the
Testing,
Savika
testing,
Jinx
1, 2, 3.
scene?
That didn't happen yet.
Oh, okay,
No,
okay,
yeah,
okay.
we've
I'm
not skipped.
yeah. My bad.
I've been able to hear you guys the whole time, but apparently.
Okay.
No, you were a tiny bit low during when the three of us were talking. I felt like I couldn't hear you that well. That's all.
Oh, sorry about that.
That might be a Discord-tism as well. Like it lowers some people for whatever fucking
Yeah,
reason.
actually, we're
Yeah.
else if Discord's got any of its own like noise canceling on.
Yeah, it happens to Fringy all the time. They're like it bullies Australians.
But yeah, they go inside. They see the place has been gassed up, and they send the bookkeeper and it's like, "You check it out and tell us what's up." And then he gets captured by someone.
It shows that he's a bit cowardly, so we get a little bit of character from him.
Yeah,
I
like,
mean,
"Oh."
Yeah, you
it's
go
just why would you send him?
Send the pawns in.
No.
Let's see. What's next? Oh yeah, he goes inside and there's like a big smoke monster allegedly, but I think it's just the task force, isn't it? That's the idea. Is it the task force? Wait, is he the guy
no.
who's hanging upside down later? I'm trying to.
Yes.
Wait,
So
no.
he gets captured there by something.
He gets captured by someone. Yeah, okay. I was trying to remember if that was them or
Yeah,
not.
because the task force finds him, so it can't
Yeah,
be them.
yeah, that's the way. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute. When they do that, why did they hang him upside down?
Yeah. They hang him upside down and then find him again and interrogate him.
Wait, but
like
who
4
was
days
who
later.
was in there then? Because they also have like the blue shiny thing.
We don't know.
I guess. Well, it has to be Jinx then, right? Because he's like surrounded by Jinx stuff.
Probably.
So it's probably Jinx. That's the only thing that makes sense then.
But yeah, we don't know. It could be like big mommy lady doing stuff.
But yeah, we go back to Silico's place actually, and we see like a bunch of people from the factions. But Savika's like, "Yo, can we stop being so bitchy towards each other and actually, band together because Topside is like outmatching us like quite a bit, and if we want to get through this, we need to be united."
Mm-hmm.
But they just say, no, I'd rather favor my chances with Topside. Another thing, but I think that's the gist of it.
Cat guy says we'll give them Jinx, and she
Right.
says we don't hand over our own.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And he's like doing all these things with his arms and stuff.
Yeah.
He's quite animated. It's fun
Oh,
to
yeah,
look
yeah.
at.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to add real quick. I
Uh-huh.
love that line from Savika. Like, just the idea of how much she hates Jinx.
Yeah.
But she's still so fucking loyal down to her principles. And
Mhm.
it ties back to that scene with Silco where they tried to betray him and he says, "Oh, you're all dirty rats, this and that," but he still believes in loyalty, just like the old school values. That's what got us here. And that's what
Yeah,
made
yeah.
her make her decision. She's like a fantastic side character. Just little lines like that highlight that. That says so much about her. The fact that she still sticks to her principles, even with someone like
Mhm.
Jinx. It's crazy.
Yeah, because he absolutely fucking hates her, like you mentioned.
Yeah. And obviously her arm is still broken from the fight she had in season 1. And she just kind of throws some tools on the counter, which I think is interesting. She sits down on a little stool and not in the big chair where Silco normally sits. That's just another little
Yeah,
detail.
she leaves it empty.
Yeah.
I will say, like, the way she tries to repair the thing, it's kind of goopy, but it's fine. Like, it looks very strange.
So yeah, she's trying to repair the arm and stuff, but she only has one arm and can't really hold it in place and stuff. I know the way they show it here looks like she's actually being a bit stupid about it. Maybe too.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
She goes
Like, she
"Oops,
angles it
slipping
very
out of it."
weirdly. She could just hold it like straight down.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's a bit weird, but it's fine for what it accomplishes.
Yeah, because Jinx is up here as well. It's like, oh, you're here to finish me off. It's like, oh, haven't I done you enough favors at all already? And then they just kind of they share like a little moment, like Civica is actually getting like a flask ready or a bottle to just beat her up with. And it's like, hey, same time every day, and you have like the little needle thing for the eye. Like, well, I couldn't do it himself. I was like, I couldn't do much himself at all. And then it's like things they do. I was like, oh, I've been running around collecting his stuff. I'm gonna explode his enemies. Yeah, they're just she had like a little moment. They're like, hey, he was our boss, but we always kind of friends towards each other, like a weird fucking family, I guess, is what you could portray it as.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're a bit too friendly towards each other. Like last scene, we saw them and they fucking hated each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jinx gassed her and like tied her to a chair and threatened her with a knife and shit. You know, I'm fine with them like teaming up, but I just feel like this is a bit rushed again.
Are we ignoring the fact that Civica was literally about to bottle her?
Oh, I said that.
Like,
I said that.
No. I mean, I know. I'm not saying we're ignoring that part. But I'm saying when you say that it's rushed or them being too friendly, I think it's all there. They could have killed each other in that moment, or they can completely de-escalate and kind of have that moment of just like, ugh. And then it was a sister moment. They both looked at him almost like a father figure, and I think Civica is smart enough to know that be able to read that from Jinx. So it could have went one of either ways, like really quickly, and I think they played it out perfectly. I believe that they would have that moment, and it's the history that they have between them. Like she grew up with this bitch, but this is what tied them together. So, and just the fact if we didn't have that scene where she felt threatened and was gonna crack her, and then she dropped the bottle, I'd be right with you. But I think it all works really, really well, and just fleshes out the characters.
I think we needed a bit more than this, but like I said, I'm fine with them teaming up in the end or whatever. But
you also have to consider Jinx did kill Silco, and I guess
she doesn't know that though.
She doesn't know that.
She doesn't know that.
Just out of curiosity, what would improve it for you specifically?
Just more time.
What do you?
Really.
Basically just more time. Like they both distrust each other a bit more. Like
I get that part because that's part of the reason you want it more fleshed out. But I think that's like that can go for the entire season. Everything feels rushed.
That's why we keep saying it.
Basically, you can have them agree to help each other here, but they both like distrust each other like heavily after this, and it takes more for them to actually grow the trust between them.
You're talking about it being fleshed out within other scenes. I'm talking about in this scene specifically. What could we add to it dialogue-wise that would improve it tremendously for you?
No, like this scene would just end with them like distrusting each other, and then later.
You don't want it sealed in this scene. You want it built up more over time, basically. Okay.
I think it's a bit fast to have it like in a minute. They just are completely on board with having each other.
I might agree with that. Yeah, I'd have to rewatch it to see how I feel. I like the scene a lot, so I might be biased. But in terms of it's how much is rushed, it might be. Yeah. It might be. I don't know how I feel about it yet, but I might agree with you. I just really do like the scene character-wise.
Yeah, I think it's a fine scene. Otherwise, I just don't like the outcome of it that much. Like the dialogue and the interactions are fine.
Let's see. Victor does a thing. He's awake. He's back. The boy is back. And he's making his way out of the Hextech goop. And he's full of Hextech stuff over his body. Like it's replaced.
He is
fused. But yeah,
From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me.
Disgusting.
What is this cane that he gets that becomes like his staff? Like, what is that? Because Jace was holding it before.
Yeah,
it seems like a normal.
It already started changing.
Oh wait, it was his crutch. Episodes. It was his crutch.
Oh yeah,
it is changed now, but yeah, it's the same thing. But it has like shimmer things on it, or not shimmer, fucking X-Tex things on it.
Victor the Messiah. He looks fantastic. He looks so good.
He does, yeah.
But yeah, he's still a bit wobbly on his legs. But yeah, he wakes up Jace like, "Yo, you're awake. That's sick." And gives him a big hug, big bro hug. And he's like, "Oh, you must be cold because he's not wearing it." He's like, "No, I sense a charge of some sorts or a potential, but I don't know. I wouldn't call it cold. It's weird and unpleasant. So I don't really
Ominous.
I don't really know what's going on. But he does have he feels like something is going on, and he's like, wait, what's up with the hex core? It's like, it saved you. It's someone adapted to your injuries, changed you, evolved you, and like it's connected to you. And he gets like all like the notes, like I did my best using the notes from your leg, recorded everything. There's a lot of questions, and Victor says, I was supposed to die. And it's like,
Yeah,
okay.
You promised to destroy the hex core, which is true. He did.
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, but
And,
don't you understand? This proves Heimerdinger was wrong. Look, you were alive. It saved you. Like, we were wrong. It's not even as bad as we thought it is. And then he's like, it killed Sky. It's like, what? No.
Yeah.
So yeah, Victor is like, yeah, she had dreams, ambitions, and she got evaporated.
Such dreams.
Yeah, I really like this scene. It might be my favorite in the
Yeah, it's pretty good. He has
in
like
the
a little,
series, like the season 2 so far.
yeah, and he grabs the notebook of hers as well. It's like she had ambitions like we had before. And just like, I'm gonna resign from the council. I'm gonna be here with the lab like it always was. You know, we can work on this together. You know, like we used to. It's like, nah, our paths divided a long time ago. I have to say goodbye now. And just like, fuck you mean goodbye? Like you're my partner. And he tells him, it's like, oh, our paths diverged a long time ago. The only thing that kept us together was affection, because we're friends, good friends actually.
Yeah.
And
which is kind of true from season 1 as well. Like they they went on different paths quite a while ago.
Yeah, and it's like, wow, it's so easy. You can just turn your back while the city looks to you for salvation. It's like, oh. Yeah, to cling to principles while your best friend bleeds out in your arms. And then he goes on to say, reminds us, like, I never asked for this. Like, you know, I'm just trying to do the best I can in any given situation. Like, I'm trying to adapt. And, he asks him, like, wait, where are you even going? And he just say, goodbye, Jace. And Victor leaves to the Undercity. Yeah. And that's Victor going his path now. Very interesting. I'm very curious to see where this all like ends up. We get some more with him, of course, but yeah.
Do you think Jace let him go a bit too easily? Like, do you think Jace has an incentive? Like, all that hex tech walking out the door. Like, I almost feel like, legally, can Victor just leave with all that gear? Like, I feel like there should have been more of a conversation of a discussion there.
Well, he's still he's still a person though, and right. So what are you gonna do? Just
the question is,
from the personal aspect with Jace, I get it. It's Victor, he's you know, but from a financial, legal, technical standpoint, how's he gonna explain all that hex tech just walking through the door?
Oh, you mean like the guards outside or whatever?
I don't think Jace thinks of it that way, Brooks. Jesus. Asking a simple question. Like, I completely understand him letting his friend go. But in terms of explaining all this hex tech gear being gone now, is there I feel like there might be something missing there. I think there might have been a little bit more of a conversation.
But it's specifically the core, right? Like that's because
the core is like
inside him right now.
There's not much you can do.
The very next comment is literally what I'm saying. I feel like Jace just would have argued a bit more. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I don't know what the other guy's upset about.
I guess just considering the situation, he just didn't have the heart to tell Victor, no, you can't leave. Like,
that's kind of where I'm
no longer a human, your property.
Exactly. I think it's really inhuman for him to bring up tech at a moment like this. They're prioritizing their friendship, but other people aren't going to give a fuck about their friendship. They're going to be like, where's the gear? So I'm just curious as to what's going to happen with that.
Yeah, he would probably say. I think that's another thing where you probably should have, tried to stop him more. Maybe follow him around to outside, but and then I don't know. Victor has like these weird powers now, so maybe something triggers because he's trying to, like, I don't know, hold his shoulder or whatever, but he feels like
Yeah, could like grab him and then get shocked back or something.
yeah,
like
and not like in a hug, like in a bit more aggressive way, and that triggers
Yeah.
like a reaction, and that just kind of, I don't know, not even knocks him out, just kind of knocks him down,
pushes him back. Yeah.
and then he just leaves after this.
Could have something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and people should definitely be worried about the Hextech core being gone. That's
That's all I'm saying. I just think
Yeah, for
there's
sure.
some
I mean,
problems.
other people will probably have questions. Yeah, but we haven't seen that yet, at least.
Absolutely. But yeah, I'm curious to see what this. Also, I think the staff already changed in this scene because I think the bottom part is already kind of more. Yeah, there's like Hextech stuff
Yeah.
all over the
Yeah.
thing
Grabbing
already.
his cane.
It's way taller as well.
Yeah. Also, I think the way this is going, I think we get a bit of a different kind of Victor. I don't think we get like the full metal Victor kind of dealio. I think it's going to be a little bit different.
No, this is him like halfway. He's not even.
Yeah,
full.
I think it's going to be a little bit more different though. I feel like because
Oh,
just
the
just by
design in
just by
itself?
Might not.
just by what we've seen so far, maybe it's still going to go full.
He could get turned later on. We'll see.
Either way, I'm fine with it. I'm very interested in the Victor stuff. I want more. Give me more of my boy. I want my boy.
I want a Victor spin-off. Give me the Victor
Hell yeah.
spin-off show. We need more. Like,
I mean, they
tell
did
them
say
6
that-
more of these. We're just getting started.
Well, I mean, they did also say that they might do other shows after Arcane. So even if this is the last Arcane season.
Oh yeah, we get more shows.
Just other areas of the world, right?
But we've
Also
all known that was a possibility because there's so many other areas, there's so much they can do. Like, but are we expecting to see characters from this show cross over? Because if we're gonna see Victor's story continued through, like, you know, that way, but like, I don't know. I don't know if they can. I want so much more from this character. And I feel like we have 6 more episodes to
Yeah.
get it done.
Oh, we definitely get more. There's gonna be some kind of
Not more.
stuff happening. But we're going to Echo's hideout. Did the thing had a name? Did this have a name? I forgot.
They're the Fireflies, right? Or
Fireflies,
something.
yeah.
I don't know if the place has a name. Don't
Yeah.
remember.
And we see they're getting more people in here because shit's going down in the underworld, and but they're all have their eyes like they're blindfolded,
Firelight.
so they don't know the exact way because of security. And yeah, it's like, hey, we can't really let anyone not in here because that's not how we roll. But also, it's getting a bit tight here. Like, there's only so much space and so much food we have. So there's definitely concerns about what's been happening everywhere. And then he notices there's some Hextech goop on the leaf. And yeah, so apparently the tree has some weird Hextech flim-flams on it. And Echo points out,
Need
like,
to
hey,
get some mithril.
Oh no. Echo, we need to make
Need to make
rings.
some rings of power.
Echo, we need your finest metal bits. But yeah, he points out, it's like, hey, this thing provides us food, fresh air, and everything. Like, we can't lose this. It's like, well, we need to find a cure, and I don't know. There's not all is lost. And yeah, Heimerdinger is just doing his, professor stuff, just looking at the thing. It's like, oh, if there's a means of preservation, we find it. And it's like, I've seen something of this nature before. And then they do like a little sneaking in scene, which, like, I don't know, it's kind of funny. It's fine. I don't mind this one. He's a bit goobery.
Yeah, Heimerdinger is a fucking clown. I don't like it. And like he mentioned, like, isn't this basically your place? Why are we sneaking in here?
Yeah, it's a bit weird. And then they reach the lab, and Jace is there with the hammer, ready to fucking fire up in their face. And it's like, Professor, what are you doing here? It's like, oh, we're trying to sneak in. It's like, oh, by the way, who's this other guy? Oh, he's Echo. He's my new pupil. It's like, oh, okay. I guess we're cool with this. Do you want tea? Like, that's a bit weird.
Very strange.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess the relationship between Heimerdinger and Jace is a bit
complicated
complex,
because he
right?
fucking betrayed him.
Yeah.
And this is not They don't talk about this. This really
This should
bothers
not
me.
have been their first meetup again after the betrayal.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Like, it's just insane. They make a joke out of something that should have been a serious payoff.
Yeah.
It's sad.
Yeah, because they just straight up go to, oh, let me look at this leaf. It's like, oh yeah, this matches the cross. Like, no, you have so much to talk about. Like, where have you been? Where have you been, Heimerdinger? Why are you sneaking in here? Like, you're not exiled from this place. You're just not the council.
Yeah, the world is getting fucked. Victor is some fucking machine man.
By the way, did you know Caitlyn's mom is dead? Like, do you have anything to say about any of this? It's like, no.
Yeah, his character's ruined. He's ruined. You just nailed it for me, Metal.
I'm worried about this leave. It's like, yeah, that's fine, but you know, you were still like, you're like a guiding stone for hundreds of years or something.
Yeah.
There's so much he could be doing to help right now, and he's not banished. He only left due to pride. That's it. So his pride is the reason he's not there helping them right now.
Yeah, he's just not
didn't mention
on the council anymore.
people.
He can
didn't
do whatever he
anything.
wants in the city.
Yeah, it's pretty lame.
It's terrible.
Because what I thought was going to happen, he meets up with Echo. He sees like the thing at the end. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. And then he goes back. It's like, yo, listen, there's like a whole place with like all these people. They're just trying to live a peaceful life. Let me help you with anything so we can save all of these people. And then we have drama there because all the council people are like, no, we need to invade. And then we have like other people's like, no, wait, there's like shit going down. But he's apparently he's just been chilling down there, and now he sneaks back in this place where he's not, you know, banished from. He can just be here and do research and whatnot.
He could just walk in the front door, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like,
the fact that he's
like,
not
oh, what's up?
banished makes it so ridiculous.
It's like,
him being banished would fix this story. Like, it would fill in the gaps a little bit. But him not being banished, he could just walk in and help at any time. His character's done. Like,
That's
there's no
really
explanation for
stupid.
that whatsoever.
Yeah.
Really, really dumb idea, man.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, I brought my friend Echo. He's going to be a pupil here. And I don't think anybody would bat an eye. It's like, oh, it's Heimerdinger. Of course. They can do stuff.
He's still well respected everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. They just got him out because they've thought like, hey, we need some new management, I guess, with Jace and Mel so they can deal with this because he's hindering us using all this hex tech stuff. But yeah, it's yeah, I don't know, it's there's lots to talk about that they don't address at all. But instead we do like this, we're like, oh, there's like a physical location with a tree, and Echo's like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? This is like supposed to be a secret, and it's obviously not a secret anymore now because he basically blurted it out. And then he looks at the weird Hextech cocoon. He's like, oh, where's Victor? It's like, oh yeah, he left. It's like, what do you mean he left? Oh, we actually cut away after
he looks
this.
At the thing like he knows what it is.
This is why I was bringing that up. How do you just explain? Like, Victor turned into like a fucking Messiah, Doctor Doom creature, and walked out the door with all that hex tech. Like, there's got to be a conversation there.
Yeah, but
like,
Heimerdinger looks at the thing like he knows what happened.
Yeah, he just says, "Oh no!" It's like, "Oh, do you know what's going on here? Isn't this weird? There's like a weird hex tech cocoon with no one in there anymore."
The Donger from season 1 would have shit his pants and snapped. He would have had so much to say about that.
It's like,
He
oh
would
yeah,
have so much to add.
It's like, oh yeah, the hex tech core that merged with Victor. It's like, excuse me?
Yeah, okay, we need to find him and fucking put him in isolation right now.
Like he should be shitting bricks right now. That's
Yep.
And he doesn't. Wait, is Heimerdinger in this after this scene? I'm trying to remember if there's more. Maybe like another scene, but they definitely don't address it. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, we don't really talk about this because we just cut to Victor now, which I'm fine with. I like Victor; he's cool. But they did nothing with Heimerdinger here. It's actually a bit embarrassing, I think.
I mean, they did less than nothing. They completely fucked him.
But yeah, Victor is he made his way to the Undercity, and we see the other Goober man again who betrayed Caitlyn in season 1. He's still on drugs, still a meth head.
Junkie guy. He was also in episode 1. He was doing deals in Vander's tavern.
And yeah, Victor, I guess, has like some weird. He hears like Sky's voice and sees footprints on the floor. Like, there's some weird hextech stuff going on, which I can't really explain right now. But he's that's where he goes, and he's apparently being followed by some wild drughead thugs. Victor realized that Jason Heimerdinger became cringe, so he ran away. Like, this place sucks. I'm out of here.
You guys are fucking cocks.
But yeah, that's that for those guys. We're going back to Jinx, where we have a building montage. Because she's repairing Savika's arm with parts of the training machine that Vi used.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it looks kind of cool, but I don't know how much time passed. Could have been like probably like a couple of hours, I would assume, because this looks quite complicated. So
yeah, like maybe like half a day or something.
Yeah, it's
not really important, but like some amount of time passed.
Yeah. And then she starts coughing. She got the fleams, but it's actually the you know, they're gassing the place. The task force, they're using the gray. So should we talk about the gray now and how they use it? Because oh boy.
Yeah, sure. It's a bit much.
So
there,
so what we get the full explanation later. So what they did here is, so Caitlin looked at the archives of the family. It's like, hey, we made these vents so the people have like fresh air on the underground, which was probably made in like good faith, right? Like they just wanted to give them a proper way to live. But they can also now use it as a weapon to just gas random places. Which
yeah,
like,
it was a little Batman Begins.
whoa.
Jesus Christ, dude.
You know, gas is not really precise. Like it goes wherever you want. Like it's like it used in open spaces. Unless they want to try to tell us they can use it as like a weird gas monster, because that's what they almost portray it like. Like it goes in, like it's an entity, you know?
Yeah.
That's why it's important to establish some of the issues we had at the very beginning, because visually, this was one of the most gorgeous scenes. It was creepy, and like I really love the way they did it. But you have to remember like the writing. I think that's what's the thing. Like tying those two things together is really where Arcane got the magic from. And,
Yeah.
Like
just
is
hope they're
Vi
not
fine with them
hyper-focusing
like
on
gassing
this.
entire areas?
I was about to say.
Yeah.
Caitlin's like,
questions.
Vi, we're gonna gas all the Zonites? Is that cool? It's like,
What?
yeah, okay. It's like, wait, did you say gas? What?
This would have been a whole debate and conversation in season 1 with Caitlin and Arcane, or so Caitlin and Vi, but they have no time for it this season. We got a music video instead that showed good context, but not character context. Like in terms of how does Vi feel about all this? This is your fucking crew, this is your family, this is your people, this is your home.
Yeah.
And that
We
part
just
of
have to
Vi
assume
has been
that
very
she's
muted.
chill with it.
We shouldn't have to. That would have been a conversation, and it could have been like 30 seconds. You know, perspectives is really important to be able to flesh out in this show. I need to know what the hell you guys are thinking.
Yeah, we could have skipped the fucking Heimerdinger sneaking into his own lab scene and have them have an actual conversation.
Fuck yes. All that did was ruin his character. Yeah, we got nothing from it except character assassination, and it wasted time that would have been valuable. Fucking dinger, man.
Yeah.
You could also skip like part of the scene later on as well. It goes on for a bit long, even though it looks really good. But like we don't need all that time devoted to it.
So yeah,
I mean, it's gorgeous but indulgent.
Because it should probably be emphasized, the gas comes from outside where they enter. So it feels like they can just control it, because if they can't control it very specifically, they just gas the whole place outside, which is like a big market of sorts, if I remember from the first season, right?
Yeah,
like,
kind of.
There's tons of people normally. So either they already evacuated them all, which would be weird, because that would alert everyone that they're here.
Yeah, how would Jinx not notice?
So now it just looks like they just gassed the whole fucking place and just find people somehow. But yeah, it's again, it looks visually stunning. Obviously, it looks really cool. But man, that's I feel like we're missing a whole conversation.
Priorities on the visuals, 100%. And to highlight a comment from chat, the episodes are rushed and also waste time somehow in certain areas, which is that's just one of the worst signs in terms of your priorities aren't in the right place.
We see it in a lot of bad shows, even though this show is not on that level at all. But some red flags going up.
So yeah, they're looking around. Jinx is hiding. She's got the shot on Vi, but she can't make the shot. I don't. Would she still be conflicted about this by now? I feel like we went through this already. Maybe I'm just being too mean, but I feel like we did the whole I'm hesitant to kill Vi thing already.
She killed Silco because Silco was trying to shoot Vi.
Yeah.
I don't think she's ready to pop Vi in the head just yet. There's still something there. Vi is much more willing to let go and understand the situation, but I think Jinx has still got a little bit left in there.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. That's fair, yeah.
Because it was in reaction to that, yeah.
Maybe I was just already so far ahead with Vi because she's already like she's basically ready to do what's necessary for the most part.
Yeah. I'm a bit unsure, but I can accept her not shooting.
Well, from I look at it this way. Vi has to deal with the guilt of because of her sister, Caitlyn's mom is now dead in this entire situation. Like Vi is willing to let go. She knows Powder is no longer there. Where Jinx literally, again, it was Silco threatening Vi that made her snap. It wasn't just her losing her mind for no reason. So I think she has more reason to be attached. So I can't see Jinx just shooting Vi in the head right now.
Yeah.
Where I can see Vi knocking Jinx the fuck out and like knowing she needs to be arrested.
But yeah, they looking around. She turns on the machine, so they get a little distracted. She can make her way out. Caitlyn has a little bit of a meltdown and shoots one of the things because she wasn't able to shoot the Jinx she thought she saw. So yeah, Caitlyn is getting a bit unhinged. She's very tense.
Darth Caitlyn.
Darth Caitlyn punished Caitlyn.
Yeah. Seriously, that's what it felt like.
Punish Caitlyn when she comes back with the robot arm and the one eye.
It's the shot of her in the fucking suit of like she's like the fucking Palpatine. Like she's just like, whoa, Caitlyn, this is crazy.
Yeah, and then we cut out to Jinx being outside somewhere, and there's like no gas at all. And now I'm just even more confused on how the gas works. Like she runs out of a place that's gassed. To not be so. Like, I just don't understand how the gas is supposed to work. It feels very.
She has to be like resilient to the gas.
What I was thinking was she went to a higher area in the building, so the gas isn't as concentrated there, so she can at least breathe. That's the only thing I was thinking about. And then once she left the building, like
is the gas
to that area?
Is the gas just
she goes down to ground level.
No, it's more like a thing of where the gas is. I'm not talking about Jinx right now. It's like how does the gas spread? Because it looks like all the outside was gassed up, and how far did she get right now? Like it couldn't be super far away. Which also raises the question: why isn't the task force hearing all the fighting that's going on here in a little bit?
Yeah, it's true. The gas seems very localized to this building, and it shouldn't be. Like they wouldn't be able to control it that way. There's no way that they can do that.
Unless they're trying to.
Unless they have like a big fucking.
If they can control where it comes out, like they can isolate the vents to this building, release the gas, and go in, they can do it like that. But if we're under the impression that the entire city is gassed up, then these scenes here with the Ratman and Jinx wouldn't make any sense. So I think we have to assume that it's isolated to those buildings.
Well, the gas comes from outside.
Yeah, it comes from the outside in. That's the weird part.
Yeah, it has to be like some area.
Because what confuses me more, I think in the explanation later, what she used on the archive panel, it almost looks like it's some kind of monster. Like that's how they portray it, but it's also just a gas that's naturally occurring. I'm actually not sure, or like a waste or something. Maybe I missed the exact explanation on what the gray is, but that's like the thing that stinks up the underground, basically.
Yeah, it could be the gas that they talk about in season 1 as well, where Cinco goes into the room with all the other gangsters and like puts in the gas there and talks to them.
Yeah.
And it's basically the gas that used to be in the mines where they worked.
Stop reminding me how amazing all the Silco scenes are. God damn it, Goger. That fucking scene was a banger, man.
Yeah, that scene was amazing.
The voice acting, the swag. He's like honestly one of my favorite gangsters ever.
He's really good.
Oh yeah, he's so great fucking character.
He's so good.
I think my favorite scene from season 1 is still when Jace and Silco talk to each other and they just one up each other, kinda. I really like that scene. It's awesome.
Boy, calls him a boy. I fucking love
I've
it.
seen
That was
what
so
happens
good.
when our forces go against yours.
Yeah.
You don't have a chance.
The
That was
difference in
such a good
experience.
line.
Oh,
Yeah.
the difference in experience.
Like, because
there is
you
so good.
almost thought he was like, yeah, and I don't want to see my people killed, but he's just like, no, we're gonna fucking slaughter you.
Yeah.
'Cause, we've seen your best, and it's nothing like Hex Tech. And yeah, I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, it's good
Fucking
stuff.
Good.
But yeah, Jinx is out. She's a bit disheveled, crying, coughing. Not a good time. But she gets ambushed by Smeege and his men. Get knocked the fuck out, dude.
The top hats.
The top hats, yeah. That's where
Top
Caitlyn's hats are. Those
Oh
motherfuckers.
Yeah,
shit!
they-
They've been hoarding all the hats. Hoarding all the fucking hats. That's
Give
where she's
them
gonna get it in the
back.
end. The
Goddamn
show needs to
British.
end with Caitlyn just picking up one of those off the ground, just dusting it off, putting it on roll credits.
But yeah, he's like, oh, finally, there you are. You must be part eels and cup up my finer, because she can get away and stuff. So kind of get stuff off of her. They throw one of the grenades away, which they make a show of, like they show it being thing. I was gonna be like, oh, that's gonna be thrown by the kid 100%, and that's what happens. So that was kind of obvious. I was like, oh, I never thought I caught you blubbering, and stuff like that. I can't believe we actually got you. But hey, Savika is here. Because they kind of why is she here? Actually, I didn't even think about that. Are they just hanging around together? Was she around because she was repairing the thing? Did she know? No, she didn't even know she was repairing the arm, right? I don't know.
She could have been following Jinx and seeing what
Yeah.
she was up to, or following the other guy, like the rat guy.
Yeah, there's also one of the songs I would never listen to in isolation.
Yeah, like it fits the scene really well, but I fucking hate it.
Yeah, it's
In
like a song. It's
isolation.
like, oh god, I'm never gonna watch it without the context of the show.
Yeah.
Stuck in the middle with you. You can't hear that song without thinking about Michael Madsen like cutting off a guy's ear. It just can't be done.
I just imagine that song to this scene.
But yeah, or maybe she was following Smeech or something. I actually would need to double check. I'm not 100% sure right now. Someone in chat maybe knows. I'll have a look see out. And then we get in a fight scene with the repaired arm, and I think this arm is gonna do some controversial things. I've seen people talk about it, and it seems to be like a big point of contention for some people. So
The fact that it's RNG.
what do you think about this? I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna go last, I guess. I'm interested to see what you guys think about the
Oh,
arm.
I mean, I'm probably gonna be the one that guy's gonna get shit on the most for it because I kind of liked it. I thought it was maybe something that Jinx would build, and you know, there's an
The arm
element
itself.
of like, no, the slot machine idea. Like, I mean, I guess that's got to be the contentious part of it, right?
I could see
Like, nothing
Jinx
else about
building
the
it.
arm
I
was
think it's
anything other
stupid.
than it being a robot arm.
Yeah, I could definitely see Jinx building it. I think it's a dumb design, but I
Yeah.
can see her doing it.
Yeah, oh, I mean, I don't think it would make sense if Jace built this, but Jinx building it kind of
Yeah.
like, I mean, it's like it's the kind of thing she would do, and B, it's quite powerful. So it's
I think it's kind of retarded, but I like I could see her doing this.
Well,
For
the
sure.
question is, did the joke work for you? Because I feel like that's something Jinx would do. Like, have her song blaring in your ear. I just think that's something Jinx would do. Like,
Are you just talking about the speaker? I mean, yeah, like that's obviously just a flavor thing more so than a
Yeah.
functional thing. But
Like that's fine.
That's it.
If we're gonna isolate down to the design, I definitely prefer the first seasons. It just seemed more practical.
Oh, it's way better. Yeah.
But again, she didn't have a choice in this. So what are we gonna do? Have one arm or take Jinx's crazy RNG arm?
Yeah.
You know?
well,
better
and
than nothing
especially
for
knowing
sure.
because some of the RNGs are like really powerful attacks, and ultimately, if nothing happens, you're still throwing a punch, right? With a robot arm,
I mean, if
Yeah,
which is
nothing
pretty much
happens,
what she
be
could do
fucked.
before. So it's like,
I
If
mean,
anything,
you
this
could just
guy
get
should've-
fucked by nothing happening. It's
I think-
the main thing.
My biggest
I mean,
criticism
like
is
if you're
this
always
dude-
expecting it to not work and it's just a punch, and then like when it does work with something cool, you just obliterate the target. That's something.
I think my bigger issue is they implied earlier that this guy is the one who made her arm. He should beat her. He should be decked out. He should be more experienced with this gear, and she just got the arm. So I think that's a bigger issue for me. But
Well, I mean, she'd been using a robot arm for like a decade at that point, right?
I know,
Or,
but
like,
she's been
7
using a
years,
robot
something
arm
like
that but he built it. They
Oops.
implied that he built it because he
I
said,
mean,
"Do this for me, and I'll build you another arm."
I mean, just because he built it doesn't mean he's a better fighter in general.
Yeah,
Like she
like,
can
True,
just be the better
true.
fighter.
True, and she does use hand to hand to beat him in the end, I think. So we'll see. I just
Yeah.
was expecting a little bit more from this dude.
She uses an ultimate that we don't get to see.
Oh yeah, she
Kind of.
fucks this guy up. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. He's just fucking, paste when she's done,
Well, I
basically.
mean, and again, if they make Savika a playable character, I could see this absolutely being a game mechanic thing, and like,
Yeah. Like, it could work well for a game mechanic. Would it be bullshit?
especially if
but, you know.
just all the it's just your alt, and the slot machine just decides which other character's alt you're then using.
Yeah,
Perfect.
or you have like a set
3
of
different
like
abilities.
6 different variations that
Yeah.
it can do. Yeah.
And you basically have to go based on the variation. I can see that.
Yeah.
I
Metal,
don't have a big
yeah.
problem with the arm. I really don't. It makes sense that Jinx built it. All the attacks, well, except the one that just doesn't do anything, are really fucking effective. Like, they're all really powerful. Jinx can build really good weapons. That's what she's been doing for Silco the whole time. They don't really like each other, so I can totally see Jinx doing this trolling.
Yeah, like sometimes it's just not going to do anything but punch. So you better be hoping you're expecting only a
The thing is,
punch.
I think it's almost impossible to perfectly master this arm at all because of the RNG, but all the attacks I've seen come out of it are extremely deadly.
That's the only reason I thought he should have win, because even if he's not a better fighter, he should be experienced with his gear, where she's literally learning on the fly.
Yeah.
So
I
could have went for a more competitive fight there.
I would imagine down the road, when she gets the chance, she's probably going to get a better one if she can. But I think right now that's...
say, hey, can you maybe take out the cards that don't do anything?
Yeah, that would be
Just have
nice.
those- like, can they just not be on the list?
Yeah, just take out the one that doesn't do anything if we want to... This can fuck you over if we team up, so don't do this.
Jinx is just like, no.
No.
If it
Or
was
it's like,
built
sure,
by
but I'm
any-
taking the arm back and not giving it back to you. You want an arm that'll fuck up sometimes, or do you want no arm?
Yeah, if it was built by any other character rather than Jinx, it would be insanely retarded to have this
I
fucking
agree
mechanic
with
in there.
that.
But with
I
Jinx,
think
like it's
being
okay.
Jinx who built it is what makes it make any kind of sense.
Yes,
Okay.
certainly acceptable.
With that said, are you ready for your savior? Do you have time to talk about your Lord and Savior, Victor?
Yeah. Jesus is the
Jesus, man.
crackheads.
Goddamn Victor. I'm so curious to see where this all goes if they just turn them into machines at some point. I can't wait.
The Messiah,
So yeah, we go back to Victor, and the goober meth addicts, the shimmer addicts. They're like, oh, be careful not to scrape up the gear. Oh, it sell as well. Meh. With the little nerd glasses. And Victor is like not faced, like, oh, so much unnecessary violence. And he goes up to the guy, touches his forehead, and he heals him? Transforms
Well, I
him.
mean, it absorbs the shimmer mutations. And
Yeah, but
saying
all-
is Victor got the hex core where he got it by like mixing shimmer into the equation. I don't know. There's a little bit there that makes this like not totally unreasonable.
Yeah, so we see there's some metal bits being soaked in. So there's definitely some metallic parts involved in this. And they also have like some Hextech fleamage on them. And looks nice right now. He's like, oh shit, I'm healed. I'm like, fine. I don't know what is going to happen, but it's not going to end well. I'm going to tell you that.
Very possibly not.
Probably not. Yeah, there's a bunch of ominous setup surrounding this.
Yeah. So also somehow, as again, Chad has just pointed out, Sky Visions kind of led him here as well. So I wonder what that's all about.
Yeah, that's the bigger question. How do you feel about that? I do like.
I don't
that
know
she's
what it
still-
means yet. I can't really
I
tell
mean,
you.
it's the magnetism using her to lure him there. It's my
Yeah, we know that, but I like that
Okay,
at least that her death isn't just being forgotten; it's a part of his story. And like, let's say that's something that he has to deal with. Like, it almost reminded me of like a video game tutorial, like go here type thing, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
I mean,
not
how
a
that affects
throwaway
his
character.
decisions. it's gonna interesting to see how that affects his decisions. Like that's gonna be
Yeah.
a part of his character. So
Do
I
you
like
have
that.
time to talk about the glorious evolution? But yeah, they all kneel to him. He's starting a little cult down there. He's gonna have a great time. Everything is gonna be a-okay. Nothing
Cult
is
of the
gonna go
mechanics.
wrong.
And like for me, it's like Victor is such a cool character in the game. To get to see a backstory for him, like it's so cool for as a game
Yeah.
player. Because I play, I'm not a big fan of mages and play style wise, but he's the only one that I play. Like if I was like,
You know what? I'm actually been playing for some reason. I never played jungle. I learned jungle the last couple of months, and I
go ahead.
play Skarner. Skarner is so fucking awesome. I love
He's
Skarner
so
jungle.
fucking annoying.
It's
in the
so
utility.
fun.
And if you've never played, like, if you've played League, you have to know every single role. You can't just
I
play one,
don't.
then you know the entire game.
I can do
It's
support and
everything.
jungle now. That's all I do.
You basically should stick to the role that's best suited for you, like master 2 lanes, but understanding every lane and their strengths and weaknesses, and like every lane has its own fights. And their
Oh,
own
I know,
battles.
but I just played when I'm
Jungle is
drunk, so I
like-
don't care.
Oh no, that's why junglers are like they should have the biggest brain on the map.
I have
because
one
you
of my
control
friendos. He plays it like even when we're not playing. So he sometimes gets on my nerves because he really wants to throw the game really early on. It's like, I'm behind. We're gonna surrender. It's like, no, stop. Let's just
No,
play.
no.
That's gay as fuck.
I play him.
Fucking
Tell him every like, we're not gonna surrender. It's like 10 minutes.
Always,
Fuck.
there's always gonna be one of those people.
It's funny.
Yeah,
Well,
like,
I think you should play the superior game Dota 2, to be honest. Like, what's this League of Legends shit? Like, what the fuck?
Get outta here.
but yeah, I know it's
Goger's a Valve shill.
this.
Nah.
the-
Oh, we all.
Dota
This-
2 is fucking garbage.
This stream is sponsored by. Wait, what's the new game? Deadlog? Is that the new game?
Deadlocks.
Yeah.
What even is?
Yes, Valve sponsor us. Steam's
Oh.
great.
Oh man. Cut to next week, and it's real that Singe was working on Dr. Mundo. But yeah, that's what that's what Victor is up to. He's starting his little cult down there, and then we end with another singed zinger. We see the wolves he hunted in the first episode, and he's doing some weird singed goopy stuff with them. And there's also pulsating heart, pumping green goop stuff. And
Yeah.
Whose heart? I have no idea.
well, I assume that was one of the heart of the wolves.
Yeah.
That he's gonna do
It's
something
big
with.
for that.
Who
I
knows?
think it's a modified heart.
Yeah, it's
It's
been doing
they
something.
don't come stock like that.
Yeah, it's fucking massive.
Damn it, Fringy. You and your goob. You bastard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was episode 2. That went quite a bit faster because it was a
Yeah.
bunch of action scenes and just scenes without any talking or anything.
Well,
This
I
was the
think
one that
also, like I
flew
said,
by.
we've-
It's like, whoa.
We've established our core issues with everything, so like going over the same type of criticisms in as much depth,
Yeah.
at depth doesn't make as much sense.
You know what? I'm starting to think that Wolf guy is Warwick. What? No. You just made
Aw.
that up.
Can't be.
Pixar didn't happen. Next episode, a lot happens, dude. I'm not gonna lie. At the end of episode 3, I was just confused and I wanted to see more, and now I have to wait. There's a lot of things, a lot of new things that go on as well.
Holy
I'm-
shit! Yeah.
I'm slightly worried. Where
There's
this
a
is
reason
gonna
I
go.
wanted to rewatch episode 3, for sure. I never got a chance to, but like, yeah, we'll get into it.
Yeah, I mean, we're going through
I
it
do
right
have
now.
to. I do have to leave now, though.
Oh, okay, that's a
No.
shame.
Ah,
I mean,
shit.
you were able to
And,
join
okay,
quite a
I guess
bit.
Yes, we won't get into it.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
want
no,
you want
we got.
You guys
got
can.
one,
I
man.
just need to. I need to
Yeah,
go
no,
to
we'll-
sleep because I need to be up at 4 a.m.
Yeah, that's no worries. You wanna get any last thoughts out of there before you leave out? You're back next week though, right?
Yeah. And
Oh,
I
awesome.
think I got like most of the important things out there.
Sweet.
Super Speed, your episode 3 criticisms.
No, I'm saying
No.
we'll probably start next episode. We'll probably start next time talking about episode 3 with you, because just to find out.
I don't know. Like we'll keep going and cover 3 because we're gonna do 3 per week. So if we
Yeah.
start kicking,
Yeah.
we start getting a
No,
4th.
no,
in
I know
one week,
that,
it's
but
gonna get
he's
bad.
back next week. You said, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah,
can
yeah.
just like mention if
In the intro,
if you I'll rewatch the episode, and if I think you left anything out, I'll mention it then.
Sounds good
Cool,
to
cool.
me. Well, let's do it that way. Well,
Yeah.
you got anything planned on the channel, or just in the EFAP mines for now?
I'm basically in the EFAP Mines, though I'm not doing any project at the moment. Like the War Arc is finished, and it's gonna be the final one in the beginning of next month.
Ooh,
Gladiator, which is probably
Hey.
the best one out of the lot, I think.
nice.
So you have that to
Yeah,
look
go watch
forward
those. Go watch the War Arc. That was the fun stuff. That took fucking 4 years to record. Fucking nightmare.
to. Took 4 years to edit as well.
Yeah.
Took a long ass time
But yeah,
to do.
still, channel is still down below. There's funny memes on there. You should go watch them.
Yeah. They're very old now, most of them, but yeah.
Yeah.
I'll link
yeah.
you one in chat that's related to Arcane that I did a long time ago.
Oh yeah, put that in there.
Yeah,
But yeah,
let's play it.
I guess we'll see you next week.
Yeah.
You're gonna do the no? You want the EFAB ones? I forgot.
I am not on the EFAP
Okay.
ones, no.
Because yeah, I'm gonna do.
At
the
least
EFAB
from what
ones
I
as
know.
well. I mean, I'm already in the group. There's already a bunch of people, so
Yeah.
I think it's stacked already.
That's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm here to talk
You're
about
not invited. Get over it.
It's fine, dude.
Stop yelling. No. Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks for joining. We'll catch you later, dude.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And
Of
I'll
course.
see you in a week.
Laters.
Bye.
What a dingus. We do. You can just replace metal. How dare you? I mean, you probably can actually. My question is, what would compel Sinch to build a giant werewolf? He doesn't work for Silico anymore. He's not affiliated with Jinx. Well, but he always did like experiments and stuff, right? Like before he joined Silico, like it was like the whole thing with Victor that he tried to keep that one species alive, right?
But that was him trying to keep species alive rather than make one, is what the difference is here. That's why I'm curious, is what his motivation is.
Yeah, mutation must survive. But yeah, I wonder. Yeah, that's a good point though. Why would he make Warwick? Maybe he saw something in Vander's genes or something, or there was something that interested him or whatever. I wonder if we get more on
This
this.
guy would make a pretty badass werewolf.
Yo, he kind of looks like a werewolf, dude.
Have you seen this man's beard?
He's gonna get buffed when he's in the bushes. At least I think that's what happened with Warwick. I forgot. Yes, I'm trying to get League of Legends references in here from the game because
He's another
can.
beast jungler. Definitely another beast in the jungle world.
Yeah. I'm good said there will be no explanation. Yeah. But yeah, episode 3, we finally get to properly know what Caitlyn saw in the archives. But already talked about this. The Kiramans had architects that devised the ventilation system that got rid of the the spooky gas, and so the people can have fresh air in the underground. And I guess Ken was like, "Yo, I can weaponize this to gas all of Zon. That sounds poggy. I'm gonna do that." And obviously they can use it to easily get into the underworld without being seen, because they can just use the ventilation system for this. But yeah, again, Vi just accepts this as a solution. If there was a conversation about this, it was outside of the show. The thing is, it hasn't. The only thing I can say right now, it has been shown to not be deadly, at least. So maybe that's like a little bit of a steel man, but I feel like still it's like, hey, you want to do what? You just want to gas this whole place, and that's why I was that's why I kept bringing up the mechanics of the gas and how it actually went and where it goes, you know, because it just goes to random people underground, like civilians. Like Vi would be not cool with this at all.
We might get a line from Vi later. That's the best they can do after that, I guess.
Yeah. But yeah, they find the bookkeeper hung upside down in a ventilation system that has some of the gray oozing out, and he does like a little Sneezenheimers, and it's like little dolls Vi made of the people. It's like, I'm gonna get ya, basically.
Super creepy.
Jinx?
Yeah, it's pretty. It's pretty creepy.
Jinx, you mean?
Yeah, Jinx made those.
Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard that too. Funny.
Listen, I'm crazy. I'm crazy. I'm loco. But yeah, it's like, hey, don't you work for Smeech or something? It's like, oh, not anymore. I had second thoughts, and I guess like a little bit of the gas mask to have some fresh air. He tells him, it's like, oh, Jinx was heading for the old tunnels, and maybe you find him there. And Kate is like, cuff him and get him out of there. He's still like a criminal or whatever. And now Vi's like, wait, that's why are you being so aggressive, Caitlyn? And I feel like that's your line, not the gassing thing. I feel like you should have had this conversation way earlier.
Yeah, before any war crimes are committed.
Yeah, before we started gassing people.
We start
But like you said, we
warfare.
have to assume that Vi is on board with it. It's non-lethal, and everything we know about Vi, the fact that they're willing to go through with it with everything we know about her, we're gonna have to assume it's something she's okay with. So until we get a line from her, I'm not too sure like how big of a deal it is. Because if it was lethal, then like yeah, this would be fucked.
Well, it's lethal enough to get it. Did they build a ventilation system to get it out? Right. So at least some kind of exposure is going to be a bad time. But yeah, but it's more about the thing is, it's not even more about the usage in general. It's being all the collateral, because it's gas. It's hard to contain in an open area, of course.
For now, I'm just trying to treat it like tear gas. Like it's something that's used to clear people out, but it's not going to kill you. But still.
I mean, yeah, I guess technically, yeah, tear gas is a chemical weapon that is not a war crime.
But yeah, Vi once a minute, they do a little talk, but we get there later because we got some new stuff to do. We go to Ambassa. She's chilling there with some tea, and the what's her face? She's like the trading lady of the Zornites or something. What was her title? Her name is Amara. I forgot her title. Oh, Merchant Guild. Ah, okay, there you go. I just said it there in the subtitles. Thanks, subtitles. Appreciate it. She wanted an audience with her. It's like, oh, what do you want here? It's like, oh, I'm not here to represent the guild. I'm here to settle a debt. Because what we are talking about is more precious than gold, and I don't even know what the fuck her powers are, but she has like weird grabby powers that I also don't remember from the game. So
yeah,
I think this is like a completely new thing, right?
That's a magic.
I'd have to look at it again. My friend said LeBlanc potentially, maybe in association with her, but
okay. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure, because like this red glowy stuff, and she has like a rose in her hand that does a thing. So she does like grabby stuff. I just remember the teleporting from LeBlanc, so I don't remember the visuals too well.
The rose, I think, is like a part of her sigil. This is definitely a character that's not in the game, but it might be associated with someone in it. Or at least from the same like faction.
Isn't it like Swain's grasp spell?
Basically, if you see a character pop up, it's a waste if they don't have some type of association. Because so many people to, you know? Even that guy, that dude, this dude here, sorry, you guys aren't seeing what I'm seeing. Why am I saying this dude? Her like bodyguard. He looks like a guy from the game, so he could like be related to him.
Sorry, Wolf just barged in the chat and says, "I love that Victor became the Lord of the Meth." He really did become the Lord of the Meth.
the Meth King, the Meth Messiah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But yeah, she uses the wolf, the rose stuff, and just kind of stuns them in place. And I don't know. Beth says, my son has said it's not enough to get rid of your bloodlust. It's like, oh, I know what you're up in here in this place, in Piltover, obviously. And I will not allow it. So she has some things going on that she is aware of. Also, Big Chad Guardsman is still here, and that's where we see that his spear or glaive or whatever it is has like some kind of magic stuff attached to it. Has like runes on it.
Spell.
So
Yeah, be
he
able to break her spell.
he dispels the thing and that dispels the whole thing, of course, like all the things. And Ambessa uses her hand. So is there a name for these kinds of weapons? I know they exist in real life, where you have like the knives just in your fist with like a.
Oh, I did know the name of those, but I'm forgetting them now.
Yeah,
Katara.
I'm saying with me,
Katara,
I'm
yes.
can't remember.
King has it right.
There we go. Atar.
Yeah.
I should know that from D2.
Punch
Katara,
daggers.
assassin.
Yeah, punch daggers would be a good way to
Katar.
put it.
I used them in what was the game? Elderborn. the
Diablo
first-person
2
shooter.
Assassins would use it all the time. Katar. How do you pronounce it? But I was just
I
gonna
know,
say
but
this is
You can parry with them in Elderborn, and it makes the game a lot more manageable.
this is one of those scenes that references the game in like a really smooth way without it being like, off-putting for people who aren't game players, because that's basically like a support doing a spell to to dispel the other opponent's move and then set up an attack for the melee fighter, which is something that would happen naturally in the game. So it's just little details that you can appreciate.
Yeah. So yeah, she stabs her with that, and she says, "Oh, you should have given up the feud." So there's more stuff happening, I guess, that we don't really know about yet. So whatever her plan is, has probably to do something with getting control or whatever. We get a little bit more of it later on because Mel is doing some background checks on her mom. We don't have the full picture yet, but she's up to some shenanigans, of course.
She also says triple the guard.
Yeah, triple the guard. Yeah.
Unlike the stupid people in Piltover.
Yeah. Yeah, because you realize this will have consequences, and we need to get everything together.
Not only that, I mean, you did like an assassin did get pretty close. Just
yeah. It's a good reason to triple the guards, I think.
Yeah, like even if it wasn't a person that would be of consequence, it's just like, well, there was an assassin in my room and it almost killed me, so maybe we should tighten up security a little.
Yeah, if she didn't have her support, like she would have been done right there.
So the guard boy is like, yo, Salo, he isn't ready. We should probably involve Mel now. He's like, no, she's safer as our enemy, which is interesting because she doesn't want her to be involved if not necessary, because she wants to. She's all about family. She's like Vin Diesel in League of
Fast and the
Legends.
Furious, yeah. Greatest film of all time and greatest franchise to follow.
Yeah.
Nothing compares. Not even Lord of the Rings.
But yeah, they want to get Salo, and she's like, I'll handle him myself. And the guards guy points out that this is not going to be going unnoticed for a while. And she says it's worse than that, and we see the rose disappear. And I don't think we get any context in this episode for this, so something is up with this.
Henceforth, Darth Meth.
Darth Meth. So yeah, more machinations are happening with her, with Ambessa. Like, she killed someone she's had a feud with, and that's probably gonna create some kind of chain reaction on this end of the things. And yeah, there's lots of happening in the show still, so makes me we get more stuff here. I'm gonna keep it to the end because I'm worried if they may be doing too much actually at the end of this episode.
I mean, I think all three of these episodes, that is probably the most complaint that we most universally agree on. That there was a lot of stuff happening here really fast.
Just the difference in the quality of the pacing. It's just jarring compared to the last season. Just giving us a moment to digest.
The thing is, we get more new stuff in this episode still as well. So we'll see. But yeah, Caitlyn and Vi, they have a little talk. It's like, hey, you know what? We should probably cut the others loose, is how she puts it. He's like, what do you mean? If that he apparently the guy had the Booker guy is called Heenot, Heenot. I didn't even notice that. But yeah, it's like, oh, he's gonna have surprise. If he's right, Jinx's gonna have some surprises for us, and we should definitely bring back up. And Vi points out, it's like, no, we should probably go alone because these guys are not as smart enough to Jinx as we are. So she's probably gonna capture them and use them against us because they don't have the nerves for it. Which again is probably a reason to bring some more experienced people, but you know, that's just me.
Yeah, I don't know why they brought this crew. They always do this.
Yeah. And Caitlyn asks like, "Hey, we can't let it get away again. Are you sure you're ready for this?" And Vi's like, "No, my sister is gone. We have to get her in. Like, dude, I'm ready. There's only Jinx now." I was like, "Yeah, I believe you. Like, this has to end. She's committed. She's still committed to the bit." And Chad says, "I'm sorry about your mother, but I can't bring her back. But just let me help us. Let's do this. And also, everyone in my life has changed. Promise me you won't change too." Like, oh no.
Set up, man. Like
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
Yeah,
I got no problem with this at all.
the restraint
no,
they've
it's-
had on like building up to these two's first kiss
Yeah.
has been solid. Like everything about their relationship has been well constructed, and I just hope they don't fuck it all up because you clearly see where they're going with it, right? After this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to say this kiss came out of nowhere if you watch season 1 and like
No, they've
everything
been building
that's
it up.
happened
Oh no, it's actually
to-
surprising they took this long.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Like,
like,
my,
oh,
my
wow.
friend I was watching it with, he thought they had kissed already. I'm like, oh shit, this is their first kiss, isn't
Yeah.
it? Because they've had so many close calls of intimate moments to where like we just know it's there. You just need to wait for the the right spark. And I do like the detail of her dropping the gauntlets and just fucking like mauling her after. I'm just like, yep, that's what she's been like holding back this whole time.
What did Wolf say? It feels like these episodes were trying to set up a lot, just not for the rest of the season, but for the other shows they want to make going forward.
Yes,
That's
maybe.
a good point actually.
Yes,
I didn't even think
yes,
about that.
Iron
yes,
Man
yes.
2.
That is 100% why we think the entire thing is being significantly rushed. Like it's just Mandalorian season 2 trying to like set up all the
Or Iron
spin-offs
Man
and
2.
whatnot.
That could be happening. Yeah.
It happens in so many franchises, and it's a part of the reason them just focusing on the visuals, which are fantastic and gorgeous, but forgetting about the writing. Like, when I heard that there's only going to be 2 seasons, or this is going to be the last season, I was excited because to me that means that they truly have a story that they believe in and they
Yeah.
want to cement it.
They're not just going
But
to
from
pad it for money.
The vibe I'm getting right now is they know they have a popular show and they want to set up other ones. And
Mhm.
I really hope they know you need to close. You need to bring this home, because if this has a shitty ending, nobody's gonna give a fuck about the other one.
Yeah.
trust me.
Yeah.
It's not
Especially if the next one is like a bit more of a gamble, like it's a
Yeah.
weirder character or like a comedy tone or something like that.
Yeah.
If you whiff the ending of Arcane, no one's going to be in for the next project.
Yeah. Don't want to
Right,
do
the
that.
visuals, as great as they are, it's
The thing
gotta be a
is,
mixed
the
story,
thing is,
man.
what's probably, even if they fuck it up, I think at least this show is still going to be carried by the visuals, because that's what I mostly see people talk about. I think they
Yeah,
can,
that's why
even if they fuck it up, I think they can still get away with making a whole nother show, and then
Yeah.
you know how it goes. Like, and then they go back. So you know what? Actually, season 2 wasn't that great. You know how it is,
we're
and it's like, yep,
we're not
we
talking-
know.
we're talking like bankruptcy here. It's not like that situation, but
Oh no.
like I was saying earlier,
Oh,
is
not
like Arcane
considering who
season 1
owns
is
Riot.
Arcane season 1 is great. It's like fantastic even, and this season it's good, and I don't think it has the potential to be great. Like it's really hard to match season 1. So I think they're going to be able to come away with something very fun and entertaining, but they're not going to make the special movie magic that Arcane season 1 was. And if they don't at least nail this last season, the opportunity to just branch off and do those other spin-offs, I don't see it there, because we have to wait like 2 years for these things. If it takes this long to make, we have to really believe the quality is going to be there. And so they got to nail this shit. The only reason we waited this long is because season 1 was nailed. So they could have took as long as they needed.
Yeah.
But it's tricky.
But yeah, they decide to let the others loose. They send him back home. Apparently, Shield Man Loris is injured. He's like limping away. I guess that happened in the music video. I don't know.
He's going to shave his head, grow a mustache, and come back as
Lucha Libre Brom with a steel chair. Now we go to Solus, who is currently getting high on Shimmer, I guess, by drawing it on the skin, because I guess that's how that works. I think he did set up a bomb turning in this video, so I guess that's what happened. Yeah, I guess so.
I've never done shimmer. I couldn't tell you.
No.
I mean, Soko was dropping it into his eye, like really specifically,
Yeah.
or injecting it. I guess. Yeah, he used like a needle, right?
Let's me see.
Jinx got a full blown IV infusion of it.
I love this cat lady, man. She's so cool.
Oh yeah, cat lady. So Salo is getting drugged by her, and she has like big pointy cat ears or some kind of cat-like ear, fox something. It's big ears. She has big ears, okay? And she hears someone approaching, so she puts away all the stuff, and it's Ambessa. She's here. Oh, sorry, I think there's a sneeze.
She hates
Coming up.
furries, so she kills them both.
Yeah. So someone keep talking. There's like a sneeze crawling up right now.
Apparently, the furry's
out,
name
get it
is
out.
Blessed, according to Shakalaka King.
Just sneeze! God damn it!
Shakalaka King. Okay, got it. I had to.
Gorgeous design. Just
reprogram
another
myself
gorgeous
to the
design
NBA
from League,
Jam
man.
pronunciation.
I guess there's no sneeze coming. It's gonna surprise me in like 2 minutes. It's just gonna get.
She's had like 2 scenes, and I want her in the game. Like throw her in TFT. Who cares?
They said TFT doesn't count.
That does it.
You're saying
That's
that
why.
about Soko.
That's why I said, who cares? You know, the other ones have to be more thought out for the legit game. Like, what's Silco gonna do in the fucking real game? You know.
I like this cat
So that's
lady.
my
She's so
TFT
cool.
work.
A furry.
Hey, I mean, you know, like, my favorite one's Ari, so I've got no room for complaint. I like her human parts though, mostly.
But yeah, she's Ambassador's making sure the lady is gone. And she points out, "Do you know how easy it was to track you down here?" And he's like, "Well, I do own the place, so yeah." So, I don't know. It's kind of made me giggle a little bit. It's like, yeah, I own the place. Obviously, you know where I am. Let's see. She's basically like, "Oh, you're just being lazy and stuff." And he's like, "Well, I'm just waiting for your commands, basically. So if you would tell me what's going on, I could probably act on it a bit better." And Abbas kind of shit talking. He's like, "Well, maybe you shouldn't have let a child overpower you in the chamber." I was like, "Oh, you know, it's the Kira man's name. People really respect that faction, so there's nothing really I could do. Everyone was basically on board as soon as she joined in." And he kind of goes like, he goes like, "Oh, you should probably know, because do you really think Mel could have succeeded?" And she immediately grabs him. It's like, "Don't fucking talk about my family like this." Also, by the way, I just paused on a funny frame. I need to share it in the Discord. I'm gonna put it on screen here in a second. Look at this.
That's a face.
That's like exactly when she grabs her. Hang on, Chad. You'll see it here in a second. Look at this. That's where I stopped. He's like, "Oh shit." But yeah, don't talk to the family. Don't talk about the family. She gonna be big mad. Just grabs him by the fucking chin. Say, "You fucking what?"
I mean, honestly, if I was, because sometimes I am, but if I were in a situation where I was wheelchair bound, I would not be antagonizing a woman like that.
I'm not in a
It's
wheelchair
just
right
not a
now.
good
I still
idea.
wouldn't antagonize her. She could probably
Yeah, well, I mean,
break my spine with her toe or something.
You might feel a little more stable if you're like standing up and feel like if she tries something, you could at least run. But I mean, it's a lot different when you just have legs that don't work, man. Trust me.
I don't know.
I have one working.
It's in
leg.
character. He's been talking shit the whole season. So
Yeah, and she's like, "Don't speak ill of my family, you little wimp." And I was like, "Oh, well, sorry about that."
And it's the thing, like, no one in Piltover would react that way, and that's what he's used to. That's what I like about having a foreigner there.
Yeah. And basically, her thing is, hey, you need to get everyone together. Every family that has some modicum of influence. I think that's how you pronounce it. That's not a word I use ever. So there you go. With even the modicum of things, like, yeah, can you get that? It's like, yeah, sure I can. Whatever you need. And she tells him about Amara, the guild merchant she killed, and that they have to settle the situation, and they don't really tell them that she killed them. They're going for something a little bit different here in a second. Anyway, Cat Lady's meeting up with Mel because she's been a spy for Mel. She's doing like little undercover missions, keeping an eye on the counselor and stuff. It's like, you know what? She's like, oh, I'm out. Keeping an eye on the counselor with peculiar tastes doesn't really rattle me. And then she talks about Mel's mom. It's like, oh, you met her? What did she say? It's like, oh, I don't know. They kicked me out, so I didn't really hear it. And she immediately goes like, we both know you heard every word, because she's got very good hearing, of course. But she's worried. She's like, no, I can't really do it. It's like, yo, this is like vital information. I need to know this. And she tells him, well, it wasn't so it wasn't never about Sailor, wasn't it, using me to get to her? It's like, if we do that, what are you going to do then? You're going to hang me out to dry? You're going to make me the fall man? It's like, no one's going to be the fall man. I don't think anyone's expendable. That's not really how I work. Because everything with her mother is a calculated risk, and all I can do is promise you safety, but I can't make any other insurances than this. And she points out that if her mother gets what she wants, the whole city will suffer. And right now, you're the only one who can stand in her way, because you have very vital information. And it's like, okay, fine. They're setting up some big thing. They're getting everyone together, everyone who has like some kind of influence, and they want to take over and put Salo in the hot seat.
And you know, she just vanishes at the end.
Oh yeah, she does a ninja vanish.
She just come Batman, just poof.
Yeah, it's like, and then she mentions Amara, that she called that name, but she doesn't really know what's up with that. And then she gives her the shimmer pen thing that she put on his legs to make him high. It's like the new drug up thing for the high class druggies, I guess you could say.
Shimmer paintbrush.
Yeah.
Shimmer vape, shimmer
And-
Hextech. Like we've
yeah.
seen it all. So. why
And
not?
that you can use that to possibly can get Salo down. And she also points out that as dangerous as your mother is, she seems to be worried. Like a cat backed into a corner. Wow. That's what she says. So yeah, she's worried about this. And then machining happens, they look up, and she does a ninja vanish.
Poof.
Yeah.
Out of smoke. She just.
Oh,
she
Goger's
legit
gone. He could have done his yo.
vanished.
But yeah, so now she has some information on this. We're doing a bunch of setups right now, so I think we've been kind of flying for these last 10 minutes of the episode here. Yeah, Caitlin and Vi, they see a bunch of markings of Jinx, see that she went like down a thing, and I think even opened some of the. Or maybe it was broken already. Maybe she did it. I'm actually not entirely sure. I think she broke
Yeah,
it.
I'm not sure looking at it now.
Yeah.
Shooting
There's
down.
paint on it. I think she broke it because she does like the explosion thingy at the end. So we'll see. Oh, that's the scene already. We're already going somewhere else. Oh yeah, we go into Jace and Heimerdinger
Right
and
into Jace.
Echo.
This is where I'm just like, huh? This is where I'm like, okay, what are we doing here? Introducing wild runes, and this like the magic system so far has been like fine, like not anything too crazy, but introducing something like this is where like you're getting it's a little risky now, you know?
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
not
I don't
sure,
fucking
like,
understand
no,
anything here
fuck.
really.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on. Like they just went
Yeah. So
Uh,
let me spell it out, and then we can talk about it. All right.
Okay.
So because they've been looking at their research, and Jay says that Victor hypothesized that there may be something called wild runes, which are patterns that occur naturally. Because the world between the Arcane and ours is like thin, and they did the thing. It's like Echo doesn't know anything about this. Like, okay, what's that mean? Like, what's the difference between those and wild runes? Then they make like a thing. It's like no, normal runes. So pass me a tome. And then he does it. It's like, see, I used words you understand in order to elicit your action. That's how normal runes work, apparently. It's like, okay, I guess. And then he says it again, pass me a tome. He's like, okay, here. And then he says, again, pass me a tome. And that ticks off Echo, and he throws it. And it's like, see, you sighed. That's still kind of a language. It was a sound, but not words. Something raw, natural. That's wild runes. Okay,
Yeah.
for once, you're really lucky he reacted that way, and not like, what do you mean? Here's my other things.
Yeah.
Like
This was the point. Go ahead.
So it's like ones are natural runes that they don't make themselves, I guess, and then the other ones are the runes they make put into weapons they can't see. I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say this was the point where I'm like, yeah, it's almost time for me to go to bed. I'm definitely gonna need to rewatch this whole episode from scratch to take all this in, because they're taking this in a direction that like I'm not even really sure if that makes sense at all. You know, I didn't have the time to really put too much thought process into it.
Like I understand the basic that they're trying to do. It's like, yeah, those are wild runes that somehow occur, but they happen to just occur here now. So do they still? Are those like the runes we? Oh, there was like these flashbacks in season 1 where we see like the magic stuff that Jace
Rise?
saw, right?
Yeah,
Which
that's what I was gonna
apparently
say.
was Rise or something. So
If that was from then, this was something they would have mentioned through all the scenes in season 1, where they actually took their time and we got proper science scenes. The
Because
fact that
now
they're
I-
just bringing this up now just makes me think like this is some bullshit. Like I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about this, but I haven't really, like I said, taken the time to really break it down and think about it. And especially the way
Rancid
this
in
is
chat
being
just
taught.
says normal runes are weapons. A wild rune would be like blasting pre-energy lasers from your hand. I think. I mean, I guess maybe. So no, wild runes would be, yeah, like
Kind of like the
normal
difference between
magic.
magic and sorcery type thing, like whether or not it's something you use or something you generate. Is
Hmm.
that what they're trying to
I
explain?
think so. Yeah.
You know, I do like those premises explored, like
Yeah, I'd like that.
but the way they explained it, I'm not really sure that's what I was gathering. If that's the case, yeah, that's why I don't really want to have a strong opinion on it, because I didn't really understand.
Well, the thing
fully
is,
to
the Echo goes on to say so. It's like fingerprints, and they happen because you pissed off the Arcane with your demands, because that indicates this shit appeared.
Sentience, yeah.
This shit appeared because they were fucking with the hex tech stuff in the first place.
If pissing off the Arcane is something that you can do, how the fuck were they not warned of that specifically from Heimerdinger? Because one of the big criticisms of Heimerdinger last season was just he said, no magic, no magic, no. He never actually elaborated on why, and this would be something he could elaborate on.
I guess it's possible that Heimerdinger is now just understanding it with all the research they've been doing with Hextech, and just he'd seen magic being harnessed before and it led to disaster. I don't know that he necessarily.
Yeah, but
knew
we're talking
exactly
about the
why.
arcane field. That's beyond hex. What the fuck am I even saying?
Well, isn't the idea that
This all
Hextech
sounds
is what
so-
harnesses the arcane into like machinery that humans can use, right? Like that's the whole premise, isn't it?
Yeah, but what they're discussing is the damage to the field itself. If the field is a concept that they're already aware of, why weren't they discussing it?
Yeah, that's fair. And to be fair, I didn't feel like this laid things out perfectly or anything. I just
This felt like the multiverse in Doctor Strange. Like they already
So-
like you know what I mean? He's
not
fucking
that
around.
bad.
no,
I
of
don't
course
think it's
not
that
that.
bad.
Not
I
I'd
mean,
say it was as bad, but in terms of like establishing a premise and then like switching it up from under us. Like,
well,
you
I
can't
mean,
just fucking do that.
like Full Metal Alchemist, the magic system has this thing called like the law of equivalent exchange. So I
Mhm.
guess maybe the idea is that they don't realize that the arcane energy that they've been harnessing does like that needs to come from somewhere, and now it's gone from somewhere and redirected as waste somewhere else. You know, like, but I mean, we need more of it though. So I'm not
thing is,
defending it on that.
what I'm wondering about right now, because I've just been looking at the subtitles here while Heimerdinger starts talking about it, because like I've seen things like this happen before. Like I've seen do mages do wonders, but also do horrors. And he's like, "Oh, I thought this was just because of the turbulent relationship of power and just humanity in general." But if this is like a thing that occurs if you use too much of the arcane, how did they not catch that earlier? I just don't understand how that would have missed that.
Yeah,
I don't know how they
the
would have
hex
missed this.
If this is a concept that they're aware of, this might, because I was saying with Heimerdinger, he was against magic for the obvious reasons of, you know, the potential damage it could do if misused, but he was never really specific about things. And if this thing existed this whole time, why the fuck didn't he mention it? It's like he's already ruined this season. It's like they're retroactively making Heimerdinger even worse. Why the fuck didn't he do something?
Even the equivalent exchange idea, though, like if it is something like that that they're referring to, the hex gates are what messes it up, because it's like, well, they've been using it for travel, for like international shipping lanes have been established with that technology. So if that's got an equal and opposite reaction, why are there not like terrible things happening everywhere right now? You know?
Yeah. So the thing is, he also asked that question, as someone in chat also pointed out. I think chat's like always like a second ahead of me, I feel like, today, which is fine. I enjoy that. And it's like, and why would it appear random on a tree underground? And they go to like a place later, and there's probably some more answers in the next episode as to what is happening, because there's some wild shit that happens down there in a little bit.
That's one way to put it, yeah.
So yeah, makes you wonder if they explore this more as to what Heimerdinger has seen in the past, and where things might have happened. But yeah, it's there's questions here to be had, so I'm interested what we get here. But yeah, lots of questions. But again, episode 3 out of 9, so there's still
I just see a lot of references to it in the chat, so I just want to address this. I know nothing about League of Legends lore. It's just the Heimerdinger saying the every action causes a reaction thing made me think it was something along the lines of the equivalent exchange.
The thing is, what is the? I don't even know the state.
Like that at all.
I don't even know what the state of the lore is right now, because I think they actively changed it to match Arcane because it was so popular, right? So
Mark, I think that's something he says in the game. Every action has a reaction or something.
He does, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's like one of his chatter lines.
It's literally one of his quotes, and you just
there's me not even noticing he said the line in real time.
That's fine. I didn't realize that as well until he mentioned it just now.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. What's next? Oh, we see. First we see Vi and Caitlyn reach the deep underground ruin thingies, and they just have a look around. Then we see Mel getting more information of Salo. It's like he's been meeting privately with all those people, gathering them around. The sources have panned out. So he's getting all the people together. Then more information about her brother's passing. There's like tons of misinformation about this, and apparently whoever was against her mother, they managed to strip her of most of her holdings. So she seems to be becoming desperate to do something.
I think that fits because she presented herself as this powerful figure since season 1, but she also came across desperate the entire time. Like she really needed them, so that kind of fits, I guess.
Yeah. And then she gives the shimmer pen thingy to her and tells her to check on Amara. Then we go back to Jace and the peeps, and they go underground in a big old elevator, very far down. I didn't even realize last night how much we skip around in this particular part.
Yeah, they're jumping.
I just
everywhere.
realized like when the end of it is like, oh, we're like very deep down. I was like,
And then right back to Vi and Caitlyn. Like,
yeah, and this is where they focus the hex tech energy into a precise beam down here. That's what they tell us. And now we're going back to Caitlyn and Vi because they reach the big boss arena basically.
Yeah.
Jinx says,
End of Act 1 battle. You know, like a final boss
100%.
fight arena.
100%.
yeah, Jinx did all kinds of paintings and things and stuff. And Vi tells Caitlyn, if you see an opening, take the shot. And just leaves to
Yeah.
confront Jinx.
Yeah, I think Vi really underestimated the complicated nature of when you do or do not have a shot. Because there's a difference between having a shot and having a clean shot.
And the
Uh,
biggest question in all of
that-
Arcane, how does Jinx have time to do all these paintings? Like, how does she get up there, set up ladders?
She's very fast.
My God.
So back to the other guys. They reach a big door that he can open with the hammer, which I'm just confused by. Do you just need to use some hex tech device to do it, but he also spins it like it's supposed to be there. I'm just. It looked so perfectly fitting.
It's a type of scene that we're like, okay, you need to explain this hammer at this point. Had he just used the key, I wouldn't have any questions. But you use this
just
hammer
use a
as if
little
it's like
thingy.
the chosen one weapon. Like, what? Like, we need a hammer exposition scene at this point. If you're gonna be using it to open doors, shoot people, fight people, defend yourself with shields, like, yeah. It's not enough. It being in the game isn't enough at this point. They gotta explain why this hammer can just do everything.
Yeah. Also, this seems to be like a very important thing that safeguards the hex tech thingy, and this just seems to be no kind of guards anywhere. Maybe at the elevator. Isn't this monitored? Probably, because the first thing Heimerdinger notices when they get in here is like, oh, there's like weird hex tech goop on the ground. That's bad.
Thingy strikes again.
But yeah, so basically this thing is a fail safe, and instead of Echo points out, oh, so instead of exploding it in your neighborhood, you're gonna explode it down here with us. That's cool.
Yep. Good conflict there.
Yeah, and it's like, well, it's very far away from the fissures. It's like, well, those are the same utility ducts that carry our water and fresh air and ventilation, so that's gonna fuck us up bad. And that would explain it affecting the tree, he says. It's like, oh, that's actually some good points, I think.
Roasted.
Yeah.
Thoroughly roasted. Echo was just dropping facts.
And then Heimerdinger sees, oh, there's some weird hextech goop on the floor. See,
And
do
then
they have
they-
like maintenance on these things? Like, this is like a very important. Like, I feel like there's people here all the time.
There's just
that
no
should
security
check
this
this out.
season. No security this season. Just fuck it.
Echo just KO'd Jace. Yeah.
Yeah. And that scene is even more potent because of the way they met. He crawling out of the ground. Who the fuck is this guy? And then hours later, you're getting schooled by him, like, completely.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's taught by your like mentor,
Yeah.
I guess. So it's like they're learning from the same guy, and they just, I guess, have different circumstances in which they are learning. So for Jace, it was as an engineer, and I guess Echo does engineering too, but he's more interested in like the biological stuff, like the tree and everything too, right?
Kind of like,
Things like air quality would mean more to Echo than they would to Jace, because he lives in a place where you can just breathe.
contrasting styles. Kind of like Whistler and Spud and Blade. Like seeing the old
Yeah,
school,
yeah.
new school.
In any
yeah.
case,
It's okay for the new guy to get a win in those sorts of
Heimerdinger notices the goop. Echo and Jace are kind of talking back and forth, like, you know, it's actually kind of fucked up that this would explode down here. It's going to break shit. And then everything turns white.
Tapped into the-
And they're
Oh,
in the arcane or something. And then we cut away. And I was like, oh, okay. Something is happening there.
I don't
And-
know, I'm thinking. I have no idea.
But before we go more of this, we go back to Vi and Jinx and Caitlyn and the kid and the other people. No, that's all of them. Savika, she's also here. And it's like, hey, let's see. Oh, we get some Janna lore actually.
Janna reference, that was so fucking awesome. The wispy woman.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, wait, 1 second though.
Janna.
Was Heimerdinger lying about Echo being his pupil? I kind of figured that once he moved into like Echo's tree, like Endor village, that like
No, they talked to each other.
Like, teaching him shit about.
Yeah. It wasn't a lie. He's been showing him things here and there, and like he even pointed out how the blades on his board are incorrect, and then Echo corrected him. It's they're designed for the fissures. It's the air density is different. So exchanging information, it's a good relationship.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
this
cool.
stupid kid.
Just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing an obvious clue or something.
But yeah, I think Jinx points out that kind of fucked up they use the gas to do something, because that's why she mentions the whole Janna things, like they swept the wind away with her air powers. The kind of crap people get up to when you choke them out. And then Vi says we used the gray to clear the streets to keep people safe. It's like, okay, if you say so, tell us more about the gas and maybe I'll agree with you. Because I didn't see you talking about this, and I would really like to see that.
Well, I mean, I guess I don't think I caught the line where, like, they mentioned it was specifically for dispersal, but like they probably should have said that before the gas was.
I know. I think Vi is huffing some copium right here.
Yeah, but no, I'm not even sure if I agree, because this is what I was saying earlier. Maybe we'll get a line from Vi, and here's the line, and it was basically the gas, which is non-lethal, was used to make sure that there's no innocent bystanders in the area. I could buy that from Vi. Like, what's the one thing they need for Vi to?
You just filled in a lot of gaps for yourself there.
What do you mean? In terms of what Vi would do? That's what I'm just asking. What would they need?
The only reason we think this thing is non-lethal is because we felt like it should be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm going based on what we have.
I might have missed that line though. Were you not saying that she was saying that it was just to get the people to disperse? I didn't remember hearing that. I think
I'm reading. I'm looking at it right now. It was basically she was saying the gas was used to clear out the area, which, based on what I know about Vi, what would she need to go down there? What would she need to agree to go down there and do this actual mission? Reassurance that there's going to be no innocent bystanders, and with the gas they can do that to clear people out. I think this line fills that in. I don't think I'm making anything up.
You can be in tear gas for a little while. It sucks, but like it won't kill you.
I still need Vi to be like, yo, what? Like we just dropping this here. It's like, oh, we use this to clear the streets. You use the gas to do this. That's still fucked. You're just still gassing random people. I don't care if it's like a little bit inconvenient or something. You just gas the whole place.
You're using the word gas vaguely though. It all depends on how you treat it. If we're treating it like
poison,
I guess to
get specific.
If we're treating it like tear gas, I get it. I can see Vi tear gassing her city to make sure that nobody gets killed.
Just because
Just
because we've got so many uses of the word gas here, and
that's why I'm trying to like isolate.
No, but wait, I want to clarify one thing. My experience with being tear gas is with CS, which is not technically a gas; it is a vapor. Trust me, there's a military doctor that if he is listening to this podcast and I didn't say that, he would be really pissed at me, because we're not supposed to call it tear gas because it isn't a gas.
Oh, I know. It's the gray. It's like the fissure stuff or factory danger thingies, whatever.
I basically just going like with what we have to work with. We saw Jinx inhale it, so we know it's not lethal. And Vi said the purpose of it was to clear the people out.
I don't care. It's not lethal. They gassed random people.
To clear them out. To make
sure
they still gassed people. I don't care if it's to just clear them out. What if someone didn't clear out?
I'm more okay with it knowing that it's very specifically not like damaging and it's just used as a crowd dispersal implement, because that is not a war crime.
Would Vi agree to that? Was my whole question.
Debatable.
I don't think so. It would need a lot to convince her, like, hey, let's gas these random people, which, by the way, includes children down there.
Yeah, you could have at least used the scene of her selling it to Vi and Vi being okay with it.
Brooks for supporting gassing. It's crazy how things get thrown out of proportion when I thought I made my points pretty clear.
You guys
do it differently. It just depends on your interpretation of the gas. That's all it is.
blister agents, nerve agents, those things will kill you. CS or tear gas would be something like what you refer to as a nuisance agent. It's not like you can use it to just get people out of an area because that area is going to get like bombed or something, right? It's better they get gassed and have to be pissed off and run away than exploded.
I was just looking at it from Vi's perspective of is the alternative is many innocent bystanders potentially being there. And I already agreed that this gas should have had a discussion beforehand, so we have an idea. But what we have to work with, I don't think that just completely condemns Vi. If it was lethal, it would. But the idea that it's like this abomination to tear gas the area because there's people there that could be innocent, when the purpose is to clear them out, I think that's something she would. I think that's literally one of the only things she would agree with, to be able to go down there to prevent innocent people from getting hurt.
Yeah, see, I was under the impression that because it's like a green haze, that it was just the same stuff that Silco was using in The Office in season 1. Like
they were trapped in that room, and that's part of the reason it was effective. I could see it, like, and she said clearly, the purpose of it was to clear people out. So I just think that fits.
Well, but I mean, even the guy who was there, like he didn't have a lot of time before he was on the ground about to like asphyxiate, right? Like, I mean, if Silco had not handed him the mask, I think it's reasonable to assume he'd be dead, and that's just from a little canister.
In that scene,
but if it's not the same substance, that kind of makes it different. I don't know. I think the green is what made me think it was just the same stuff.
Silco closed the vent and closed the door, and they're in a small room, and we're not sure if it's the same substance too. So that's why I mean, like, us not knowing what the gas is makes the whole conversation complicated.
Yeah,
I don't think it does. I think it's morally fucked that they just gas random people, deadly or not.
Well, I mean, if you're reasonably certain,
and
they
need to have a conversation about this.
Morally fucked.
Yeah, well, I agree with you there.
Is it something Vi would do? That's my big question. I'm not really going back on the morality of it because we don't know what the gas is.
I mean, I think that is debatable. I don't think there's a firm yes or no on that, but I think Metal is correct when like it did need a scene, considering like we're having this much of a moral debate.
I agreed with that. You're saying as if I disagreed with that.
Yeah.
I said I was one of the people at the beginning. The gas should have had a scene to discuss, so we know Vi's perspective on it. So we're gonna have to figure out her perspective as we go along, and maybe we'll get a line of it. That's what I said like an hour ago or something. Oh God. Yeah. But when it comes to this, I think the idea of, okay, what would she need to actually, justify using it? The fact that it's going to be utilized to help people, not be there and get killed. That fits with Vi, doesn't it?
Yeah, that depends what information she gets that we don't have.
I agree.
Yes, we all agree. That's what I wanted to establish. All three of us do agree on that. So everybody's on the same page on that point, at least.
Like, I don't even. There's also that conversation where it's like, is it the right thing to do, even though it's morally fucked? That's like a whole nother thing. But we're missing vital information about the gas. Maybe we can look at the document thingy. Maybe there's like some information on there that shows us some more. But it's not been communicated between. Oh, the whole Avenger squad. Actually, I don't know. Yeah. Remember the other three? They were here for a little bit.
I know. Yeah, you're right. Like, I mean, all of them talking about this would have been a good conversation for us to get a little
character
bit about
from them
perspective.
too.
Yeah.
We should have had that scene.
They've all got a bit of a different like angle on it. The way I guess the three of us sort of do as well.
Yeah.
And that's why I was saying, since we know so little about the gas and we didn't get that scene to really flesh them out, I wanted to focus on the part that we do know about Vi, her character, her motivation, and everything here. That's why I isolated what requirements would she need to fit to be able to go down there. And I just think if that was the purpose of it, I have no problem with it. But we're ignoring too many hypotheticals, It's just, what can we do?
Yeah. Anyway, fighting time, I guess.
Yeah, big smash,
which I didn't expect to happen here between those two already. Also the kid and Savika, they're here. The kid is like kind of scouting, I guess.
I mean, I guess
looking
Acts
at the
2
scene
and 3 of season 1 do both end with like a Vi Jinx encounter, even if the first one is
better.
I don't know, like debatably they're like. Well, I mean, the first one they're like kind of on the same side for a little bit, fighting like Echo's guys.
That one works
Yeah, it does.
It's so much
it's a lot better. I'm not at all saying it's better.
This felt.
I'm just trying to say why I think they went with a from a meta perspective of like when they're constructing this, why they said nah, it should be okay with the why are we having them fight this early? It's like, well, we ended the last 2 acts with them having an interaction.
But because of that, they should know that there's only so many times you can have your antagonist protagonist meet. We all know this, and the fact that we've already had their 2 interactions, them working together, her being captured, this needs to be the final battle, and it doesn't feel like it. It felt
I
like
think I agree with that, dude.
they just wanted to. The next time we see these,
like a teaser, like a teaser fight.
Yes, this was a trailer fight. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is what podcasts are for.
Yeah, maybe.
People talking to people who speak the same language of like, we know what we're looking at. This was a fucking trailer for the.
Yeah, and I want to be also very, very clear. I wasn't defending that being a reason.
I know. I wasn't implying that.
I was just saying I think that's probably why they brushed past the obvious, hey, wait, what are we doing here? That should have happened in the writer's room. I think all 3 of us would have probably said, yeah, this should be a thing that happens later on.
There needs to be a finale, like a final dramatic ending the next time they face each other. It can't be stupid. It's like, this was just showing off their skill sets, basically.
Yeah. We also have a thing where Caitlyn sees Jinx and immediately takes the shot, but it was a reflection. She's been bamboozled. I also like the little detail, like a sniper, she just immediately switches positions because she gave away her position. I like that. I think that's pretty neat.
Good stuff.
Caitlyn's pretty badass, man.
Oh yeah, for
the
sure.
Details they put with her, I like.
But yeah, the kid is still scouting, but Savika is on her way to Caitlyn. They're gonna have a little encounter. But before we get more stuff, we go back to the goop place thingy. Listen, I would like to tell you more about this, but I have no fucking clue what this thing is. So the whole thing turned white. There's a big goop core in the middle, which I assume is some kind of arcane hex tech thingy-majig. And they're just kind of looking at it. But yeah, we have like another this like I think it's kind of cuts back and forth between that and the fight scene. So I'm gonna try to explain as good as possible. So yeah, Jinx and Vi are starting to fight. Vi luckily has a thing to shield herself from the Gatling fire because that fell there because Caitlyn shot it. Otherwise, she would have lost immediately.
Yes.
Or they could have just used.
Out fast.
I don't know why they just didn't use the shield the things have. I was just surprised by that. They just don't use that because that's the thing they set up. In season one.
I was gonna add, because I've been thinking about this the whole time since I was saying the gauntlets are very difficult to write with. If she has the method of defense that's proper and she utilizes it, then it's over in terms of the matchup. All she needs to do is block Jinx's opening rounds and then knock her fucking head off.
Well, that's basically what happens here. She blocks the Gatling, goes in close, and just fucking rips it apart with the gauntlets.
It's so complicated because from what I know, even from the game, like Jinx can't handle Vi the second she's in her face. It's over. It's just not a matchup that you can't really fucking do much of that, man. You got one shot, maybe, if she's low. But I wish they took that into account in this fight. Like Jinx should never be going toe to toe, even with the shimmer. Fuck it.
Yeah.
She should never be going toe to toe with Vi melee wise.
Yeah.
Vi just should knock her the fuck out immediately. So yeah, they didn't really nail this for me, but it still looked good.
So they have that going on. We go to Jace, who immediately tries to touch the goop thing in the middle, which I'm sure was a great idea.
Everyone just keeps touching the goop.
And it just starts pulsating. All the Hextech weapons start to go crazy. Which, again, we have a thing where this apparently both happens exactly at the same time, which gives everyone with Hextech weapons in this fight, because it just kind of gets sucked towards the core, I think is the idea. No, wait, I think it just disables them. I think I misread that in the scene, because the gauntlets are heavy. I thought it gets it down, but I think it just disables them. Like it's glitchy, as someone in chat said. That's probably a good way to use it, decide. The stuff gets glitchy. So it seems to deactivate Caitlyn Vi's gauntlets, so she can't really use them as well. Or at all, because they're really happy. At the same time, Savika and Caitlyn have a little encounter. Jinx gets the fucking rocket launcher out and aims it point blank. That's gonna be a bad time for anyone getting hit in that blast. But luckily it stops glitching right in time so she can dodge. So that was lucky, I guess. It hits the bag, which kind of knocks out Savika and Caitlyn to the ground. Vi gets steps on a trap, which yes.
Just one detail I wanted to compliment. I do like that the rocket interrupt Savika and Caitlyn, because I think Savika should have killed her. That's the only way she could have got out of that, like some crazy explosion. So I appreciated that detail.
They get blasted away. Then Jinx cheats and uses his ult a second time in a row. That's fucked up. That's cheating. You get banned for hacking.
Bullshit.
Some grenades go up. Jinx starts to use her thing. Then things happen in the goop area. Like Jace sees himself multiple times.
He's tripping out, man.
It's tripping out. It looks really cool. But I have no fucking idea what any of this means, and we don't get to know here. There's like kaleidoscope stuff happening.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure why they didn't immediately like get stricken with existential dread. It's like, are we ever getting out of here?
Hex tech bong hit, man. That's what this guy is. So
like, is this our life for the rest of our existence? Is there an end to it? Are we gonna die? Can we die?
Yeah. But yeah, they get like, it looks like they get almost like ripped apart. Things, weird stuff is happening. The weapons are glitching out. Jinx's rocket launcher explodes because it has like one of those hex tech stones in there, because that thing is glitching out. So the only one who's actually have like a useful weapon right now is Jinx with her pistol, because that's not a hex tech weapon if I remember correctly.
Yeah, this is a normal gun.
Yeah, and the Jinx arm she built. And yeah, just doing a bit of struggle back and forth. What else? Oh yeah, the Vi knocks her into the wall. They have like the little jumping at each other's thingy that looks cool. I guess.
It looks gorgeous, but in the back of my head, I'm just like, no, you're an 80 carry. What are you doing? Get the fuck, like, where's your flash, you dumb bitch? Like, there's no way she can fucking like fight Vi. It's just not happening.
Jinx is like, where's my fucking jungler? Stop babysitting top and get me some help.
Bro, where the fuck are you? Like, they need to know what people would be thinking during these fights for people who have played the game, but still make it work for people who don't give a fuck about the game. And they had that special blend last season. They're forgetting a little bit now.
Report jungler.
Yeah, report the fucking jungler. Jinx should be pinging and running for her life right now. Like, fuck. Super powerful.
But yeah, Jinx does have like the shimmer stuff.
The shimmer is the only thing that makes it viable. But
if she gets hit by the gauntlet, I think she's done though.
She does get punched in the stomach.
She took a good shot to the jungler. A good shot to the jungler. A good shot to the stomach.
But yeah, all kinds of shenanigans happen. We go back to Jace, who looks at the thing and thinks, "Oh no, what have we done?" Like, I have any idea what the fuck he's talking about. He touches the thing again, and then he sees... he does see Rise again, apparently. I just saw that there's, like, like, frames of stuff. Hang on, let me see if I can stop it. It's, like, really short. So I think I missed that last night. Yeah, it's like the scene in the eyes that we saw in Season 1.
Mm-hmm. The runes with Rise.
Yeah, it's like all these runes with Rise. And then he uses his hammer to punches the goop. And that causes a big something. I'm actually not sure. But all the weapons work now again, I think. Oh, they're still kind of glitching out, actually. Caitlyn is fighting more of Savika. Jinx is kicking Vi. There's just like a little bit hand-to-hand combat. Just she does get punched in the gut. Oh, that should probably fuck her up pretty good.
That's literally the shot
that I had to remember the shimmer to even buy that she's not like totally dead right now.
Yeah, I was talking about that. As soon as she got hit, it's like you're done. You're dead. The shimmer is that's all we have to work with.
Someone just said I main jungler just gave me PTSD flashbacks. Sorry. But yeah, in the end, Vi does overpower Jinx, and she's like, she looks like she's accepting her fate. And she's like, I'm glad it's you. It had to be you. She's very ready to die, I think, is the thing here. And then the kid appears and just jumps on top of Jinx and holds the gun against Vi.
And before that, Jinx loses her finger too. Caitlyn lands the shot.
Oh yeah. It was like a big thing. I wasn't even. It wasn't even aware that's a thing with her character model that she's missing a finger. But I guess that's a thing, right? I read.
Is it?
I
I killed that bitch.
mean,
I don't play her, so I'm not sure.
I know. I saw something on Twitter. Maybe I was misreading it. I was just never aware she lost a finger before.
I could buy that.
Is the finger just on the gauntlet, or is it on like her hand?
Jinx missing a finger. I'm not sure. No, I almost want to pull up a picture of Jinx right now.
Oh,
I think
sorry. I
that's
thought you
just-
were talking about.
I think that's
Vi.
just Arcane. Okay, someone I saw on Twitter. It's like, oh, I guess that's how she lost her finger. That read to me like that is a thing in the player model of her. But
I don't know. I have no idea.
Whatever. It's just something I noticed. But yeah, she gets her thing shut off. But you see in one of the promotional pictures that she has like a little. Oh, maybe they were talking about the promotional thingy.
Yeah. That's what
Oh,
they were
see, now it all
theorizing.
makes sense. Big brain time.
Mhm.
Oh yeah,
Stupid
there's like a promo. It's on my fucking thumbnail. I'm so retarded.
Yeah. I've honestly like avoided everything. I didn't even watch any trailers for this season.
Same with me.
Kinda-
Not a
I
single.
just realized
one
that's on the
more.
thumbnail, and you see like she has like a little mechanical finger with like a little smiley on it. Yeah, I got the big tisms. That's
I
true.
just thought that was a tattoo, like in the thumbnail. I mean, I hadn't seen that image before.
But yeah, then the kid hops on top of her and protects her, I guess. I actually don't know when that kid arrived down here. I don't know if it got like knocked down at some point. I guess it just went down here. But yeah, that kid is still around if you're wondering. And
Other shots have been there lurking and watching before.
it holds the thingy here, right in the face of Vi. And it's just like a standoff right now, and Vi's like, well, the fuck am I gonna do now? I can just punch through the kid, obviously. But then Caitlyn just shoots out the weapon out of the kid's hand. It's like, oh yeah, that's probably a solid-ish solution. But then the kid goes right on top of Jinx, right next to the head, and it's like, oh, that's a problem. So now
Yeah.
we can't shoot. But Caitlyn's like, move, I'll shoot now. It's like, no, wait. you, there's like a kid on there. Then even Vi's like, listen, you can't shoot right now. Like, the kid's right there. And you see like a couple of shots where like their heads are aligned. So if she would actually take the shot, the kid would be donezo. But of course, Vi, grab the kid and
Yeah.
just grab the kid.
Rip the kid off by. Just throw the kid, break his neck.
I mean,
Move the no, don't break the neck. Just move the kid.
No, they break it.
Yeah, because you'd have to bank
Right.
on the kid would have to be strong enough and have a good enough grip on Jinx to have Jinx
Versus
go with
Vi.
her if she threw him, and like that.
Oh
would-
no. It's
that would be the
Vi
only way
so
Jinx
much
would
stronger than
escape
both
that
of them.
scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She got the gauntlets. Like, those things move big fucking stone. She could just
Yeah.
she could probably pick them up both at the same time.
Grab an arm each.
You know what they needed? They needed like some type of like she attaches herself to Jinx in some way. Like she had it planned out. What? Just a bear hug? No, Vi can break that up. Like there's too much on the line here.
But yeah, everyone is like Caitlyn is even like shooting Caitlyn's gauntlets to disable them or something. But before anything go on, Jinx grabs the kid, puts it in like a protective position, and because Savika is activating a big fuck off bomb that's trapped to lots of bombs or something. So she blows up the big thing that has like the Janna character on it. We see that Savika actually wait, hang on. I'm confused now. Let me check something here real quick. Because I think the way they're positioned is weird when after the explosion happens. So Savika presses the button. We cut away. Explosion happens. And then where's Savika after this? I guess she must have moved while we saw the explosion. She moved to the thing they were on and then grabs with the thingy hand her robot arm onto the pedestal or whatever it is. I'm actually not entirely altar, one of those things. And just kind of protects them a little bit. Caitlyn and Vi get yeeted out by the big wind because Janna does wind, and that thing also does wind, it seems. And that traps them outside. There's like a lot of rubble that moves in place. And apparently the thing they saw earlier on one of the vents is wind activated. So that explodes something and goes all the way up to the top. And we see tons of explosions with, colors and stuff. So they now use all the vents to get just random colors up there, which, goddamn, that's a lot of explosions and color. That's a lot of fucking work they did there whenever they did that.
But I was so confused at this point as to what the hell's going on. But
I don't know what the point of that is.
Yeah, but Jinx said not yet. It's not.
Yeah,
it's not ready.
not how it's supposed
Yeah.
to be to end or something.
So I don't know. I guess it's a botched plan of hers. So it's hard to say.
And I guess this would also blow gas up there, right?
Yeah, I think that was what was happening.
Like, that's probably
this was
the
This is a
reason
plan
why.
they had to basically like kill half of Piltover.
And I guess it hides it with
If
like
not
pretty
more.
colors. So I guess in the next episode, the whole top is gonna be gas to shit or something. That's probably
don't
what we're
think
gonna do.
I don't think it worked based on what Jinx said. Like she's like, no, it's not ready. Like I think the plan was botched.
Yeah, because there's no gas where Caitlyn and Vi are right now.
Yeah, because if it was dangerous, someone would have noticed by now. Like we've had enough time.
I guess I mean if it is just the colors, it could be a show of force being like, "Hey, we can do this to you," but at the same time, like, yeah, it's not like how long does it take to get one of those set up? Like, and then now you got to do a lethal one to like actually use it as deterrence.
I have
Yeah.
no idea really. I'm not sure.
But yeah, lots of paint and colors because I think there's like a shot where it's like tons of color on the floor there now, but no gas. So maybe it was supposed to be some kind of weird celebration thingy. Maybe just the Jinx thing that was just a lot of effort to set up. I guess I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, we go back to Vi and Caitlyn. Caitlyn is kind of just fucking punching the rubble. It's like I had the shot. I just could have got her. I wasn't. Because Caitlyn points out, you stopped me. I had the shots. Like, there was a kid there, though. I was like, yeah, maybe you should have grabbed the kid and didn't do it. But yeah, I guess would have been a bit. Someone in chat says there's a child with mask and messed up eye when Ambassa gives her speech indicating the gas was sent up too. Really? Okay, interesting. Huh,
I mean,
interesting.
I was under the impression that was a big attack.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
That it was damaging stuff. I figure we get more of it in the next episodes. More information, I mean, not more attack. Probably more attacks, though.
But yeah, Vi points out, there was a kid, what if you missed? And he's like, I wouldn't miss. I wasn't going to miss. And then Vi's like, what is wrong with you? And kind of says, I keep telling myself that you're different, but you're not. And then again, obviously points out to be like, oh, it's her blood in your veins. And then Vi says, then why are you the one acting like her? Like Jinx, I guess.
You dumb bitch. Like she's like that's such a good comeback at that point. Like she's just Kaylin's wilding out right now. She's just chill.
Yeah, because she's going to. I don't know if that's a bit far though.
Yeah, I think it's a bit far. I'm wondering about Caitlyn will realize that too.
No, this is all emotion, man. Like how could she
Yeah.
be this unrational? Like she has every reason to be irrational, but she can't defend what she's saying. Like she knows this is fucking nonsense. She's freaking out. It was a fucking kid. What argument can she have other than it's just rage? She lost her mother. It's understandable.
She wanted to be able to have no viable excuse to not pull the trigger, and
She-
there kind of was one there. Like,
And she needs someone to blame. She wants to. This is a narrative she needs right now to be able to fucking like lash out. But it's bullshit. And that's probably the reason Vi like doesn't punch her in the face. Like she just knows how complicated this whole thing is. Like
Yeah, but
it works.
I don't think the Jinx comparison kind of fits, because Jinx is
What-
far more gone than this.
What Jinx comparison?
With Caitlyn, Vi saying that you're just like you like her.
Acting unhinged? I didn't say. I don't think that's unfair. And I don't. She doesn't have to actually be like killing people to say she's acting more like Jinx. After what she said, it's her blood is in your veins. Why are you acting like her then? I think that's perfect. She like literally set it up for her. If I said that out of nowhere, it would be a little bit weird.
Let's see. Kate is taking risks. Jinx is killing people for funsies. Did Kate even hesitate? I need to think about this one more. I don't know. I feel like the Jinx comparison, something doesn't work for me, but I haven't really figured it out in my head yet. I haven't thought about that too long. I mean, in terms of she's acting unhinged, obviously, yeah, that they're both acting unhinged, but I think Jinx is much more malicious in what she does, is what I'm thinking about.
I really think you're taking the Jinx comparison way too literal, as if she's saying she's being like Jinx. I think basically she was referencing Jinx being in her blood, but at this very moment, who's acting more like Jinx? You're acting more like Jinx than I am, even though, and I'm not. It's not saying that you are Jinx or you do exactly things like her. But
yeah, that's probably
if you're gonna reference. Yeah, it's the phrasing
sense.
of it, maybe. Yeah, and if you're gonna reference my blood being a fucking hindrance here, look at who's being more composed. Because these two have switched hats from season 1.
Yes,
Caitlyn's
in this
unhinged
scene
because
for sure.
Well, actually, no, because Caitlyn still doesn't have a hat, and that's bullshit.
Dude, I almost spit my drink. I almost spit my water out on my keyboard, on my food. You almost fucked everything up there, Metal.
Sorry.
Oh shit, that's funny. Where's the hat at, man?
Let's see. Well, now there's lots of paint and stuff on everywhere on top side, and we go back to Mel and her secretary or the informant lady, and she gets grabbed by red stuff because the assistant lady is fucking tweaking out, and then there's like red rose things happening. So whoever this rose faction is gonna be, they just took Mel, I think. There's like a bit of a horror vibe going on here, actually. They just say because the assistant lady just says black rose, and there's like a rose coming out of her eye, and then she's getting enveloped by red rose thorn thingies, and she vanishes, but drops the vial or the pen, and then she's gone. So yeah, I don't know. She got taken, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like we'll have more solid information to go in the next
I got
part.
nothing.
Like left when LeBlanc. I mean, maybe it's LeBlanc. I have no fucking clue.
The rose is potentially a reference to LeBlanc, because from memory, I think LeBlanc has a rose on it or something. I can't remember. There's like 100 million champions, man.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, we have the big council thingy happening with all the people that sailors got around. They just got them all here. It's like, oh, unsurprising but sad news. I was like, but let Mbasa tell you what's going on. It's like, well, yesterday I met with your guild merchant Amara, and we spoke of rebuilding, restoring this great city to its former glory. But then 2 Zornite assassins fell upon us. Like, oh, that's not what happened. Are you lying? He's like, I tried to save her, but the blade pierced her heart. There was nothing I could do. Liar! Weasley, a little liar, dude.
Oh, yeah, I must have zoned this part out.
Yeah, and it's like, our families should not need to fighting. It's time to end this. Let's all come together and get rid of all the evil stuff. Like she points out, as you give them Zon the opportunity after opportunity to repair their wrongs, and how have they answered? Oh yeah, there's the kid that has like a mask on, so there was definitely some gasage happening. Okay, there you go. Yeah, she points out like half your council is dead, and the memorial has been made a massacre. And when she mentions that, you can see Caitlyn like grasping her fists. She's like, "Yeah, I'm fucked off right now. Like everything has been going to shit." And yeah, and Basa's like, Raph has to be met with Raph, and you see like some people in the crowd go like, "Yeah," just nodding to each other, and basically that they have to implement martial law, appoint a general that leads this until the threat is vanquished. Someone who will not pale when faced with Zon's degeneracy, whose conviction never wavers. A pillar of your community, whose house has always stood for progress. And you see like sailors are like, yeah, it's gonna be me, yeah. It's definitely gonna be me. And also you get the entire detachment of Noxian soldiers at your disposal. It's like, ooh, that's good. And you see them that kind of get into formation. Yeah, then until all of our families are safe, we will not stop. And of course, there's only one I could be referring to. And Settle's like, fine, I guess I'll do it. Caitlyn Kiraman. I was like, what? Even Settle's like, was about to say, what the fuck? But the big Chad guardsman just holds him down. And Basa's making Caitlyn her Anakin. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, come my child. You can... And then they do like a thing, like they do like chest pumps, and then all the guards people join in because they all cool. Like, yeah, it's pretty badass. Friendship ended with Jace. No, Caitlyn is my best friend. And yeah,
the rise of Darth Caitlyn. There it is.
Soundtrack in that scene was cool. Yeah, and then and this is where you get all the scenes where the guards guy goes to the his name is Rictus. There you go. Finally, I got the name. And he gives her the invitation to the memorial. So this is how she actually got in there. That's how she got an invitation. And she was even waiting for people to die before she went in to help them. Like, she's been facilitating a lot of these things, trying to steer them up. And the lady even says, "It's you," before she gets her throat slit. So yeah, she's been doing a lot of machinationing. That's probably a word I just made up, but I'll go with it.
Sabotaging, man. She's moving the pieces.
Yeah, she's moving the pieces in the background. And Basa wants the oil in Iran. And Caitlyn embraces it. She's like, all right, I'll do it. And then she gets her evil coat. And now she's Darth Caitlyn, punished Caitlyn.
Emperor Kiraman.
Emperor Kiraman.
Why are we still here?
Why are we still here?
Are you going to pull up the shot of Warwick?
And
it's 100% him, like confirmed, like that.
Oh yeah, you can see like the full shot, and that's how the end. So now,
yeah.
So now Caitlyn is the god emperor of the of the army, and she's gonna rain hellfire upon the Zona. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, I feel like this might test her and Vi's relationship.
Yeah. And then we get our last zing for today. No, it's Dr. Mundo. I don't know, that Mundo looks a lot like a werewolf to me.
Looks pretty furry.
But yeah, we see Singed waking up. He's had a little nap. There's a whole lot of things and machinations with his green goop going on. We all know it's Fringy. I'm not even going to try to hide it. He's actually using his own blood to do stuff. He's like doing... thingamajigs, and yeah, there you see the shot. Let me get the did you put this already in Discord? Oh no, you didn't. That's fine, I got it. I'll show Chad the big boy.
Chungus Wolf.
Chungus Wolf.
What do you think about that, baby JoJo? Huh? She seems okay with it.
Oh god, I thought that screenshot just froze my PC, but it was fine. It just took a little second. Where's my OBS? Chat, stop yelling at me. I'll get it on screen here in a second. All right.
Boo, Metal, boo.
No, don't boo me. Do not do it. Image, browse, screenshot. Okay. There he is.
There's a good boy.
That's
Good boy.
He's large.
Yeah,
Fucking
he's
huge.
He is
definitely,
huge.
humanoid would be a inaccurate descriptor of just how big he is. Like, well, I think we're in giant territory here.
So, yeah, I'm curious to see what is gonna be the thing he does. Yeah, that's how episode 3 ends. So loads of things they just put in here at the end. We got Mbasa confirmed doing all the shenanigans in the background. We got the weird hextech goop that Jace punched, and then they disappear because they were gone after they punched it. So I don't know what that means. We got Jinx and Civica and the kid gonna do something. Not really sure what we're gonna do with that. The Jinx storyline feels a bit aimless right now. I have not really a proper clue what they're gonna go for. Maybe they're gonna do the thing where she realizes how it is to be a big sister or something.
They joined the cult of Victor.
They joined the color. I mean, you want? I'll be in for it. Yeah, the Victor is gonna do his stuff down there. We got the whole Noxian Nox soldiers going on. So yeah, we have a lot of things going on. I'm curious to see how this all lines up. I feel like we're doing a bit too much. I have a hard time to fit this all together in my brain right now.
Extremely rushed. Extremely rushed. And I'm not gonna go so far as saying disappointing, but disappointing for like what I know the show could have been. I think it's already lost its opportunity to be great.
Yeah.
And, let's hope it maintain good.
I don't know. I think we could still make it there. I don't necessarily think it's as likely as I was hoping it would be last week, but yeah, I don't know that I'm ready to give it a firm ranking until we see how it ends.
Yeah.
I'm ready to be worried.
I mean, so far it's not as strong as the first 3 episodes of season 1. I think that's pretty clear to tell.
Yeah, I think we all agree. As well.
I think overall I still like it quite a bit. But yeah, we're doing a lot of things. There's the whole thing with Heimerdinger where he doesn't even talk about what's been happening in the top side. I don't know if maybe he's coping and maybe is gonna have a breaking point and then he's gonna, I don't know, build towers around the city or whatever. I don't know. But he should be much more involved with the council and what's all the shenanigans is going on. He's been a bit disappointing for sure. I hope we get something more with him. But yeah, we have the Rose faction, which I today learned might be something with LeBlanc. We got all the Noxian soldiers. We got Victor's cult. We got now Caitlyn doing her war arc, I guess. That's gonna be conflict. This makes me wonder what Vi is gonna do next. Maybe she's gonna get a ragtag team of people to do something, because we saw the shield guy Loris, he left when Caitlyn started to accept. So I wonder if he's gonna join up with Vi and do something with her and team up.
Man, it'd be great if he had a fucking character. Jesus,
he's
we can understand his
drunk and has a
perspective,
shield. That's all you get.
Jesus.
Shut up.
Well, I mean, I'm still willing to give that time, especially if he becomes a more important character.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not ready to write off the.
I was.
No, for that specific scene, it would be nice to know a little bit more about him. But yeah, I'm not gonna write anything off completely.
I wonder
they
if
got
we.
6 episodes to turn to. They got 6 episodes. They can do a lot with that. But
I wonder if we get another time skip in this one, where maybe we had martial law for a while and see shit go down. Maybe.
You think it's possible that the next episode is a time skip?
I'm wondering
Like
if that might be a possibility. I don't know.
Like that kid has grown up.
I'm
with
just
Jinx and
theorizing.
shit?
But yeah, I think we did a much better job in establishing the characters we had and moving things along. We had new characters in this one, but they barely got anything to do. And then we had characters we already had that were pretty good, like Cade and Vi and stuff, except like a couple of exceptions. I think they hold up kind of good so far. But yeah, we'll see. But if it's a time jump, I agree with Chad. It's probably not going to be as big of a jump as in 1. Like, we'll see. And
do you
yeah,
think's
we have
been
like the
handled?
whole hex tech goop going on, so I wonder what we're going to do with that. Yeah, lots of questions. So yeah, we'll get to see what happens next. I'm excited to watch the next ones, for sure.
Yeah, same. I'm
I was
not
gonna say,
out
who do you
yet.
think has been handled best? Like we established Heimerdinger's been handled the worst, but who do you think's been handled the best?
It's probably going to be Caitlyn, right?
Maybe,
think.
yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Taylor
I think they've
Vi
nailed all the
would be
Victor
my best one.
scenes, but he's still pretty like neutral in terms.
I mean, I'm
of
most
operating.
interested in Victor because I'm biased.
Yeah,
Just
same,
like,
same.
I mean, I'm
I
pretty
was the one
interested to
saying-
see what's gonna go on with him too. Like,
I was the one saying we
mean-
need a Victor spin-off show. Like, come on, Penguin style. Let's do it. Like, just get
oh
something
yeah,
going
Penguin
there.
ends tonight too.
We got 6 episodes to flesh him out. I hope they do something cool with it.
yeah. Well, we did it.
Yeah,
We did it.
so we could probably just head along to Soups and
We
and
got a
wrap
couple
it
of
up.
super chats, chat. So get those in right now or die. Or I
Thank
just.
you very much for the support, everybody.
But yeah, thank you very much. We started off with Hyperbolic Ninja with the 25 months of membership of Flim Flam Variety. Thank you very much.
Yay.
Says Doomer isn't here. Need to know more about the kiss. No.
Oh God,
Do
there
not
is no kiss. It's more of a baptism.
a baptism. A
I
baptism
wonder
of
if Doomer's
cringe?
watching Arcane. Where's he at? How's he doing?
We
Hey, he was
got
in the Such an Atom chat the other day. He's still alive. I know that much.
we got $5 by Clint Beastwood. I like that name. It's pretty good. The only reason Jace betrayed Heimerdinger in the first place is because he believed 100% that the Hex Core was the only way to save Victor's life. Yeah, that was definitely
Yeah,
part
I
of
think
it.
we-
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely not the only reason, but it's complicated.
Yeah. Heimerdinger stock has fallen.
Yeah,
Plummeted.
Unfortunately,
Plummeted,
yeah.
man.
he was underserved by the material here. Hate Heimerdinger and Echo kissing.
We got $2 by Peepo Sus. We're fitting Peepo Sus avatar. Pretty good. Hi, Mootle. Hey. This is a threat to review The Penguin. Oh, I feel so threatened right now. I do need to watch that show, though. I've heard good things about it.
You haven't watched it at all?
I haven't watched it. I just... No time. No time.
I'm caught up. It's good. Yeah, no
Nice.
spoilers.
I'm a few
but
episodes
I'll-
behind, but I
like
really,
it. Like it
yeah, I
quite a bit.
really like it. This is the performance.
Kind of like it
of
more
Colin
than the
Farrell's career.
Batman, actually.
It's way better than the Batman. That's why it's not even like a hot take.
Yeah.
It's significantly better than the Batman, and
Uh,
it's got like a good amount of heart too, like that I wasn't expecting.
When does
Yeah.
Jack start beating people up with a street lamp pole? I hope soon. He's gonna swing it around. He's like invincible for 1 hit or whatever the attack was. We got $5 by Slumpy. Thank you very much. Any unknown random characters have the potential to be future playables in the game. True. They aren't limited to only pre-existing characters. No, for sure.
Yeah, that's true.
Absolutely. They can do new characters. I don't mind that at all. I just wish they would give them, a character to go with. It would be.
At least our chat indicated Maddie seems to be pretty popular with a lot of people.
Oh, well, there you go. But yeah, no, I don't mind them using new characters. I just wonder if they don't really flesh them out at all. Might as well use some of the
Exactly.
the lead characters. So if like
That's-
can do something with that.
and
But even
there's
then,
less-
even if they use those, they still need to tell us something about them for the people who don't play the game. Like if I see a fucking Draven all of a sudden, it's like, oh, I know that guy. He has like the big axe and stuff. I hope I'm not mixing up the characters right now.
Darius with the big axe, Draven throws the axes.
See, I mix them up all the time.
It's a normal mix-up. If you're gonna mix 2 characters up, that one's reasonable.
But yeah.
Same beard.
Yeah, no, you can absolutely use new characters. I welcome it actually. Don't hinder yourself on pre-existing ones. Just go with it. I got £5 by Seiki. Thank you very much. First 3 episodes of Arcane, and we get Jilko underwater incest. Wait, what?
Oh God.
They're not even related.
Yeah, well, I mean that's like the scene, right? Like it's when he kind of dips her into the water, and that the one that was misremembered as being a
Where
kiss?
Doomer lost his mind. That was the beginning of the end for Doomer.
Right.
The
Echo
baptism.
being racist against refugees and domestic violence with the show's lesbian couple. Oh no. Oh no.
It's not funny, the concept, but that was a funny super chat.
And we got $5 by Brunswick Green. Thank you very much. Loved season 1. Season 2 is testing my resolve. I feel you. I feel you. All these magicisms and the damn kid are easily the worst part. Yeah, it's hard to tell what we're doing right now, but
we need more substance for the kid.
holding off my full judgment, but I know exactly what you mean. I understand.
We expect better.
100% understand.
We expect better. That's just all it is.
Also, let me check Streamlabs here real quick. I think someone randomly threw a donation towards me while I wasn't even streaming or at home. So let me see if I can find a message here somewhere. If not, thank you very much for I think it was €10 or something. Very much appreciated. But if there's a message here, let me find it here right now. And I shouldn't talk while trying to put in the password into my thing, because that never works.
So I'm playing this game called Slitterhead. It's pretty good. IGN gave it a 5 out of 10.
Oh. Well, it's not a AAA game, so no chance for a 7. Sorry.
Not enough animation and voice acting. Too many people grunting while you have to read stuff, I guess.
Oh, man.
Good parry system, though. It's really cool.
Yeah, I was telling Mark I'm gonna go through the whole Resident Evil series soon.
Nice.
From 1 to 8. Check that bitch out.
Let's see. Is there any message here? Recent events? If so, it should be here.
Hooray.
Oh, yeah, there it is. It was €10 by Interrogator Chaplain Potat.
Yeah, look
Just
at that.
saying, for Veilguard, good job. Well, thank you very much. It's very much appreciated. The Veilguard arc is not over yet. Don't you worry. I worry, though.
I've managed to push to the second boss fight against like the ogre, where you get like the Asian elf lady.
Oh, she's
Her
so
voice actor.
awful.
Her voice actor is a challenge. And
It's like this quippy
and I hate
character. It's
the
so
combat
annoying.
in that game sucks. I really don't like it. It's really lame.
But yeah, those were all the super chats and an extra donation from the weekend. Very much appreciated as always. Thank you very much. But before we get out of here, Brooks, what are you up to? I think you posted a video about Rings of Power the last season, right? Did I remember that correctly? Or am I tripping?
I've got 2 episodes on season 2 of the Rings of Power out. I've got 1 more on the way just to cap off the trilogy. So 3 for the first season, 3 for this season. And then I've got my big ass MCU video that's been cooking for like 8 months or something at this point. I've been going, it's like forever. So many, the Echo video that I released, I've been working on that video before that. So like November or whatever it is, just on and off. So top 5 wasted MCU characters, like in full fucking detail. So
Very nice.
soon enough, we'll be releasing that. And then after the next Rings of Power video, I think I'm going to be doing the stream for the Resident Evil, like streaming all the games from the first one to the 8th one to like get a full understanding of the series. And depending on what happens in season 2, I'll probably do another Arcane video at some point.
Nice.
Just to see it. And I'm ignoring Agatha completely. Like I didn't even like.
I haven't touched
think
that
that's
at all.
what most people do.
Fuck it.
Like
I was gonna go on EFAP to talk with the boys about it, but they were gonna do a full breakdown, and I hadn't watched it, so I was like, oh shit. So I'll just sit this one out, guys.
Yeah.
I totally forgot.
Yeah, that was on my optional pile, but when I realized how much time I'm spending on everything else, like, yeah, that's just gonna be on the nothing pile. But
Fill
yeah.
me in on what I missed. I just can't even deal with that.
Yeah, I just fuck it. But yeah, the links in the description. Go check it out. It's good stuff over there. Mark, you did a random stream. You little goober.
I might
what you
do
doing?
more of these where I just I
Yay.
feel the need to stream, and I do some streaming if I've got a day of pretty much otherwise free time. So yeah, I guess you might see me every now and then. Not making any main promises or a schedule or anything, but I will be on Forge. That's my schedule.
Oh, Yeah, I totally forgot. I'm starting a podcast soon too, and I made a trailer for it. Mark's seen it. I just forgot to. I totally. It's probably too late. I was gonna ask you if I could like show you it at the end. Just plug it, but I forgot to even
Send it
show
over
it
to
to you in
Metal
the
real
first
quick.
place.
JoJo's clearly losing her patience. It's like she knows
It's
when
like a
I do
minute
my
long. Is that
plug.
cool,
She's
Metal?
like, oh, he's done.
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
He's so far.
Throw it in here.
Send the and it's just copyright free or anything. Shouldn't be an issue. I've already uploaded the test.
Good.
Mark,
Well,
you got the or no, I have it right
We
here.
got a little sneak peek here for future stuff. A Brooks cast?
Oh, sorry,
Apparently
you need
so.
me to share it?
Well, basically, just an intro. I'm gonna send it to him in a second. It's just giving me stupid ads for some reason. Basically, an intro for the podcast that I'm eventually gonna set up.
Well, if you while you find
Send it to you right now.
okay, just throw it in the group here. So, while you get that, let me talk about my things. There's gonna be, I think, a Veilguard stream tomorrow because I'm still off work tomorrow. So I'm probably gonna do a longer one to kind of catch up on that because I got a little bit of the Illheimers last week, so I'm a bit behind on everything, online stuff and work. So that's annoying, but just gonna do what you gotta do. Need to finish off my Rings of Power 5 episode review, which I meant to do last week, but again, I got the big cold, so that was very fun. It wasn't. It sucked. But yeah, that's what's going on for me. Streams. Obviously, we're doing the same group the next 2 weeks for the Arcane stuff, so you can look forward to that. Also, spread the word. We're under 100 subs away from 10,000, so
Yeah, it's coming.
better get those subs in. Tell everybody, tell your mom, tell your uncle, tell your aunt, everybody to subscribe to Metalcommander so we can beat PewDiePie. No, wait, that's another meme.
We need to at least beat T-Series.
Yeah. But yeah, go get that in. I'm excited. And remember, 10K happens. Dark Souls 2 stream when I'm over at Mahler's. We're gonna do it hot seat. We're gonna get drunk. We're gonna play Dark Souls 2. It's gonna be fantabulous.
Nice.
So that's my stuff here. All right, let me get this shit on the Flimbus. God, it's all not correct sizes, but that's
Set one down,
fine.
Jojo. Don't worry, Jojo. You're a good puppy.
Oh, stupid OBS. Cooperate. There we go. That's the image. There we go. Okay, can this be like in a good... Okay, there you go. That should do the trick. All right, here you have a sneak peek on Brooks' upcoming podcast. Does it have a name yet, or is that still to be decided?
You'll see that at the end of the video.
Oh, okay. Well, it's, enjoy,
Well,
I
it's
guess.
Supernatural Sundays anyway, but it's a bit of a rough draft. Oh, volume.
Spoilers.
Can't hear. Pause it, Metal.
Oh, wait, what? Okay.
Yeah, pause it, because the volume's not playing.
The volume should be playing. I think that I have volume playing.
It might be playing in the stream, but not for us.
Okay, wait. I'm an idiot. I had the thing muted. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay.
Interrupt my own video. Pull it back.
Yep. Yo. Oh, there's some good rat here in the background. Whoa. there you go. Supernatural
Boom.
Sunday. Good old Undertaker
that.
theme mashup. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, oh yeah. Randomly
the
caught
big-
my eye. I was watching the Vince McMahon documentary, and then like
Nice, nice, nice.
The big
But
like
yeah,
deer
rough draft.
monster. What was that movie called again? It was
from
a
The
Netflix
Ritual.
movie. The
That's
Ritual.
one of the
that was-
sickest looking monsters you ever see in a horror movie. It's just
Yeah.
monstrous, man.
Spoilers for the end of The Ritual.
But yeah, there you
Sorry.
go. Subscribe to the peeps, including Goger. If he does fresh memes, you'll find them right at the gate. But yeah, with that, we've done it. Thank you all so much for hanging out. It's been a hoot, and we shall be back next week with episodes 4 to
Act
6.
2.
So that's going to be part
Or Act
2 of
5,
3.
I guess. If we're
And-
not dividing the seasons, Act 5 of Arcane.
Hell yeah. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. See you all next time.
Bye, everybody.
Take it
There you
easy.
go.